What up, though? Scott Berry. What up, though? What's going on, D-Rev? Gotta grab an order. I'll be right back. Hey, Cynthia. How are you? Welcome to Dash of Life. All right, back. I had to pick up a order. Uh,
What up, fool?
what up,
What up,
though?
fool?
What up, though? What up, though?
I'm
What's up, Scrabble? Hey,
I'm at Aldi's.
I'm at
I'm
Aldi's.
I'm gonna you got some
You
feedback.
got some feedback. That's probably me.
But I'm running into Aldi's real fast, do this
But
shopping
I'm
real
running into
fast,
Aldi's
and
real fast.
then I will be back.
Shopping, and then I will be back. All right. Inspector Colombo, what up, though? Cray Cray, what up? Rickson Scramble, what up? D Rev, what up? I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Welcome to this hump day, Wednesday. I think it's Wednesday. What day is it? Yeah, I don't know. They all run together. They all run together. Another late start. I'm actually just starting probably about 55 minutes ago. Had some other stuff to take care of before I got out here. Um, got all that done, and now I'm here. How, how's y'all day been going so far? Mine just started. 75 degrees, sunny. We got a 1% chance of rain and a southeast wind of 2 knots. And if you going to the beach, they saying there are 1 foot swells out there. So that's how we starting the Wednesday off. Oh shit! Gotta go juice. Don't do that. Don't let it change your day, hustle. What up, though? What up, though? Don't let it change your day. Chipotle, Chipotle, what up? However everybody want to call it. What up, though, Louis? What up, though? Everybody want to call it hustle. Them Chipotles, they will do that to you. They will try to break you. Do not let them do it. No, no, don't let them do it. Shout out to the 9 in the box. Thank you for tuning in once again. Yes, sir, Jay. Who new day, hump day. We are approaching February. Man, time flying and it don't wait for nobody. I need to turn right here. I don't know if they gonna let me though. What was I about to do? I was about to do something, man. I totally forgot just that quick. I know I gotta. Oh shoot! I meant to forget to ask them for some syrup. Tracy, what up, though? I know you gonna correct me, but I ain't. I've never eaten there though, Tracy. Never. Shout out to the team. Get up. Yeah. I've never eaten that chipotle. Hey, that's the best thing though, ain't it, Scott? to know how to fix your own stuff so you ain't gotta come out of no repairs. That's the best thing. Last year my water pump went out right in the middle of the day. So I took 2 hours, fixed my water pumps, went right back out on the ground, and still made my goal. Best thing in the world. Be right back, y'all. Be right back. Hold on, cray. Be right back. Back. And Scott, one thing too, like the expenses on the truck, the expenses on the escape, the repair expenses on the truck, the escape, the pilot. I ain't gonna say all the vehicles. Last year wasn't even 2 grand. It's crazy. I put a water pump, alternator for the ones that's gonna say proper English, brakes all the way around, and tires on the truck last year. Oh, and a couple belts and hoses too. Throw them in there. But that's about it. Neither have I overrated. Makes people sick all the time and still they hey I heard they be going to the bathroom. It's like heart X lax. Oh, you think it's funny? Hey, do you know I don't call it Chick-fil-A, I call it Chick-a-Flick too. So I go to Chick-a-Flick. I'll take that. $7, 1.3 miles, penny. Matasalas, Matasalas, Chick-a-Flick. And a lot, but the one thing about Kevin, the one thing about Chick-a-Flick though, they get you in and out, in and out. You don't have to like you go to Taco Hell, you in that line. You don't even gotta be in a line. You in the lobby for at least 5-10 minutes. They never ready. Burger King slow. Don't mess around and go to McDonald's and the lobby closed. You just might as well just unassign that order. Shoot. What else? What else out there? Raising Cane's. There's line just stupid long. You got all of them, but you go to Chicken Flick, you walk up, you walk out. I think the most I've ever waited at Chicken Flick was 3 minutes, and that wasn't bad. And that's at the mall, because the one well, they got a few here now. The first one was at the mall. They put the first one at the mall last year, and then they opened up another one, but they not on any apps yet because it takes about 6 or 7 months for them to actually get their apps up and running once they open a new location. But the only one that's really on this side of the island that's on the apps, most I waited was is 3 minutes. You make your own chipotle, whatever you call it. I know Chick Flick, they hire a lot of people. So they had a lot of people to cover it no matter what. They hire people just for the drive through. They hire people just to have a line before they get to the cash register. They hire a lot of people, a lot of bodies, and that's why they service be so fast because it's always somebody there to be able to take care of the consumer, even the consumer. And they got, like I just learned here at the mall, they got a team just for the gig apps. That's all they do. They don't work the register. They don't take orders. All they do is read that screen, get them orders made, and get them out of there. And if it's a large catering order, it's made in the back to where nobody see it being made, and all you see them do is bring out these big old boxes, and it's done. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, Scott, to just be able to fix your own car. And then people be like, "Well, what about your expenses?" I'll worry about it. That's one thing I'll worry about because I fix my own stuff. But then too, like I put myself in a position to where if I don't want to do it, I'll pay somebody else, jump in another car, and still make money. So that's just what I do. That's what I tell people. Like a lot of things that others worry about, I don't. I really mean it, and I don't be trying to be bragging. It's just I really mean it. I worry about that because even with car repair, you got car repair. You don't have to do it every day, but it can be an expense. I should have took her to work, but I'm not going that way. I am. Where the hell am I going? Oh shit! I passed where I was supposed to be going. Running my. No, I didn't. I'm good. I'm good. I can go right here. We're on Hawaii. You know what? When I was back in Michigan, because two Rock Auto won't deliver here. They because of the shipping, so they won't even send none here. But when I was back in Michigan, I didn't like Rock Auto because every time people would be like, I got my own parts. Can you come fix it? Okay, bet. You got your own parts. I'm not warranting them parts you got, but I will warranty the labor. When I get there, everything is wrong. Everything. Like who ordered this? I mean, then two, you do have people who order in parts that really don't know how to order parts. But Rock Auto, to me, they parts is even not even good quality. So I never used them. I've had it's kind of ironic to say this. I've had too much bad experience with the consumer that uses those parts. So I never use them. Okay. My honey calling me. I got to answer the phone, but I'm gonna talk to her on the other line. Damn it, Ronald, you was just going the wrong way all day today. Pay attention to the road, man. I don't know what we all excited for. I'm trying to catch up on them. Come on now. I love Cray. I don't really care for Montisalas. They're they're a crossbreed between a donut and a punchki. It just ugh. I gotta you use rock on. I gotta get an alternator next. I just did cheap pass. I'm going. Scott, where you at? What what side of the world you on? Oh yeah, they do. Also form, also content. They do. They keep them sandwiches. Oh, Wingstop. Look, you better pack your patience, your lunch, and some juice if you go on Wingstop. Cause I'm telling you, 9 out of 10 times you're gonna be sitting there waiting. You might get that one, and don't go in there on a Sunday when especially when the football game is played. Do not, I repeat, if you don't want to sit in the wing stop, do not go in there on Sunday when any kind of football is being played. Five Guys is good. I hate that you can't call ahead and get your or call ahead and have them dump them fries though. What up though, Bobby? Yeah, you gotta have access to another vehicle if you want to do this full time or do a lot of preventive maintenance. Yep, that's the problem. It all happened at once. But that's the good thing too. That's a gift and a curse, Scott. You can have everything hit you at one time and you fix it all at once and you good for another year probably. I try my best not to do nothing when it's cheap, especially I mean the customer can do what they want, but with me when it comes to the vehicle, I know how much I would grind it out. I know how hard I'm on it. Um and I need reliable parts. So I'm gonna go ahead and spend that extra money to get the reliable parts. That's why when I do my oil changes, I put synthetic oil in here. I make sure I put premium gas in it. And every pretty well when I'm whatever I'm driving, I'm burning premium. When I'm doing delivery, pretty much premium anyway, because premium it's a little bit more money, but it burns less, and you get more gas mileage out of it. All that mid grade and low mileage fuel actually damages your engine and combustion chambers, but to each his own. Yep, thank you, Craig. Shout out to the 16 in the box, Chrysler 300 2010 a boxer. Oh, they don't have no location in Vegas. I was gonna give you a tip on a supplier that I used when I was back in Michigan, but they don't have no location in Vegas. What's up, Hawk Smash? Hector, I'm on my way right now to pick up some model solids. They like they like a donut, but they're not a donut because it's a it's got like a hard, not hard, but a donut shell, but on the inside is chewy like a punchki, and it's filled with all kind of jellies and stuff on the inside of it. Wingstop boil they boil their wings, then they fry them. That's why they come out like that. Yep. That's the only additive I well, I don't put any additive now. Once since I started burning premium. But when I was using the lower grade, I was using the Lucas. Oh, that ain't me. That's the custom. But me, I don't need to be having time to worry about they mishaps. I just need to get it fixed and gone. Good morning. I would do that for Lauren. Thank you. Have a good one. See you again. The Mata Salas was ready. That's why I like this place. There's another place called Leonard's. They were on Donner's Drive-In and Dive, and that place, telling you, you gotta stand in line for probably about an hour just to get some donuts. Well, I call them donuts, but if the locals heard me say that, it would be a problem. And they will cut you. Cray. Well, they upgraded. They didn't remodel, but you know that corner is it's like going to a college game. That corner be so packed, people be sitting there for hours now, waiting on their motorcycle. Now they're on DoorDash. I don't know if they're on Uber Eats or nothing like that, but I know for sure at least 4 or 5 times out the day now I get orders from them. And I don't know if they're gonna be in a large order, but I be last what's today? Wednesday, last Thursday, I picked up 20 boxes from them to deliver to the. It was a football team, but no, it was a basketball team. It was a basketball team, but yeah, 20 boxes of Martasalas, and I took them to the Hilton Hawaiian Village. That's the beauty when the order is ready. Damn, I ain't even locked the door. Today is the day. I think I might change that picture in the background. Uh, Look like my nose is big. I'm glad my lips wasn't chapped. I think my elbows was ashy though. I don't know. I was on the plane with a hoodie on. No, the store is too packed. I will wait until the 50 state fair or Punahou Carnival where they have the booth. No, they got the thing about it too now. Craig, they got the store and they got the food trucks. So if you going down into North Shore, down there by Cocoa Head, they got a food. They got a Leonard's truck out there. If you go over to the I want to call it the PX, but it's the NEX for the Navy. They got a food truck over there. Um, they got one out at the Ala Moana Mall. So they got the food. They have a lot of places you can pick them up now. But that store, man, and it be so like they be all standing out there. And I'll get out and I walk up to the window and I just get the Marsalas and they be looking like who the fuck they be looking like they mad. They mad. Why is he just they'll be want to say, don't cut. No, I ain't cutting the line. I'm just getting what I'm supposed to get. Sometimes it be hilarious though. What up, though? What up, though, Nate? You good? Village Rainbow Tower. Yep. Thank you for putting all the information in there. Because when I go to the village, I don't want to wait. I don't know. When I go to the places and I walk in and I get the food and I walk right out, when it's a line standing there, I don't know about y'all, but I'll be like, that feel kind of good. That feel kind of great. And then you be seeing their facial expressions, and you read their lips sometimes. You be like, man, they mad. They are mad. Man, it took you 30 hours to do the shopping pay.
What? Who
What?
you talking?
You,
Motherfucker, you
I
there?
forgot. I forgot. I'm like, what was I getting in the car? I'm like, damn, my door ain't open. Oh, I forgot it was you. I thought somebody was trying to get in the truck. You got feedback
Yeah.
too.
All right, hold on.
You know what? I hope. Wait a minute. Did I get my text mixed up? This gotta go. That ain't supposed to be in there. Oh shit.
Check, check, check,
Man,
check,
you
check,
ain't
check,
take
check, 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 check.
you ain't take care of that
You
yet,
got feedback. It ain't me, bro.
bro. Is it me?
It's you, dog.
Oh, I might have to. I might have to go buy some new headphones, man. These have worn their welcome out. You ain't take care of that yet.
Who you talking? I'm done. I'm done with it.
Talk about your powers.
Oh shit, no. I need to do my email. I ain't been on my email, bro. I fucking went home last night and I did that three or whatever, and I went home and I didn't even eat dinner, bro. I went to bed. I like got a shower and went to bed.
I'm gonna tell you that I know what you did. Most
Yeah,
days I'd be like, man, I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna choose. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I hit the shower and I know don't sit down. Please don't sit down. But too late. I wake up like, damn it. Oh shit. I gotta call my honey.
yeah.
That's what I meant. She totally forgot. She's like, hey, she called me.
Everybody's saying there's an echo. Refresh your
I know.
browser.
I'm a refresh. Scrabble!
What's up, Scrubbles?
Hi.
I love her calm voice. She's like, hi.
I'm tired. And I'm thinking of driving to another market, but I'm trying to decide which one.
What?
Well, everything is gray, but two of them.
Do any of them
But
have that dynamic shit?
um no, but
I, I want to
the
hear
fun
somebody.
the funny yeah, the funny thing about it is that one town only has like 4,000 people and the other one has like 15, and we're supposed to have like 80. But a lot of people from like around from half an hour away drive here to work. So I'm trying to decide which direction, 45 minutes in either way, I want to go. Hmm. Decisions, decisions.
You just trying to do a new market just to do something different, or
Well, no, because this one's gray during the day, all day long. Pretty much almost every day right now. Although I did make almost, actually, it was a little over $60 in 2 hours last night. on earn by time.
You did how much?
Almost 60 in 2 hours.
On earn by
Well, it was
time?
2 hours. Yeah, it was 2 hours and 10 minutes. But it was,
Was there a peak?
no, no peak pay.
See, I know you
We
said
don't
you've
have
only
peak
ever
pay
seen.
here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have peak pay here. No, I went out from like 1:30 in the morning to 3 or no, 12:30 to 2:30 in the morning.
And it was pretty busy, huh?
Well, I was talking to them and I just happened to pop my app open and the damn thing was like violet red and I was like, "Well, shit, I never see that." Okay, let's go out.
Right. Hector Squared said, "You're not the only one. Mine stays gray most of the day."
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing because there are some markets that are just really popping right now. But mine is doing pretty much what it usually does.
Yeah, it's not really like an acceptance rate would even matter to you in your market.
No, because when
Like
I
as
had
far as like,
87, no,
because it's gray, it's not gonna.
no, when I had 87, I was seeing the same garbage I'm seeing right now at 50. What am I back up to? 58.
Mm.
Yeah, no change.
How big's your town? How big population?
Yeah, it's an economically depressed market on a good day. Wages are low. Cost of living is higher than it, especially much higher than it should be for what people make around here. So it's
What
just
is the EBT time?
sorry, say what?
What is the EBT time there?
We're $11 an hour.
Oh, so you're not much higher than me. Okay.
Nope, nope, they dropped us. So
No,
and
I yeah. I
they
can't.
dropped it to 11 and it has not moved since.
Yeah, mine used to be 11.25, and then they dropped it $1, so it's down to
Yep.
10.25. And I'm surprised it's that. I expected it to go down into like 9.75. Because like if you talk to so I was in Dollar General the other day doing a shop, and I was like in an aisle over, and there was like a couple employees stocking shelves on like another aisle, and I could hear them complaining. The one girl's like, "Yeah," she's like, "I can't make it anymore." She's like, "I'm gonna have to either get another job or get a second job or get another job." And she's like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
She's like, "What do you mean? What am I talking about?" She's like, I'm working 4 days a week, and I'm only making $9 an hour." And I was like, "How are you living off that? Like
Yeah.
that is crazy."
Well, in places like
I mean, I
that,
get it. It's Dollar General.
that's why so many people do this. Because around here, most people who are in any service job or any retail job are making, if they're paid like that, the hourly rate instead, not waitress rate, because our waitresses still make 235 or 275. Um, but everybody else who's in service or retail, if you're not working for Walmart, Target, Home Depot, or Lowe's, you're making under $10 an hour.
Mm.
So, nope, the wages of an area, especially your minimum wage, is going to have a huge amount to do with how your market is for stuff like this. Because when people don't have disposable income, they're looking for second jobs that can work around the other one or two jobs they have. They're not spending money on DoorDash unless they're not tipping. So,
Ron Kevin's backstage. He said, "Let me I need to go into my email after I get done working tonight and try and accept all that shit he sent me."
Hmm.
Crap. Okay, here it is. There's that damn fire hydrant I smoked with my fucking pasture.
Oh, that one that
Dude,
you're talking
yeah.
about, that one that tore the
Hit
shit
my
out of your
door?
door? Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it in the daytime. Nighttime, you can't see that shit.
Yeah.
What's up, Kevin?
I got on a new app today,
Oh, you did.
and it's
Is it
actually
called Bet
looks like it's
Is it called Bet? Is it called Bet 360?
no, it's Bet 365. So no, but I've already on that one. No, it's called Matt doesn't like us on panel anymore. That's
What are you
what
talking
it's
about?
called.
I opened a panel, and then I said
Oh.
I'll have my panel shows from 12 to 4. Get with the
Oh,
time,
okay.
sucker. Don't come in here talking shit, motherfucker.
Sorry, I disconnected because I was so offended. I was like, I'm not fucking watching Matt today. I'm gonna pop in and say
He
hi.
wasn't. He wasn't offended. He was heartbroken, but his little
That's it. Same thing.
manly feelings can't. Yeah, there, fixed it for you.
Yeah.
There, we're good.
So check
Yeah.
this out. Scrabble.
Every day, 12 to 4, Kevin.
So this you'd appreciate this just because of all the stuff that you do. Because, anyways, but Delivered sent me a text message and said, "Hey, we have a program called basically it's like a community delivery basically, but it's I think it's kind of like a food program where they deliver like HelloFresh type style." So tomorrow,
the route program.
yeah, the route program.
It's kind of, yeah, okay.
So I'm doing my first one tomorrow. It's 13 deliveries. Starts at 11. I'm guessing it'll take me about an hour and a half. I'm gonna get paid $115. So you have that.
We don't have enough volume for it here, but I got sent a message when they started it that as soon as they have something within a 50-mile radius in my area, I'll be the first one notified.
Oh man, I just saw your thing that you posted at 12:46. I didn't even see that.
Should I go to the zone that looks like a boomerang or the one that looks like a ninja star?
Ninja Star. 100%. You don't go to the
Ninja
Star one, then you're not cool enough.
You know what? I agree with that. All right, Ninja Star it is. That's where we're going.
Yo, my gas jumped to $2.99. Same gas that was $1.99 not even 3 weeks ago. Thanks, Joe Brandon. Holy crap, it's too cold to open my door to pump gas.
Well, it's not that surprising. Most of us, no, there weren't a whole lot of us who had $1.99 gas. Oh shit, my bad. I'm sorry, seatbelt. Okay, I'm good.
Regular gas is $3.19, but the blue hose at Sheetz is $2.99.
Yeah, well, ours around here is averaging around $2.89 right now. Sam's is still at $2.69. But you also got to keep in mind in Georgia, some states, every state's different. Because some states don't allow the gas stations to have under 88. And here in Georgia, we can have it as low as 87. And then it jumps up to 89 is our mid grade here. And then 93.
Interesting.
Yeah. So basically, we put cheap gas because we don't have vehicle inspections, and our cars are all, beaters. So.
Oh, noodles and greens. What you got for me? Besides freezing.
What's the easiest way to get?
Oh, $13.25 for 5.8.
Nice.
Wait, sorry. 1325 plus.
Lane to take the US 82 ramp, then continue on to Georgia 520 East.
And it is how many items?
Huh?
3 items.
Let's see. Oh, here, I'll probably mute when I get on the highway because the wind noise in this car is bad on a good day, and it's probably going to be so much worse once I get on the I-75.
My car looks like shit because of all this. It's like white, and my car's burgundy normally. You guys hear me? Matty Ice? Ron, too much expenses? Hawaii? You guys hear me?
Hello?
Sound.
I was waiting for that sound. I didn't see that live, so I can't imitate it properly, but yeah.
Matt and Ron are too cool. Oh, it's so cold, and it's gonna snow tomorrow, I guess.
I don't know what happened today because we were at like 20 degrees this morning, and they were saying it's only going to get up 30 something, and now it's like 50.
No, the news be lying.
Sound like calming here.
Let's see here.
Oh, a boat. Fantastic. Hello, dude. You must be heading home. Anyway, so how's your day been so far?
It's been alright. I took a break the last.
Yeah, I was about to say we've been up here sitting here listening to Matt showing off for the past 2 days.
Okay.
He's being an overachiever, breaking $300.
Half a mile, take exit 5 for Georgia 91, Georgia 133 toward downtown.
Oh, wait, no, I can't because I need to know where those damn speed traps are. No, they're there.
Take exit 5, then keep left to the fork. Keep left at the fork, then turn left onto Georgia 133 North.
I'll turn you down. There we go.
Left on Georgia 133 North, Georgia 91 North. Without use the second right lane, turn right on Georgia 91 North.
And so much for my Ninja Star idea. It went gray, this one went dizzy, and I'm like, okay. So I'm gonna go suffer a little Caesar's order. Pizza, pizza.
Crazy order. Too much time to invest it into it, leave it alone. Those the guys right there. So,
Sorry, I'm waiting way too long at Wendy's, so be right back.
Mic check, mic check. Yo, 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 yo. Hello, 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 hello. Anybody hear me? Give me a thumbs up in the chat if you can hear me. I see Matt. Scrabble is um, muted. Man, yep. Sit there with all that time waiting for an order. It's too invested to leave. Mic check. Sound.
Yeah, hold up. Yeah, yeah. I'm picking up my girl. Hold on, I'll be up in a minute.
All right, all right. Let me out of here, bust. These people want their food. What up, though, Hector? Is your day going better than it did yesterday? Mine was running smooth till I hit that brick wall right there. Hump Day Wednesday. I don't know if you in the box. Baby. Let me get them they full. I know it probably not call me once again. Customer don't call me twice. I already know where I'm going, so I don't need the GPS. I sure did. Okay. Just did 2 Uber Eats orders. Sitting at 18 and change in 30 minutes.
Yo, what up?
What's good? What up, though? What's good, bro?
Hey,
Hey,
I basically been
I
reporting to
basically
y'all
been
every
reporting
day.
to y'all every day.
Somebody got feedback.
Somebody got feedback. It's probably me, most likely. But go ahead, I'm gonna mute myself.
Day 5 is still kicking. Still kicking. I've been driving for like a little over 2 hours. I'm about $140 in. My first order today adjusted from a $14 delivery to a $34 delivery. So this shit is still kicking.
So when y'all supposed to get your first mileage
So
time
like adjustment.
addition?
So I
Like
think
adjustment.
I
Yeah.
got one.
I think I got one.
I think I got one on DoorDash at the beginning of the week because I randomly looked at my account and I had random money to see how I got there, and it wasn't of like when it got deposited on my Dash Direct. So that might have been so Monday. But I do know that. Well, I'm not gonna say no. The way it feels with Uber, I don't know if the are in there or what's going on because these orders are paying way higher. And then I'm still getting tips on top of these payouts because I'm randomly getting tips. On top of these $20.
You breaking up. I didn't hear nothing you said the last part. You breaking up like a robot.
Adjustments on a Monday, like a 14-day scale or a 7-day scale. We're all yet to see how it's going. Like the Instacart drivers, we're waiting to see because it hasn't been 2 weeks yet for us to kind of get a feel for it. But these orders is brothers. These orders like Tuesday was slow because Tuesday was it's Tuesday, but I still hit over 100. But you know what I mean? Like right now, I'm dropping orders off. I pick the order up. I'm not even driving to the drop. I get another order. You know what I'm saying? You know how many $20 3-item shopping pays I done did today for 4 miles, 3 miles? I got screenshots of them shits. So I'm like, yeah, all the orders make sense. I have not seen a backwards order since this legislation has went into effect. Not one of them. Not one. Everything is at least $3 a mile, $4 a mile, $16, $17, 5 miles, $20, 3 miles, three items. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So it's cool so far. Day 5 is cool. You know, so yeah, I just wanted to say that. I ain't got too much else to say.
And that's with all the platforms, huh?
Yeah. Mainly Uber,
Mainly Uber.
DoorDash number 2, Instacart
Number
number
2,
3.
Instacart number 3.
Like Uber
You
today, I've
said
made.
Uber today, I've made.
Let me see.
Let me see.
I made like
I
140
made
plus
like
on Uber
140
alone in
plus on
2
Uber
hours.
alone in 2 hours.
oh, you been doing ride share?
No delivery. I
No
gotta say
delivery.
Uber Eats.
I gotta say
Sorry.
Uber Eats. Sorry.
And that's with tips?
Yeah, with tip.
Yeah, with
Some
tip.
of them not
Some
tip
of them
because
not tip
I'm
because
getting
I'm
tips
getting
on top of
tips
the
on
large
top of the
payout that
large
it's showing
payout
me
that
on the
it's showing
street.
me on the screen.
So, yeah.
So, yeah.
Mm, 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 mm.
So I don't know if
So
a
I
lot of
don't know
these
if a
orders
lot of
ain't
these
got
orders
no
ain't
tip
got no
or
tip
some of them.
or
So I
some of
don't
them.
know. I
So
can't
I don't
tell
know. I
because
can't tell because
I'm getting some
I'm
after
getting
order
some
tips
after
and then
order
a lot
tips
of these
and then
I
a
think
lot of
got
these I
tips
think got
included
tips included.
because the payouts are
The
way too
payouts are
high for
way
these
too
to be
high for
all
these to
paid.
be all paid.
Like I'm getting
I'm getting
$16,
$16,
$17, and
$17,
then getting a
So
tip an hour
getting a tip
later
an
type
hour
shit.
later
So I don't
type
know.
shit. I don't know.
so you have you looked at it like because at the end of the night when I go home I do my breakdown. So I go into my earnings tab and I pull up the tab and then break down what you get far
Yeah.
as the
Yeah.
base pay, far as the base pay, base pay, customer tip, and then the actual, pay of the offer. Do they do that on
Uber, yeah,
do they
I
do
can
that?
see what
I
I can
can
see
see
what the
what
base was.
the base
I can see
was.
what the
I
tip
can see
is.
what the tip is.
We get a printout
Get a
every day of
every
everything.
day
So yeah, I
of
can see that.
everything. So yeah, I can see that.
But it just
Mm.
But it
I
just
didn't know.
I didn't know. I didn't.
So we're all trying to figure
So
out,
we're all
are these
trying to figure
payouts
out,
so
are these
high because
payouts so high
some
because
of them got tip
some of them
included,
got tip
or is the
included,
payout so
or
high
is the
because the
payout so
base
high
pay is
because
so
the
high
base pay is so
and
high,
so people aren't
and so
tipping because
people
the base
aren't
pay is
tipping
so
because the
high.
base pay
So
is
I
so
guess the
high.
tip is
So I
baked
guess
into
the
the
tip
base
is
pay. I'm
baked
trying
into
to
the
figure that
base
out
pay. I'm
now
trying to figure that out now.
because these payouts are
Because these
astronomical,
payouts
bro.
are
I did a
astronomical, bro.
$14
I did a
DoorDash and
$14
it doubled
DoorDash and it
after the
doubled
adjustment.
after the adjustment.
I mean, it be like that sometimes. I'll be right back. I gotta drop this order off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you get a little
You
screenshot
get a
thing
little
and it
screenshot
says
thing and it
like
says
my first
like
DoorDash order
my
today
first
had a
DoorDash order today
$20
had a
adjustment.
$20 adjustment.
I was like, God
It was
damn.
like, God damn.
Shout out to everybody watching in the
Are
bottom.
you watching in
I'm
the
gonna tap
bottom?
back in with y'all
I'm
later
gonna
because
tap
my
back in
phone's
with
on
y'all later because
Dyson.
my phone's
What's up,
on
Scrabble?
Dyson.
What's up,
What's up,
Matt?
Scrabble? What's up, Matt?
Y'all stay safe, man.
Stay safe, man.
Oh shit! I just missed. Ah. Okay, time to see. Time to see. Nope, I'm not. Nope, I'm not.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Sorry about that, Scrabble. Where NGB? Oh, he guess he left. I had some questions for him.
Oh, I was about to say I was just making. God damn
God
it!
damn it.
Hold on. I don't
Hold
know
on.
why I
I
have
don't know
such
why I
bad
have such
feedback.
bad feedback.
Okay, let's see if
Okay,
that's
let's see if
better.
that's better.
No, it's probably me. I gotta
Nope.
go get some.
Nope.
Huh? No, it's probably me, Scrabble. Let me.
Um,
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
Yeah, you sound fine to me.
Oh yeah. No, I was I knew I had feedback. I gotta go get some more headphones. Get some more headphones. The ones I got have worn this welcome out, so they gotta go.
Okay, I
Uh,
just wanted to make sure I wasn't blowing everybody's ears out.
no, I was hoping NGB stayed on. I had some more questions about it. He came on to talk, talk about the Seattle stuff.
Yeah, yeah, I was about to say I heard a little bit of it between getting that Wendy's order and dropping it off, but I didn't catch all of it. I just felt bad that I couldn't get a hold of him because I couldn't tell if my mic and my sound was messing up, and I didn't, like I said, I didn't want to blow everybody's ears out.
Right. Um, Mike ain't Mike ain't here today, huh? Mike, Mike, who's Mike? Um, yeah, if it can be sustained, it sounds like a great thing going on down there. And then also, how many others will try to copy that model, and where does it leave the companies? So I
I
think
mean,
you said he had.
it's going
Go
to be
ahead.
a wait and see. That's why I kind of want to hear like at a 30-day mark, at a, 1 month, 3 months, things like that. And Seattle is also a little bit of a unique market just because the concentration of wealth in Seattle, if you know where to go, um, it's an above average earning market. So the cost of living is high, yes, but if you live inside Seattle, um, there's a good chance you got at least a 50-60% chance that people have money. So
Well, he was saying he was saying that in Seattle you gotta make excuse me, you gotta be making at least 80K to survive.
yeah, yeah, I was
And
about
I
to
know,
say because my kid's moving up there and she's going to be making more than six figures and she's still not going to be living large.
yeah, but I get that and I understand that part. They say the same thing about being here, right? How expensive it is. So, do you believe it's the individual and not the state or the city when it comes to living expenses?
I think in Metro Seattle, especially now, mind you, I don't live there, and my kid doesn't live there yet, so she'd be able to tell me a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but pretty much for Metro Seattle, it's expensive. It's really expensive. But that's what happens in any city that gets several industries, or especially an entire sector of industries come in that have a really high income, just in general. Um, Immediately, housing prices go up, and when housing prices go up, rent prices go up every time. Um, so because every person who handles rental properties wants to capitalize on people who make a lot of money, so the rent tends to meet like the higher earners, like the most desirable places will the rents will go up to meet what the highest earning people are, and that's where a lot of when industry comes in and a city has enough of a group of people who are making enough money, especially if they're in jobs where they may be transferring because people don't stay with the same company for 20 or 30 years anymore. So renting is a big option for a lot of people nowadays. And with interest rates the way they are, a lot of people aren't going to be first time home buyers right now anyway. It's just kind of the way that works. Um, and like I said, I know I see him back on the panel, so he can confirm or deny. Because, like I said, I don't live there, and my kid doesn't live there yet. So I only know like what I could pull up for economic data and things like that.
So for
But
the city,
typically, any
it's like,
place that has a big sector, any place that has a big sector with a high earner group, rents are going to start matching that highest earner group, and then kind of work their way down
100%.
from there the further you get out.
That's 100% true. Because the thing about Seattle, think about Seattle as Silicon Valley Part 2. That's what you think of
Yeah,
Seattle.
that's
Because Seattle
yeah,
has
that's
Blue
what I've
Origin,
heard.
Seattle has SpaceX, Seattle has Microsoft, Seattle has Nintendo, Seattle has, you know what I'm saying? And so all these tech jobs from these people that come across, like there's a lot of Indian population and a lot of Asian population, and these 20-year-old Asian and Indian kids making $100,000 a year before they can buy alcohol, riding around in Lamborghinis and shit. So it's a lot of money here. That's why I was telling Ron a couple of days ago when people were trying to get on my city about if they can afford this fee. I'm like, see, what you guys don't understand, not you guys, but people that judge the city based on the politicians, they don't understand how deep the pockets of this city is. It's deep. So it's like inside, everybody knows you go to Seattle, you get your bag in Seattle, then you go live in the outskirts, in the suburbs. You know what I'm saying? But like as far as it being like New York, where it's just astronomical, like it's retarded, like they're taxing you just to go in the city. It's not like that at all. It's not this tax utopia where they're just taxing you for nothing. It's not that. But we do pay $4.50 on average in gas here. You know what I'm saying? They do got a sugar tax here, so if you're buying sugary drinks in Seattle, they're gonna tax you for it. You know what I'm saying? It's but I appreciate the opportunity that the city gives because there's a lot of places that shit might be cheaper, but the economic opportunity does not match the price. In Seattle, things cost a little more, but there has been an infinite amount of economic possibility. Like we've never been through a Seattle slowdown where the economy of our state has been in a decline. We haven't seen a recession in my state in well over like 50 years. It does not happen. The housing prices have never dipped. The income has never dipped. The prices have never dipped. It's an ever-ending rising. It's just everything goes up and up and up along with the pay. So it's just like this circular motion of rising prices and rising wages and rising prices and rising wages. You know? But yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
Well, I mean, okay, so to be fair, being that I am an old school, I said it, I think, last night, I love capitalism. I absolutely love it when it works the way it's supposed to. And if that's the way Seattle operates, that's the way capitalism is supposed to work. So, and in almost any place where capitalism, genuine capitalism, market-based capitalism works in that function, and both sides hold their end of the bargain, that's the way it should theoretically work without some pandemic bullshit happening.
For sure, for sure. That's the one thing I like about because I know I'm the only Seattle person you guys know as far as that's like doing the delivery thing. And so I talk about this city a lot. But I tell people all the time, take 10 seconds and don't think about what you see on TV about how they talk shit about the city. The city of Seattle, and honestly, it's the whole state of Washington. The laws that they passed for Seattle, what's been happening is people have been peeping. It covers the whole state. Now, that's not what the legislation says, but as far as the policies in the it's well more than one. And for you here have the will to want to do something with yourself. Like I said, I know a guy did 15 years in prison, delivers DoorDash from Texas, a place that shits on the West Coast, you know, as far as the state of Texas. Comes up here, he loves it. He loves the economic opportunity. He's in love with it. So if you want to make something of yourself, but you want to be in a city environment that's not like California or New York, where it's just ridiculous policy. Like I'm a liberal person, but I understand when shit is just ridiculous. You know, taxing people $30 just to go inside Manhattan is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah, the city gives you a chance, and that's all I be trying to tell people. They give you a shot, man, and there's not too many places left in this country where you get a genuine shot. Like that's all I'm trying to tell people. Like you have a chance. You know, so yeah, I appreciate you and all the research that you've done because there's nobody speaking about this market, and it's one of the bigger food delivery markets and rideshare markets. It goes under the radar.
Well, I was about to say, I mean, Sergio has there's a particularly informed Seattle driver that does rideshare since the rideshare legislation went through. And the rideshare, their volume hasn't gone down. They're not making less money, at least according to him and some other people. Now, mind you, Uber's really, really stingy with their fucking data. So looking at hard numbers is hard to find because they do not like giving out shit. And especially if they have legislation like that they swore would just kill the system, and it's not, they are not going to give that up easily. They're just not. But again, as a preface, Seattle is a unique market in that in that type of space because not a lot of places balance wages and cost and wages and what gets paid for. And, there's not a lot of balance in a lot of places. And to be fair, it's one of the great things about the way our country is and having 50 separate states is because if you like that type of system and you're okay with that, then, kind of that collective responsibility type thing on a government level, then there are places where you can do that. There are states and cities that are geared towards that. If you want people to if you want each person to do their thing and leave you the fuck alone otherwise, there's a city for you somewhere that will do that. And that's one of the, beauties of having 50 separate states that in many ways govern themselves much more than the federal government does.
Well,
It's,
eight,
it's been. I just want to say, 'cause I'm about to go to a tunnel, about to leave
hold
the
on, right
panel. I
quick.
just
Hold
want
on.
to say for all the drivers in my city. Oh, go ahead. I'm going through a tunnel anyway. Go ahead.
Uh, Agent said 100K still will go further than that on East or West Coast or even in Chicago. Scott said you should sound like you run for mayor. And Puerto Rican said 100K will get you far in North Carolina.
100K in my city, you're almost considered low income because honestly, you're considered low income in Seattle if you don't make $80,000 a year. That's ridiculous.
That's. I mean, I hear you, but even with, well, I don't know, cause it's different here. Even when you make 100K, they still say you make a lot of money, and they're supposed to be supposedly one of the highest markets or highest places to ever live and expensive to live when it stretches out. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. If you're trying to buy a house, they don't really want to talk to you unless you got $1 million liquid cash, not no. I got it in the bank. I got it and I'm gonna get it or whatever. They want you to have a. In some places, they want you to have $1 million just to even buy a home. So to say that 80K, you got to make 80K to be rich is that's a I don't know that's a raw statement. You know, say
No,
that.
not rich. I'm saying in the city of Seattle, you're considered by the metrics. You're considered low income if you do not make at least $80,000 in your household. So where I live right now, I pay $1,800 for a one-bedroom apartment in an 8-floor high rise.
Mm.
18. I pay more for a rent than some people's mortgage.
Well, you always gonna pay
That's
more
my
for
fault
rent
though.
than
That's my
mortgage.
fault. That's not like saying like,
Well,
oh, I understand that,
but,
but I'm just saying like
but
that's like my first apartment was $850. That same apartment now is renting for 15. But the
well
cool
that
thing
that
about it, yeah, go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
but that's life. I mean, if you look at it, they tell you can't afford a $750 mortgage, but you can afford $1,200 rent. That's just the way the system's set up. They say
Yeah.
you can't. They say they won't let you buy. They won't let you get a house and pay a $1,200 mortgage, but they'll let you get an apartment and pay $6,000 for rent. That's just the way
Yep.
the system's set up. It's not set up for anytime you get a mortgage. Anytime you get a mortgage and you get it right, you're always the mortgage is always in most cases it's going to be less than rent any day.
Yep,
You'll
yep,
have
yep.
like here they have what they call quote unquote penthouses and condos in these high rises, and that people are paying $6,000. And then I go and I look at my brother with a five bedroom house that's worth $2.5 million, and he paying $2,700 a month. Make that make sense? Why am I paying $6,000 for a 2 bedroom apartment? Because that's all it is. They can call it a condo all they want,
Yeah. That's what
but
my
you want
dad
me to.
told my sister's mom. He told her, he said, "You've been paying rent my daughter's whole life. You've been paying more in rent. You pay more in rent than I pay for my mortgage after a pandemic and an '08 slowdown with refis." So she finally went and got a crib. Same thing for me. I honestly pay mortgages twice because since I pay for this rental, they pay all the maintenance. So I pay more up front. I pay about $1,400, including insurance for this rental. I pay $900 of an $1,800 rent because me and my girl split it. So I basically paid somebody's mortgage twice, in theory. I should be living
Would
in
you
a
like
fat crib with this job if I, yeah.
would you
I
like
mean,
me to
but
make it would you like me to make it make sense?
Oh yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
I can tell you why it makes sense. Um, because real estate investing became a thing about 30 years ago and increased exponentially in the past 20 years, give or take, especially as bad mortgage lenders came onto the scene and it became very profitable to buy foreclosures. Um, and yeah, so this is another part of capitalism where one side isn't holding up their end of the bargain because you're not supposed to sit there and flood the market with rentals knowing that job security is at an all-time low,
Mm-hmm.
and then sit there and raise rents to match the absolute highest earners in the most desirable places. And places that could be desirable but aren't are now the new trend is for private investors instead of cities going in and updating infrastructure and watching code enforcement and helping to prop up a community. They're expecting private investors to go in there. And they go, and we saw this in Baltimore. We saw a lot of this in Baltimore. There's a program called Vacants to Value in Baltimore. And they put a bunch of properties in along the waterfront because Baltimore's right on the Chesapeake Bay on both sides, actually. And they basically created vacants to value, didn't update infrastructure, a bunch of between sinkholes, water main breaks, and fires because of bad gas lines. They were able to basically kick out a ton of old residents that had been there for a really long time and were able to sell them on the cheap to investors who could sit there and renovate those properties with people who had owned them for 20 or 30 years, who were either completely had paid off their mortgages or the mortgages were really low. They were paying 450, 550, 650, and at the same time increasing the property taxes on that area to quote unquote pay for development that they weren't even paying for as a city. And private investors came in, they updated that entire waterfront, took all the row houses, turned them into 4-unit, 5-unit, 6-unit apartments. In a couple places, they tore down the buildings entirely and built these really big, fancy, high rise condo buildings, fancy mixed use um, apartment buildings, and houses that had been, people had been, their whole row house, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, 6-bedroom row houses that they had been paying $500-600 a month for each unit on the waterfront. If you're in Patterson Park, if you're in Locust Point, or if, well, the other side of the bay is a little bit different because there's a dump there and nobody wants to live next to the landfill. But on the one side that they did with Federal Hill that whole Patterson Park, that whole area, Locust Point, you can't get a 1 bedroom apartment down there for less than $3,000 now.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. One
So,
thing I will say is I'm about to do this drop. I'm appreciative of the fact. See, so for me, I don't know if you heard of this. I have an MFTE unit apartment, which is basically
hmm
multifamily tax exemption. So
yep, yep,
my rent is based on how much my household makes, and I appreciate it because I got me and my girlfriend got that apartment coming out of a shelter, and it was a
yeah,
blessing. And I appreciate the efforts of this city to try to do real change for the low income community. And yeah, so I'm gonna watch y'all in chat. I'm about to do this drop. I'm still listening to you and everything you're saying. I'm not gonna be able to talk. So I'm about to do a drop.
yeah. We had a group, that a nonprofit group that was associated with a veterans homeless shelter, that tried to do a similar project near that area. It wasn't even in that area; it was near that area. Um, and they shut them down so fast it wasn't even funny. And it wasn't going to be like Section 8 housing or anything like that. It was actually going to be transitional rent controlled housing. And they tried, and the city council squashed that shit so fast it was disgusting, quite frankly. And it would have been one of the best things in the city that they could have done, because they complained about our homeless population. They complained about nobody ever having room in the shelters, but we had blighted buildings, vacant buildings, and just space upon space, factories that have been shut down that could easily be renovated. And when someone tried to do it, they said no.
But they do that in rural areas, just like Scott said. Black Rock
Yeah,
is buying up all the houses. So even I mean this might be uh a different aspect of it, but even back in Michigan when the Illages, which is Illich Holdings, they
yeah,
made sure the property value was driven down so low, so they would basically
yeah,
got these houses at basically 10 cents on the dollar. They drove
yeah,
it down. Then, of course, you pop up a stadium right in the middle of the neighborhood. And for people that really ain't gonna be able to afford to live there, you're just gonna force them out. So it was one guy who had a house over there, and he would not budge. He would not move. But all of a sudden, his house mysteriously just burned down after 3 years. Nobody know how it was burned down. Nobody know nothing. All the news pop on and say the house is gone. It's disintegrated. So the government designs things for us. They make sure you stay in debt. They make sure you still basically need to rely on them. So they give
yeah,
programs. They do this, they do that, and people get comfortable. I know people who've been on Section 8 since their kids was born, and their kids 40 years old now, and they won't get off
yeah,
Section 8. And then
yeah,
that whole cycle just transfers over and over and over and over and over again. So even like I was saying, like even being here, people always it's so expensive, it's so expensive, it's so expensive. No, it's based on the person's spending habits and comfortability. I live in the heart of Waikiki, and everybody thinks I pay a lot of money to live here. I don't. My living expenses here is not that much. It's not that much. And um, from what I pay, could I be paying a mortgage? Yes. But I pay what I pay for my apartment. It's just me. That's it. But I'm not paying
yeah,
those $6,000 just because, and then a lot of people make money. They make a lot of money, but they making money just to pay their bills. Just because
yeah,
I can make 12 to 14,000 a month, don't mean I'm going to go spend 6 to 8,000 a month just to say I live in a high rise overfacing the ocean. I don't have
yeah,
to. I don't have to. And then to the fact of it comes to the point to where I set myself up. If I want to go overlook the ocean, I go rent a penthouse for 2 or 3 days, and then I go back to my apartment. That's just the way it is with me. That I
yeah,
mean, other people don't think about that, and they think about renting. I know everybody say renting is this because you don't have to worry about the hassle of this, you don't have to worry about the hassle of that, you don't have to worry about the hassle of this. But renting is a waste of money, a waste of time, and you'll never get any equity, never get anything back. You pretty much can't. You have to do certain things to file your apartment and your rent on your taxes. Because if you're not the
yeah,
owner, you got to do certain sections. You got to section off a part of the house to make a home office or do this or do that. to even file it on their taxes. But renting is not. I mean, in my opinion, is not the best way. I know some people that's all they can do because, and then some people that's all they know is because no one ever told them it's better to just go out and get a mortgage because your mortgage is going to be way cheaper than the rent.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's just the bottom line. And it's like it's just some people just don't do research, and then they type in Google say this. They listen to their homeboy, homegirl that know that been the expert at doing something X, Y, and Z, and they don't have that many years into it, and then they get
Yeah.
afraid. They get afraid, or like, oh, I don't want to get a mortgage because I got to shovel snow. What? I mean, you paying for that anyway. You don't realize that in an apartment you're paying for that snow to be shoveled. It's factored
Yeah.
into your rent payment.
Yeah.
You're paying for them to keep the lawn up. You're paying. You could do the same thing at your home, but at a cheaper rate.
Yeah.
And that's all I gotta say about that.
Well, there's so many different facets to what has brought what's brought us to where we are because honestly, a financially literate public and a discerning citizenship would have kept the corporate side of where the corporate and the investor class are not doing their part. It would have kept that from happening. And the problem is that, we sat there and we let ourselves believe that you have to have certain things, that you have to have a certain degree, you have to spend a certain amount of money on your education, you have to spend. Well, first off, there was a whole generation of kids that were told that they shouldn't learn a trade or a skill, which was the stupidest fucking thing that ever happened. And then they took out financial literacy, they took out basic living skills, you know. And we also, actually, it started earlier than that when the economy began to change in a way that started making it from where people could choose to be a two income household to being forced to being a two income household. Because as soon as that happened from an economic standpoint, it was good if you were a business owner because people had less time and they became more desperate and they would basically bring up an entire generation of kids that the government was going to raise, that a public school was going to raise, that a daycare was going to raise, rather than parents were going to raise. And you have those kids who then lose a lot of education that they need from their parents, their financial literacy skills, their life skills, their decision making skills, their ability to learn and disseminate information, their ability to properly socialize in a certain setting. Um, and for a lot of people, that became that that slowly started that whole decline of people coming out not knowing how to manage their money, not knowing how to manage their time, not knowing what an actual good job was, and frankly, a generation of parents are to blame for looking at their kids, telling them, I don't want you to work as hard as I do, so you should go at one point $20,000 into debt for college. And then colleges went, hey, everybody's being told that they need to get a 4-year degree or 6 years or 8 years. So let's start charging 40,000 and 60,000 and 80,000 for that education instead. And so you get a whole generation of kids who are told that college is the only way to go. And then they add a bunch of, okay, sorry, this is my
Go ahead.
opinion. This
No,
is
go ahead.
not the
Go ahead.
opinion of Natural Life Hawaii or anyone else. They add a bunch of bullshit degrees that don't mean anything. They're not worth the paper they're fucking printed on. And they have these kids come out with these degrees that are literally worth 25 cents for the fancy stationery. and they've got $100,000 of debt that they're sitting on. They have a mortgage when they come out of college, and they're literally paying the whole damn thing back for the rest of their lives. And that starts eating into their income. And then the companies that hire them know that they can pay them less because they're not working for the income. They're not going to live off the income. They're going to be desperate for the income. And it creates this cycle. It's it's a family breakdown to on the on the corporate and investor class side, it's a lot of smart people who wanted more money and really, really found a way in conjunction with the government to take advantage of that. Again, I say these are not the views of Dasher Life Hawaii. The panelists' views do not reflect those of Dasher Life Hawaii and cannot be held against him for any reason. Anyway.
Well, I will go back with another disclaimer and say I do concur those views that you have. I do concur because because a lot of those views like it's a catch 22, right? And I'm gonna say the
Yeah.
catch 22, right? Because my mom was go to school, get a good job, go to school, get a good job, you need a great education, got to go to college, got to go to college, got to
Yep.
go to college, got to go to college. Drove it into the head, right? My daddy looked at me one day and said, "Come here, learn something. You ain't going to college." And like it might sound like it's a messed up saying to say to a child, but my father taught me a trade.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing. That's the difference between two parents knowing. And when it goes back to the household, they ripped the family household apart because they knew if you had a strong household, you had a strong family, and you basically couldn't come in between that. So they made it and they
Yeah.
forced it to where both parents had to work. And both parents had to get daycare. And both parents were, and then
Yep.
if the mother and the father don't agree, they just had an entanglement and then wind up having a child during that entanglement.
Yeah.
Now we need all this man's information, we're gonna give you this money. We're gonna make sure you get all this stuff from the government assistance to keep you in the system trapped. Well, you got to give
Yeah.
me all his information. Now we're gonna go after him, put him, even though we want him to pay the money, but we're gonna lock him up just because he can't pay the money. And he still get nothing. So the
Yeah.
whole system is dynamic and designed for failure, and the U.S. government know that, but we as people don't think about it like that. We don't think about it like that. The, and this is the views of me, and not the views of the panelists. People in this country believe the country will not harm them. The country are there for their greater good. The government is not going to do nothing to harm me. They are there for the greater good, and they are not there for the greater good. I will tell
Yeah.
you that.
Well, here's the problem, and this is why our our on paper representative republic doesn't work the way it's supposed to. Is because when only 20% of people are active in your civil discourse and in your political process, it's not going to work. When 80% of people, especially when you have gotten to a point where you have literally and this is what every politician of every stripe bets on every election year is that 80% of people have thrown up their hands at this point and have decided that it doesn't matter what they do. It's not going to matter no matter what they do. When you have 80% on average of your population that does not participate at all, then it doesn't work. And that's part of individual responsibility. I'm sorry. It is.
Oh, most definitely been part of individual responsibility. But most individuals only go off of what they were taught by a lot of people who didn't know what they were teaching. And I say that
Yep.
because as I was growing up, I never realized I was watching my parents grow up. So my
Right.
parents was growing up trying to raise me, and they didn't know what they were doing, but they got that from their parents.
Yeah.
And it's like the certain things and certain aspects of life, we have to take accountability and take control of what we know. We have more
Yeah.
technology and more advancement to learn what we need to learn, but we're stuck in so many different societal stereotypes that When someone tell you you could do better, they don't want to believe it
Yeah.
because they don't want to believe it because society says it can't be done. You can't
Yeah.
do it like that. It's not that's not the way it's supposed to be done. You have to do it like this. But society's not telling you that. Look, we don't want you to be smart. We want to keep you in this bottle so we can control what it, you do in your everyday life. You
Yeah.
know,
Well,
and you, this probably a little far off of the topic, but it's just taking about when everybody was said when they were talking about Fed now was going to open up. Fed now, Fed now, Fed now. Everybody, oh, we're going to be digital. We're going to be digital. I don't want to walk around with just having digital money. But don't realize we've been digital for probably over 10 years. They just gave you a choice to have paper money and digital money. Now, when they force you to go to it, because when Apple first came out with the Apple Pay, everybody was excited. Oh, I ain't got
yeah.
to carry no cash. But now they trying to say you don't have to carry cash. They're not giving you an option.
Um, I'm actually I'm actually
Mm.
going to amend what you just said because actually money has been digital since the first debit cards that are connected to your checking account. That's what I'll say. Because Nixon is the one who got rid of the gold standard. That was the moment that we stopped needing to have enough actual commodity currency, aka gold, to cover the paper money we printed. Nixon got rid of that because that wasn't going to work. And he knew that with the way they were printing money back then. And he saw the recession coming because, everybody saw it coming back then in the 70s. Um, but I'll never forget it because I got one of the first Wells Fargo debit cards. I don't think they were the first bank to issue a debit card, but it was really early in the 90s. And that was the beginning of money not being real. And I actually am a firm believer that money at this point isn't a real thing anymore. It's a concept at this point, and it's one that is being defined by people who have a whole lot of it and want to make sure that a lot of people don't think they have it because anybody who's lived, and I'm pretty sure Worldwide can attest to this. Anybody who has lived in a difficult situation in a very, very poor neighborhood, very rural neighborhood, any place that has a strong network where you learned to fix your own stuff, cook your own stuff, and everything because you simply could not afford to do so. And the people who learned to trade skills for commodities and skipped money altogether. And if you've ever been in the right, I'm sorry, this is going to sound like stereotypes again. Please, this is not the view of Dasher Life Hawaii or anybody else. If you've lived in the right ghetto trailer park or really super rural area, um, you have traded beer for getting something fixed, or you've traded, food for for helping you do a roof. You've, you've made one of those trade offs where you have something that someone else needs. They have something that you need or that you want, but you don't want to spend your money on. You don't want it to hit your bank account. We've all done that barter system, and it's becoming more and more popular again with people who just don't have according to society's rules, but are those people who are really resourceful, who live below their means, even if they have it in a lot of cases. We've learned to go around money in a lot of cases, whether it's doing our own work, learning our own skills, or learning things and connecting and networking with people who have skills that we need that we don't, and we know we have something they need that they don't. We've already started creating those systems again. And between the government and between people with a lot of money, they're going to do everything they can to keep that from happening because
Yep.
we need to believe that money is a system and that there are and it's important for both of these groups to think and truly believe in their heart of hearts that there are haves and have nots. They need people to believe that when you don't have things, you're never going to have things. That
Yep.
you need somebody else to give you these things, that there's no way for you to get them yourself. It's incredibly important for them, for them to have a group of people who truly believe that.
Yep. And they just they show you that, like, because I like to fish, right? I go
Yeah.
fishing, I go out. Um, they make you get a license to go
Hmm.
fishing, which is a natural thing to do in order to
Oh yeah.
feed your family. But you
Same
can
thing
go
with
out,
hunting.
you can go out, yeah, and fish, but then on this license, you can only catch a certain amount.
Yep.
And if you go over that amount and we catch you, oh boy, it's gonna be a problem.
Uh-huh. Yep.
And
It's a, it's the
everything you do, yeah, everything you,
same.
even with the discovery, go, even with the discovery
Nope.
of this country, they seen the
Uh-huh.
way that the Moors, the indigenous people, and were bartering with each other. They seen that. They came upon the land, they welcomed them in, and they said, "We're going to give you this plot of land so you can learn our trades and stuff like that." Then they decided to come up when they decided to swindle or take or get rid of the people they learned from, they came up with a thing called the zip code. And the zip code was entitled for them to get all the land they wanted for free.
Yeah.
But that's a whole nother topic on a whole other different story. But they
Yeah.
learned the system on a bartering system. Then they talked to everybody that had gold. If you take your gold and back this fiat, which is this note,
Hmm.
which is actually a debt, which is actually a debt. So
Yep.
if you had back then, let's just say you had 80,000 worth of gold. Back then that was considered to be a millionaire. But hey,
Hmm.
we gonna take the millions you got in that gold and we gonna give you billions. And therefore
Hmm.
it was the fiat, the US dollar was created because it was backed by gold. And a lot of
Yep.
people, I mean, and it's not the exact way that I explained it to that's how it wound up, but that's if you look at it, that's just a quick synopsis of how it all happened. Now, when you barter with people, they do not like you bartering because you gotta always show. You gotta always show, well, how did you produce this, that, and the third, and how
Well,
and
you can't.
that's what they want. That's why they trying to stop it now. That's why they trying to stop. If somebody gifts you $600, we starting to monitor you now. So it went from all the way to 10,000. They used to didn't bother you until you had 10,000 that you transferred. Now it's down to 600 transferred into your bank account. That's crazy.
Well, the
That's not a democracy. That's a dictatorship, if you ask me. But that's another topic too.
well, I was about to say it's not quite a dictatorship yet. It's but there is a terrible tendency right now of legislating behavior, which it doesn't work, obviously. Um, but no, the moral of my story is that self sufficiency is the enemy of anybody who profits from it. It just, from the people in power who profit from it. Um, but yeah, and if like I said, if what Worldwide says is true about Seattle, and my kid will give me an earful when she gets there, I promise you, we will talk about this a lot because she wants me to move up there with her. She wants me and my son to move up there with her in short order if she had her way. Um, but if that's the case, that is kind of a model for how the process of starting to fix it, at least on an economic level, kind of starts. Because at this point, there's no quick fix, there's no pulling the bottom out. It's a process of instead of just giving a hand up, you give the hand out, or not giving the hand out, you give a hand up. And then you start there. And then you slowly begin that transition. just on an actual monetary economic front, because
It could.
there's a big difference between a handout and a hand up.
A lot
Because
of college kids have ended up going into crooked for profits. That's just to take your money. Hmm. I mean, the handout and hand out to give a hand up I can't believe can be a form of pay it forward. So
yeah,
so what though? I mean, I do it, more times than not. It just be days I'll be in line, somebody's short, and I gotta go to the car. By the time they come back, I done paid for whatever they needed, and I'm out the door. They don't even know what
yeah,
happened. And it's
hmm,
like, by the time they come out looking for me, I can see. Sometimes I see them, but I keep going, and I ignore them when they
yeah,
trying to flag me down because I don't want nothing from it. It was just a simple fact you was holding up the line, and I needed to get out of there. So I did what I had to do, right? But some cases I will look. You know what? Don't worry about it. Just go ahead, take it. I'm gonna have them put it on my bill. You know what I'm saying? And they don't be
yeah,
people be looking at me strange when I do that. Like what? They be confused, really confused, and they don't know that it's still people out here who are willing to just give you. I don't know how this made you feel. I don't know how it made your
right,
day at, but that way you might have been thinking about I'm about to go home, cook this meal, and off myself. That's just not, it may not to sound so
yeah,
graphic, but that gesture that I just did, stop. That's the way I look
yeah,
at it. You know what I'm saying? I don't even
yeah,
have to really know who you are. And I tell anybody when I do it, like if I do it and they see me, oh, you so no, it's the joy of me doing it for one. But two, eventually, no matter what I think is one day if they really go back to that point, they be like, you know what, that one guy, he just did that for me. I'm gonna keep on going. That's just the way I look at
yeah,
it. And it's like me helping
right,
somebody that don't know me, and if they see me again, they'll speak and say, I might know you from somewhere. You probably do, but it is what it is, and that's what.
right.
To be honest, how many people know their neighbors? Truly speak, other than going hi bye, that's it. How many people know their name? You have people now who know of more people on the internet that they never met than a person that live right next door to them.
Oh yeah, absolutely,
And that's
absolutely.
that's sad. That's sad. There's no more
Well, that's
community.
another.
There's no
Well,
more
that's
none of that.
another. That's another thing socially that has just kind of been created, and a lot of that has to do with teaching people how to be not only divided, but to teach them not to trust anybody. Because we've become a much less trusting society in general for a lot of reasons. But communities, a lot of communities nowadays, or a lot of institutions nowadays, they claim that they're all about community, but they really aren't. Because the stronger a network in a community is, the stronger a network of people are who know each other and understand that they have a shared interest in what's going on around them, that it's become a point where it makes it so much easier to keep people feeling like they have no support system, and that they're never gonna. It's another way to basically make them feel like they will never get anywhere because they have nothing, they have nobody. you know the only person they have is the government's the only one who can, that they can count on to help them out. And the strongest communities, oddly enough, are the ones that tend to be the ones that the government has left behind, because they aren't economically, they're not worth enough to them. And it sounds terrible, but those communities aren't economically worth their time. They're not economically worth their investment. And they don't make them enough money. And those are the communities that when you walk in, we had communities like that during our flood. We had communities like that during Hurricane Sandy in Baltimore. Because I lived in a shit neighborhood in my first 6 years of Baltimore. It actually wasn't a shit neighborhood. It gets a really bad rap, and it's really run down. It's basically one of the ghettos in Baltimore. For anybody who knows the Baltimore area, I lived in Park Heights for the first like 6 years that I lived in Baltimore, because it was the only thing that I could reasonably afford because I wasn't going to spend too much more than what I did at the time. But when Hurricane Sandy came in and we all lost power, and nobody had power, and nobody had refrigerators, nobody had air conditioning, nobody had stuff, I'm going to tell you right now, there were people on my block that were literally going house to house. Okay, what do you need? We're going to find, we know where the people are giving out supplies and water and stuff, because nobody owned a car in my neighborhood except for me and a couple other people. And they were like, we're taking turns. We're going to go get water. Who needs diapers? Who needs this? House to house, because they knew all of us already. They knew all our names. They knew our families. And they were like, okay, we know you got 5 people in your house. We know you got 3 people in your house. We're gonna make sure that we bring stuff in for you, because the cops wouldn't even go through Penn North and Park Heights half the time. So it was like, we weren't getting any help unless we helped each other. And that's exactly what we did. We sat there, we got what we needed. The people who had grills sat there and would feed entire neighborhoods. People would, who could make sandwiches, would make them and pass them out. They knew every person who was handicapped, who couldn't get out of their house, the people who, you know, needed specialized things for certain people. They already knew all this, and they were just doing a double check head count. But in the really, really ritzy neighborhoods, number one, they got supplies faster, but number two, nobody had any idea what anyone else needed. So if somebody couldn't get out, emergency services was getting called, because they didn't have anybody else in their neighborhood to help them, because the neighbor upstairs had no idea that the first floor person was in a wheelchair, or that they had a CPAP machine that they couldn't charge. They had no idea that their downstairs neighbor had those needs.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because, like I said, the least quote unquote economic viable neighborhoods are the ones who have basically created their own economies in good ways and bad ways, quite frankly. They create their own economies, they create their own networks, and they are some of the most resourceful people you will ever meet in your life.
Yep, and that's what I was trying to explain one day to a person that was saying I don't go over there because it's bad. No, 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 no. I mean, I get it. We all got protections. We want to feel safe. But you're basically, and I'm quite sure what you're speaking is not from you. It's from other people you heard around you. You
Oh
know,
yeah, absolutely.
and and uh, it's a point of everybody saying I go to the rich neighborhoods, rich neighborhoods, rich neighborhood. I'm gonna tell you, I don't go. I don't like going to the rich neighborhood. I really don't, because them the most cheapest people, other than doctors and nurses, in my opinion. I'll go to the hood, I'll go to the projects, I'll go everywhere around, because them people understand what I'm doing. They might even know my struggle, you know,
rich
and
people
that's why,
rich people are rich for a reason.
because they don't. Yeah, yeah,
Rich people are rich for a reason.
yep. And it just goes to show that a lot of people won't. And it's that they won't. A lot of people are so consumed and this with themselves, or creating this, creating that, that, oh, this don't work. So their minds are so all over the place. What up, energy?
Yeah.
What up? They're all over the place that they don't want to get to know a neighbor. They don't, and I'm not saying sit down every day, have coffee, and sing kumbaya, but at least know your neighbor. At least they don't. I know all my
Well,
neighbors that live on my floor. Do I go over their houses and sit down and talk? Nope. But when we in the hallways
I
and
knew
stuff like that,
everybody in my very lucky.
it's
But
just
no, that's
it, you break it up a little bit.
yeah. Sorry, it's probably the area that I'm in right now. Just a second, because yeah, my signal is garbage.
Yeah, and the one thing about going to the hood, Scott, people don't understand. The hood will tip you faster than most people. They will tip the hood, and then and the one another ironic part about going in the hood, and it's almost like Scrabble said, they created that. They created a lot of stuff for themselves. The hood sometimes don't even have it to tip, but they'll tip it to you because they so grateful just because you brought them what somebody else would. That's crazy. It's not crazy on their part, but it's just to know it's a society that we live in like that. You want to cast these certain people out because you don't think that they gonna give you a tip because of where they live.
Well, um, that's another part of people with a lot creating this idea that there's an other. There are always people that we should be afraid of. There are people that we should look down on. And if we don't or we stop doing that, then they make everything about those divisions. Like that, yeah. They can't shut up about
I know what
how
you're trying to
people are
say.
different. Yeah, I'm being careful on that because I don't want YouTube to hit you on this one. Um, but no, I mean, it's just there are a lot of people who it is in their best interest for everybody to point out some very specific differences, whether it's economic, whether it's racial, whether it's religious, it doesn't matter. Anything that can separate and divide people into groups. And the funniest thing is that you can always tell because the largest swath of the people who are quote unquote marginalized and have to be defended are being defended by people who aren't part of it. They are the ones who push so that those differences exist, even though they're not really fucking there. And anybody with common sense knows that now. But it keeps people divided, and in a lot of ways it can keep people afraid.
And
And
that's
it
the
can
biggest
be
thing.
you don't go into that neighborhood because those people, it doesn't matter what kind of people are there, but that's another way, and it's a really effective economic tool, honestly, to keep people subjugated and to keep them. These are not the views of Dasher Life Hawaii, et cetera, that shit. Disclaimer.
Mhm.
Um, it's a way to keep people subjugated. It's a way to keep them dependent on the people in power who want them to stay dependent.
Yep.
You don't go into these areas, you don't go to these places, you don't work in these jobs. They did that for a while. You don't
Mhm.
go to certain neighborhoods, you don't go to certain schools because we're not going to spend money. We don't want to spend money in those schools. but we want you to have your kids there for, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12 hours a damn day. Um, we're going to spend, instead, we're going to spend more on our prison population because we can privatize that much
and make
easier.
and make
And then the
all the
government will pay for it.
yep.
So anyway, there's so many tangents you can go with that. But at the end of the day, people who like power, who like money and like power and want more and can never have enough of it, one of their greatest tools is keeping people in all kinds of macro big ways and micro small ways, keeping people separated and seeing each other at different levels. That as a human, you're born at a different level. If you didn't have enough money, if you were born a certain color, if you were born in a certain place, you're
Mm-hmm.
you are the person that can be either looked up to because you deserve, or looked down on because you came from, or because you have or have not. It's
And
an
then it's
incredible tool, and it's been used for years and years and years. It's been used much, much more in the past. When I made that comment about, congrats on, props to the people who did this for 50 years, it that really is when it became much broader and much more obvious economic tools started being used, which is where one of my favorite, I'm obviously fascinated with the subject, if that wasn't obvious.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah, I go to the hood. I was about to say, see, I'm one of those people, I always feel bad when I won't go into the hood at night in my city. And actually, there is a section of it that I will because I don't care. But there's a section I won't, not because I worry about my safety, because I don't. It's because nothing's marked and there's no street lights, and I'm half night blind. So I'm going to end up hitting somebody's kid or their car, and I don't want to be responsible for that. So, but every other area, because we have a few specific places that most people are like, I wouldn't even drive through that neighborhood with my doors locked. And I'm like, well, you're a fucking moron.
yep.
Okay, you do you.
Yep. And most people don't understand. People who are rich, they don't look at you as a human being. They look at you as a servant. And no matter what, you're gonna do what I say. You're gonna bring me my stuff. You're gonna do this, and I'm not gonna pay you for doing your job.
Well, yeah, because they're entitled to that service by somebody who
Mm-hmm.
obviously wasn't smart enough, skilled enough, or, driven enough to do something more important.
Yep.
Obviously, you were not born in the right class of people. So we don't actually have to treat you like an equal because you weren't born in the right class of people. Obviously, because you're delivering my Outback order.
Mm-hmm.
So sorry, that sounded really terrible. Again, disclaimer. I'm just
No,
going to say
no, no,
disclaimer.
no, no. It didn't sound terrible. It's actually a great analogy. It's a great summary. Like a lot of
Yeah,
people only it's the basics. Like even with political parties, I'm voting Democrat. Why? Because I don't like the other person. Why? Because this
yeah,
person. But what are their morals? What are their values? What are their priorities? When was the last time, other than a campaign, that you seen this person you saying you're voting for
yeah,
come into the neighborhood, sit down and talk to you, or do all these things you're saying and praising them for?
yeah.
Man, I don't have
No,
no
to be
man.
perfectly, but this is another result of only 20% of the population on average participating. Direct result, 100%. Because you may not like if 80%. of people participated. Actually, just gave it one shot one time. Will the people who run be any better the first time around? No. But will they have to worry about more people to talk to and to listen to and to compromise with and not basically tailor themselves to the loudest, smallest, craziest minority of any side, anywhere? Because most of us aren't. Most
Nope.
reasonable people, especially the ones who don't participate, aren't. And it may take one cycle, but if that could happen in one cycle, then the next cycle, suddenly people are like, wait a minute, we either forced these people to be a little more moderate or they didn't. But we had this many people come out. So now we can put up somebody who makes sense, who isn't an
Mm-hmm.
asshole. The first Congress passed fucking term limits. You are not wrong about that. Like I said, if they're not going to take my contractor model, which I love, I mean, I just, that makes me happy. But the thought that they get paid by, per bill they pass, because they can always undo legislation. They do it all the time. Um, they add to it, they change it, they strike it down, they do whatever they want to when they're actually working. And people have forgotten that because they don't do shit anymore. I don't care what fucking party they're in. They're just there to collect a paycheck to make sure that they can have their lifelong health insurance and their lifelong the payment that they get for the rest of their lives, and so they can get their big lobby job or their big speaking job or their big, you know, think tank job. They're not working for anybody in the government anymore. They're working for their social media followers, and they're working for their future lobbying career, think tank career, or spot on Fox News or CNN or
Mm-hmm.
MSNBC or whatever. That's what they're working for now. So term limits, absolute term limits. And I'm sorry, the people who work in Congress, they shouldn't get paid once they get out. They shouldn't have
Nope.
government funded full health insurance when they get out. No,
Nope.
no. Government was meant to be a temporary job. The founders were very clear about that. They just never expected us to get to a point where we had such a group of greedy motherfuckers who sat there and decided that they really like having power and they're just going to keep it because most of the founders didn't want that fucking job. They did it because they felt like they had a responsibility. And the moment that they could hand that shit off, they did because they knew that it wasn't for them to be there for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. They knew that wasn't the way that was going to work.
Hell, wasn't John Dingle like 130 when he passed? He didn't even retire. He passed away in office. He had an open seat. He had an open seat and wound up passing away at 100 and plus years old. Damn, Mitch. I always say Mitch McConnell, but I know I'm probably saying the wrong name. But that guy, he got to be in his damn near to 100.
Mitch McConnell was 80 something. He's in
Damn
his
near to
mid to
100.
late 80s.
But why is he still up there trying to make?
Yeah.
And the way his mind is and his thoughts um uh is that's old school. There's no new. There's nothing
Yeah.
new. There's new, nothing modern. It's all, oh, we're gonna do it like this and basically demand it.
Well, yeah, because, he makes money.
Yep.
I
And
mean,
that's the
that's
thing.
that's their bank. There's no
House,
there's no incentive
House, Senate,
whatsoever.
the Congress, all them need term limits. And then like even that's even back to the make it make sense part, right? You're saying the person who's running the free world, the country, only gets 2 terms, total
Yeah.
probably of 8 years. Why are these
Yep.
people getting? Why all these other people around them don't have any limits?
Yep. because in the founders' minds, if you read a lot of their personal papers, like I said, they knew that it could happen, kind of, but at the same concept was so foreign to them that they didn't really talk about it enough. Their idea of cycling through people and them term limits to them is election cycles. Because in their minds, for a group of men who took their duty very seriously, and most of them not wanting it in the first place, but doing it because they believed it was their obligation to serve the people, they created elections are meant to be the way they cycle through. They never envisioned, if you read a lot of their documents, they never envisioned a Congress or a Senate or an elected leader. They were worried about dictators and kings because that's the background they came from. They weren't thinking about a Congress of people who would stay in there and make it a career. In their minds, that was not the deal. And a lot of the the way legislators are paid, the benefits they get, that is not part of the deal at all. That was added later when people were like, "Oh, you know what? We make money and we like making money, and I know we have enough money, but you know what we need? We need more money. We need to be
Mm-hmm.
paid. We we need a salary. We need health care, especially when healthcare got privatized. Now we really need healthcare because we ain't paying for that shit. Let's let the taxpayers pay for that. Why would we pay for something when the people we're supposed to represent can pay for it for us?"
Yep. Yep. And if you can even look at that with them, like I said earlier, the sports thing, the billionaire sports owners. Now they had a point to where they had to make their own stadiums. Now they're at the point to where taxpayers pay for their stadium. They don't pay nothing on those stadiums, and they reap all the benefits.
Oh yeah, no.
They reap all the benefits. You have a building that's sitting there that's not being used for 6, 7 months out of the year. The lights are still on, but guess who's paying those light bills? The taxpayers.
Hmm.
And that's
But
what
yeah,
happened with the Raiders and the Rams. The Raiders said if you don't pay for our stadium, we're leaving. They didn't pay for the stadium,
yep,
and now they're in Las Vegas.
yep.
And even in Detroit with the Little Caesars Arena, his daddy promised us all this stuff. Now it's just a basic arena. And everybody like, oh, it's so no, it ain't. It's a basic arena in the middle of a neighborhood that y'all drove the property value down to get it pennies
Uh
on
huh.
dollar.
Oh, absolutely. That's a classic. That always happens. But
Mm,
yeah.
mm, mm, mm. Oh man.
And for anybody who's listening, I'm sorry. Someday I'm going to stop coming up here so y'all can just have
No,
nice,
you're not.
lighthearted talk because I don't do that really well. I try, but
No, no, no,
I'm
no, no,
terrible at it.
no. No, don't stop. Don't stop coming up here. It's certain things that we can talk about besides gig work, but a lot of things people don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
They like the drama. They like all this. I mean, drama's gonna happen, but they don't want to hear the things that'll get them to the better spot and or get them to see the even concerning the app itself. Um, that'll get them to help to understand them more. Like even with like now, Tom asked yesterday that I think it was gonna be a sprinkle down effect. Most likely, it's always about follow the leader. So you look
Yeah.
at um, California first with Prop 22.
Yep.
Then you look at New York. What is it? What is it called? AB5 or whatever the heck it's called in New York.
New
And then you,
York's is New York's is something. AB5 is also a California thing. No, the New York, the New York law is something else. I have it somewhere, but yeah. And then you have the
yeah,
Seattle 274.
So now everybody's wondering, well, they getting the money, why can't we? They're forming unions, why can't we? And that's where it
Yeah,
all starts. I get it. I don't think it should be happening because what they're giving you is basically a handout on what you already earned. Well, because you think you're gonna go out and make like you said, what's gonna happen when it's oversaturated?
that would be my concern, yes. But I will say this though, just based on the way rideshare has worked, if it does
Hmm.
work, if it works, and again, I still haven't dug through that damn bill. I have so much going on right now. I will though at some point. I can understand, especially Seattle, especially since it seems like Seattle operates in a way a lot like if worldwide, if it works in that way, coming from somebody who's been able to get that hand up rather than a hand out. Um, that's actually one of the ways to do it right now because companies themselves, especially if his earnings are doubling right now, and the consumer, like I said, the one thing I will agree without pretty much any empirical evidence yet whatsoever, but I think it's going to prove to be true, is that um, a $5 added charge, which literally means that these delivery apps aren't paying for this legislation. And when they use that as an excuse to take pay from other people, they're full of shit because they're not taking it. They're not taking it from their own bottom line. They're taking it from the customers in Seattle. And the customers in
Hmm.
Seattle are a unique group that can eat that cost and will eat that cost because they will pay for convenience. Um, they may not consider it a quote unquote luxury service, the terminology we use, but they are a group of people who obviously are willing to pay for convenience. If they're willing to pay a high enough rent to live inside the city of Seattle, when, across the bay, a ferry ride away, they could pay half as much, um, they pay for convenience. And so it's not going to be a shock to their system. If they tried to do that in a market like mine, DoorDash would have to pull out. It wouldn't even be a want to, it would be a have to. But in a market like Seattle, and in some ways in a market like New York, to be perfectly honest, it's not something that's going to cause as big of a problem. And it's one of the reasons why it's a really good thing that these types of bills are being implemented in local places because this is not a one size fits all solution. There are very specific and special places where this kind of thing would work. But there is something to be said, and I don't I don't like legislating behavior. I think it's garbage. But there comes a point right now where there is a culture of companies literally just saying, we are going to pay you as little as possible and we are going to make as much money as possible. And when you don't make enough money, it's your fault.
Yep.
And you hear it, no offense, you hear it from a lot of us in this space.
Yep.
And
Every day.
sometimes it's not always your fault.
Every day.
When a particular company, now it's your fault when you keep working for them and don't do something else. That part's your
Hmm.
fault.
Hmm.
Absolutely. If you're not changing what you do, if you're letting these companies, especially ones that we contract with, that we're not even employed with, that we contract with, if you are letting them run you like an employee and you're not using them as the tool that they are, or that tool isn't working, that's where your personal responsibility comes in to not find another avenue.
But a lot of people
But
won't find another avenue because they either too scared or don't know or failed at it already. And somebody else,
yeah,
quote unquote, they know have failed. They
yeah,
don't want to. They don't want to fail
yeah.
again,
But
or
there,
what from what that person did.
yeah, but there is, but because of the way large companies, large investor classes, large corporate classes have a way of working with governments to keep people in that mindset. This is why I call it a hand up instead of a handout, is because you can't change an entire group of people overnight who've been shoved this shit down their throat all the time. What you have to
Well,
do is you basically have to look at companies and go, you know what? You've literally spent your entire time telling these people, you've spent an entire generation convincing people that they're never going to be anything, so they never acquire a skill, so they never, give themselves opportunities. We have to give them a start. We have to give them a start somewhere financially. And then we have to give them that opportunity, because the trick is that the more financially stable people get, the less the less good it is for companies like DoorDash, Uber Eats, and stuff like that. Because people who are
yep.
financially stable like me can skip a whole fucking week and a half not working. I didn't blink an eye. I got bored. I got sick of
Yep.
doing other stuff. It does not behoove them. It actually is in their best interest to keep drivers as desperate as possible, especially when they know that the majority of people who drive are part-time. They're using it for extra money that they need, that they desperately need. And it's a quick, easy, quote unquote flexible, even though honestly, unless your AR is high, it's not flexible. Let's just be honest about that. Um, they feed into this. And then if you're not making enough money, you don't you don't have any other option. You just need a higher AR. You need to take more orders that don't make sense and that cost you more money. You don't need to look for another opportunity. You need to keep doing this, but you need to do more of it for more hours to try to make more money. And that's what they're going to do, because that's actually in their best interest. And unfortunately, for right or wrong, or the way they did it is good or not, there are certain specific places in the country where Seattle, New York, a couple of other places, who listened to the people who were like, and you notice when you listen to a lot of these people, like when they were doing that interview, guys like, I have to work 16 hours a day and I only make this much money. No, he doesn't have to work 16 hours a day. There are other things out there, but there's a conditioning that's happened. And so to break that conditioning, the first thing you have to do is make the person give them an opportunity to be less desperate. And one of the ways to do that is to take a company that is taking advantage of that desperation and say, you know what? You don't get to do that now. We're going to give a minimum. Is it fair to everybody? No. Should we have to do this? No, because capitalism isn't supposed to work like that. Capitalism depends on people taking individual responsibility, and corporations and investors and people who have a lot of money who drive the economy to accept their responsibility, that they need to give back a certain amount. They don't get to just keep. They have to return it to the people who make them that money in the first place.
Mhm.
And both sides have now been broken. And so legislation, unfortunately, in a small step, for better or worse, however you feel about legislation, sometimes that's the way it starts. Now there can come a point where enough of it happens where there's a behavior shift. But it's going to take a long time for it to happen, and it won't work everywhere. Because there are some people who just ain't going to fucking deal with that because the only thing they care about is they feel super strongly that it is me and me alone. But those are the people who aren't going to just keep doing DoorDash and bitch. They're going to go find something else. So you have to start working on the mindsets and giving financial. I'm not even going to say freedom because they're not going to be free from this, but give them a financial opportunity to get to a place where they move from desperation to dependence and then from dependence to a choice. And that's kind of the place where a lot of people are because dependence is where people who make money off of those people, that's where they want them to stay.
It also can
Disclaimer
be,
again. I'm going to make it quick. Disclaimer again. Anyway.
but that comes from anything we do first working going out though, because it's the reference between or the separation, I should say, between W-2 and gig worker. If you look at people that go to work every day at a job at a W-2, they are dependent and relying on that W-2. Once they go in
Oh,
there,
yeah.
punch in, they got to, right. But then they go in there for 30 years, 40
Mm-hmm.
years, and they have been dependent on this company. So let's just say, like for you, when you did the company,
Hold on one
and
second.
then
I'm getting flagged. Give me just a second. Let me grab this real quick.
okay. If you ask me, I'm
All right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
no, I was just saying, like for you, when you work at a job, they basically came in. I don't know time frame or whatever, but they basically came in and said, "Look, we closing it down, and we don't
Yep.
need y'all no more." But then
Yep.
when you don't put all your time, energy, and but not after, not saying you were dependent because at some point you had yourself set up to where you didn't need them and you weren't worried about
Right.
it. And this is at the W-2. So when they realized they couldn't do it without you guys, they came back. Now y'all have the power, y'all have the control.
Mm-hmm.
So it almost was like the same thing with gig work. When COVID hit, a lot of people was displaced because
Mm-hmm.
companies, places couldn't survive. So they turned to this. So the company
Yep.
went in and said, we don't need you no more.
Yep.
They found other ways and means to make it happen. And when they
Mm-hmm.
found this, they figured that it was going to be a sustainable model at a high rate because during the time that they were doing it, it was a pandemic.
Yep. Yeah.
And once the pandemic dried up, the money dried up, they still didn't know how to function because they weren't used to having a place to where you can come out here and be so free, make it on your own.
Yeah.
You have to do everything that the W-2 was doing. You have to come
Yeah.
out here, make the money, Keep track of this,
Yep.
keep track of that. Well, okay, keep track of the miles, keep track of your fuel, keep track of your food, keep track of your
Oh,
earnings, keep track of your
oh,
taxes. You have to
for
do it
a lot of
all on
people,
your own.
for a lot of people, a lot of what they do post pandemic, quite frankly, they're doing more than they were doing at their W two before. When it comes to being responsible for like the tax, the administration, stuff like that, because you don't have to deal with that. You have a boss that tells you what to do, and as long as you do it and you make your metrics and follow the rules and don't do anything really stupid, you're probably going to be okay. But with this, I mean, yeah, you can just get in your car, take orders, and deliver food, but you're going to end up with a hell of a tax bill at the end of the year. You're going to end up with a car that breaks down every other time with repairs that are incredibly expensive. You're going to spend way more on gas. There are a lot of aspects to this that require you to actually manage this, especially if you're going to actually make good money and do it as a full time job. Now, part time, maybe not as big of a deal, but if you're making your living income, your living on this, then you have to do more. It requires you to do more that in a lot of cases other people were doing for you at a W two.
Hmm. But a lot of people also, and it's just my opinion, a lot of people also didn't realize that um the this no not I ain't gonna say a lot of people, the government didn't realize that this w- was going to actually in some way backfire against them, because
Yeah,
they showed a lot of people how that they were not have to depend on the government. I don't have to go into a place every day for 8 9 hours. I can come out here and work X amount of hours, and I can make a living. So the
yeah.
government, this kind of backfired on the government, because like when you and I was saying when you was like overnight you can't convince what um and when you come into this space.
So for a minute.
I'm back. I'm back. I don't know,
All
the
right.
StreamYard want to kick me out. But what I was saying was when it came down to COVID, majority of the government, it took 4 months to convince the world. It was an overnight thing to convince people that it was a problem. That's why I say you can convince a lot of people, but it just depends on who's trying to do the convincing. when they'll take, they'll listen. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Sorry, sorry. Um, well, it wasn't just the pandemic was a great tool that, like I said, we talked about how the gig companies, in my opinion, disclaimer, my opinion of how how the gig companies use the pandemic because they saw the
Everybody
writing
did.
on the wall and they
They,
saw the free money. They used that as a they used the opportunity that was given by the pandemic. Um, but you've got a lot of drivers that came in were making more money than they made at their W-2, honestly. And
yeah,
so
yeah, and they got spoiled.
they yeah, and without previous knowledge, they expected it to go on forever, and it hasn't. And they feel like someone's got to be blamed for that, and that is what it is. But at the end of the day, there's still something to be said for because after everybody came back to work, and you were right, this type of work, especially the people who jumped into this kind of stuff, it really opened their eyes to an earning potential without a boss. And so when companies started reopening and they said, okay, guys, come back to work for us for 10, $15 an hour. And people said, you know what? I'm making 40 bucks an hour and I don't have to take your shit and I can go whenever I want. You know what? I think I'm going to pass. And so I think one of the things that both the government and major corporations, major employers, the people who profit off of people working for them, what they did not take into account was that they were suddenly going to have to start offering people more money. And the fact is, they should have been paying them in the first place because there was already a squeeze happening. And we saw it in the economic numbers when, whether you believed in stimulus or not, or COVID money or not, people were spending and they were spending a lot.
Yes.
And we have a consumer based economy. When people can't spend money, we go into a recession.
Hmm. And
And
they knew that.
men and most of these companies who raised a lot of prices, who pushed a lot of the inflation that happened, they weren't doing it because they weren't making a profit. They were doing it because their expenses went up a little and they saw a way to make to profit a lot. And that's
Hmm.
what happened. And when you look at their end of year, when you look at their balance sheets, and even when you look at the stock market right now, it is still evident that that's
Hmm.
what happened. The
Hmm.
fact, the fact that companies that should have been paying more all along caused that much shit, but were still willing to do it for a period of time because they needed workers. They've sworn up and down that if they paid more, they wouldn't they they wouldn't hire the people. They just get rid of them. And you know what happened? They ended up almost doubling wages in some places just to get
Hmm.
people in their damn door to work. Because
Yep.
surprise, surprise, no, they need people to make money for them. They need those
Yep.
people.
Uh, and
So,
one of the places here, and a lot of people gonna say it don't mean a lot because of the cost of living, yada yada yada, blah blah blah, blah blah
mhm,
blah. Is McDonald's. McDonald's put a sign out one day. I was walking in and said, "We're hiring." Now this is the
mhm.
kicker. Now,
Hold on, give me just a second. Let me
and
bring this
at
real quick.
$30 an hour.
Oh Lord, yeah, let me bring this in real quick.
Like, oh, okay. Bring what?
All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was on mute. Yeah, the one thing about it, one of them, like some of the McDonald's here was putting out 30 an hour, and that wasn't management. That was for the regular worker. And you know what? They still told them no.
Yeah. Oh,
And
sorry.
that's crazy. Like that is like really, really to think about it. That lets you know that the companies have the money, they just don't want to pay it to you. And
Oh, yeah.
and it's a sad state to where, you know, they made it to where you had to have a choice.
Yeah.
Going to do what we say, or you can't feed your family. And most
Yeah.
people are not going to go against their family. So I got to find any means necessary to feed my family. And I'm going to do
Yeah.
that by any means necessary. And that's what the
Yeah.
pandemic has shown a lot of people. Now,
Yeah.
a lot of people also was like, man, I can't go back, but I can't make it
Yeah.
because the money's not there anymore. The money, they're not
Yep.
giving me $20, $50, $60, $100 tips anymore. I'm barely
Yeah.
scraping by getting $2, $3, $4, $5 tips now. What do
Hmm.
I do? I don't know what to do. I don't have nobody telling me what to do. How do I help it? And then you'll get on YouTube and you'll see, oh, this person doing this person doing that. But I've tried it. Nobody's telling me. Oh, you fucker was using the glitch. You didn't tell me. It was illegal, but you. So it's all in all, bro, breaks down to be a lot of confusion.
Yeah.
Instead of when we go back to where they took the home economics out of classes, they out of schools, they never,
Hmm.
well, in my neck of the woods, they never taught finance, so we didn't know nothing about finance. We didn't know anything about credit. You know, they
Yep.
they took the
Yep.
they took the vocational programs and the trade programs out of schools. So
Yep.
it all became to the point now it all boils down to they want you dependent because they need to have population control. And if you're not,
Yep.
if you're independent, how can we control? And that's what it's
Yep.
coming to. And it's sad.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
sad.
Well, see, and the worst part of it is that right now, see, rich people talk to each other. They
Hmm.
do. They run in small circles, and people in government, because they're all rich now, and people in the corporate and investor world that are rich and even richer now, they talk to each
Hmm.
other. And
Hmm.
DoorDash, if you notice, here's the fun. Okay, here's a funny part of this. DoorDash did a drop in pay right before the pandemic, if I remember right. I was about to say I stopped during the pandemic. I actually wasn't delivering during the pandemic because I actually was doing extra hours in my W-2 and I just didn't have time. So I was not doing gig apps during the pandemic. But I know the base pay is a hell of a lot lower than it was when I left. Um,
Hell yeah.
but they did these drops, and if you look at when certain areas, particularly certain areas in the country, when their assistance started running out, when bills that people didn't have to pay started coming due, those
Hmm.
pays went down more. And McDonald's might have been offering $30 an hour as soon as things opened up and people were still flush with stimulus money. Are they still offering 30 now?
No,
Because
they're offering 20, and then they're offering
yeah,
15. But they're only
okay,
offering management. They're offering management 20 an hour, and then
right, yeah. Well,
18.
have you noticed that DoorDash doesn't have an earn by time that's $20 an hour that I know of on its base?
My base was
Um,
15.
okay, so the way that they calculate earn by time, because it was on one of their earnings calls, was that it is the average of a dasher in a market over a period, dashers in a whole market over a period of time. So you may make $100,000, but as an average in your market, it's 15. Now the caveat to that is that they're taking full earnings over a long period of time, when some people only do it a couple hours a week, and when some
Mm-hmm.
people only did it for a couple of weeks and then stopped, but they're counting an entire amount of time and everybody in totality to make that number as low as possible. So
Mm-hmm.
they're using every math trick they can to make that number reasonable enough or palatable enough, but still as low as possible for that
Mm-hmm.
area. But
Yeah.
that's why it gets adjusted. That's why my number went from we started at okay. I could be 50 cents to $1 off here and there, but if I remember right, we started at 12.50. We went to 14.50 4 weeks after that. And this was before I would even touch earn by time, but I always go over to look because I'm curious. And then it went down to 13.50, and then 6 weeks ago, give or take, it went down to 11, and it hasn't moved since. So that's an amount. They're using a totality of people to get that number as low and reasonable as possible. Now, here's the funny thing. Up until a couple weeks ago, you could still find, okay, not a couple weeks, 3 months. We'll say 3 months. You could still find a retail job. It would be seasonal and it would absolutely be part time, but there were still a few fast food places and a few retail places that were paying 12 to 13 bucks an hour, a couple of them. Now, right after the pandemic, they were paying people here, they were offering no less than 15 to try to get people in the door in jobs here. Now you're lucky if you make 10.
That's crazy.
9.50, $10 is about the average.
What's the minimum
So what?
wage there?
7.25.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're still at the federal minimum wage. Federal minimum. Technically, Georgia's on the books. If it went by state and not by the federal minimum wage, Georgia is still at 5.15.
Damn.
But with the exception of Atlanta, Atlanta passed a it's 10.50 or 10.75 or 10 it's $10 and change. But their minimum wage law in Atlanta is for everybody, including waitresses. Everybody.
Scott, Scott says
Everybody's
because you
minimum
only
wage.
have Scott says because you only have one zone. Vegas, every zone is different.
Oh yeah, no. I'm talking about when I'm talking about my earn by time, I'm talking about my zone only. Because it varies wildly in Georgia, depending on what zone you're in. So yeah,
Well,
no. I'm sorry. I meant to specify. I'm talking about my zone in particular. My zone is $11 an hour now, and that was the bouncing that my zone did. But when you're talking about like the minimum wage for the state of Georgia, that every company, if you're not within the inside of the city of Atlanta, as far as I know, they are the only city that has a minimum wage that does not go by the federal. And it's $10 and change, but it covers everybody, including like waitresses and stuff like that. There's no separate minimum wage for them. But everywhere else in Georgia, the minimum wage is $7.25 because of the federal minimum wage. Because that's what the federal rule is. And waitresses, what are waitresses? Let me go look because I haven't looked for a while. Server minimum wage, Georgia. Minimum wage. Oh, I need to be able to spell. Minimum wage by state. Here we go. 213. 213 is, and actually that's wait, yeah, 213, and that's actually as of this year. So it went up. But yeah, 213 is what like servers, waitresses, people like that, the tip minimum wage, quote unquote. It's 213 for tipped wages in Georgia, and 725 is our minimum wage everywhere outside of Atlanta, as far as I know. Unless I missed a city that passed a minimum wage.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway.
Scott said, "Earn by time isn't what you think it is. DoorDash and Uber Eats don't pay a base; they steal tips. Uber charges drivers to use the app. The stop is 11.50, and the highest zone is 15.50. The strip, he meant. But like, um, well, with me, I'm from the beginning. Even when I seen Earn by Time, I already knew it was a scam. Because they use Earn by Time to pay the driver. They get the driver to think they making more when they're actually getting paid less. And the driver eats it up because of the falsehood of the higher number, and not realizing just because it says we gonna just go off the 15, just because it said you getting 15 an hour. If you get that order and you deliver that order in 2 minutes, you're not getting $15. You might get $3.50 of that with no tip. And when it first came out about Earn by Time, it stated right on the front of it. These orders are no tip orders. But people thought because it said $20 an hour, oh, I'm about to get 20 an hour. And then in the beginning, DoorDash didn't have that caveat to say active time only. They didn't have that caveat. They only went off of having people thinking they was gonna be making 20 an hour. So they had to put that caveat on there in big letters. So it's a
Yeah.
falsehood. It's a falsehood, and to get people to think they're making a whole bunch more money. Now, the one thing about being out here, the hardest part The hardest part about being in the gig economy, at whatever app you work, whatever podcast you're doing, whatever video you're putting out on YouTube, is getting the person to understand this is not a W-2 mentality. You have to get it on your own. You have to
Right.
have hustle. There's the only direction you have is when you accept that offer. And what are you gonna do with it? That's your direction. That's your supervisor. That's your boss. That's whatever you want to put it and classify it as being out here. You make it happen. And most people don't understand that they make it happen and they don't know how to make it happen. So that's when you get a California, you get a New York, you get a Seattle, because those people are always wanting handouts. And now the government don't have to figure out how we going to get our cut because they came to us and gave us our cut. Because now we're taking the money. They don't even realize we're getting paid for it. We got to give them
Holy
enough.
shit.
What's that?
I'm sorry. It just so happens that the next state under Georgia, I looked at the chart for the Georgia numbers and I didn't even realize that Hawaii's the very next one under it. Holy shit.
What's that?
Oh, y'all's minimum wage for the state at least. Now cities, can vary, but your base minimum wage in Hawaii is $14 an hour and your tipped servers make $12.75. God damn.
Yeah, yeah. But see, the thing
Damn.
about that tip server model here is I've seen, like, because I used to frequent Cheesecake Factory every day for six
Hey,
months. Like, no, sit down and eat every day for 6 months. So one day, I am not a fan of the tip pool. And one day, the servers behind the bar, because I used to always sit at the bar, I was like, I noticed people walking up bringing them money. They put it in the thing, and I'm like, what is that? It was like, oh, they gotta pay us out there earning. And I'm like, what do you mean? It was like because we make their drink, and we don't get that many people at the bar who tip. They pay us out their money from
yep,
their
they
pay.
have to tip share. Yep,
So
they have
one
to
of the
tip
one
share.
of yeah one of the servers like counted her money up. She was like, oh shit, I made 600 today. And that was in tips.
Yeah.
So that's why the servers get only the minimum balance of like a $2, but here it's a little higher, but like a $2 minimum wage. because they
Yeah.
know they're going to make money from tips.
Yep.
And I get it, but also the companies learned that model. They pay us
Yep.
as brick and mortar service. That's what
Yep.
it hence the $2.50 base pay is, because
Yeah.
they know we're gonna get tips. Now the only thing about our tips on DoorDash, if it's not cash, it's taxed.
Yeah.
It's taxed. They can track the tips that we make.
Yeah.
Unlike being in a brick and mortar environment and they can't track those tips. Because every
Yeah.
week my tip earnings are more than what the customer that pays DoorDash pays me.
Yeah.
My tip earnings. Last week I made 2,400. My tips were my tips were 16, and the rest was my DoorDash pay. That's crazy.
Yeah.
No,
I was
my
about
tip.
to say around here, mine's been more of a 70-30 split, with 70% of it being base pay and 30% of it being tips. But that's what happens. Once again, just proof again that DoorDash has slowly but surely, and in many places successfully, convinced their customer base that this is not a luxury service or even a convenience service. It's something that they are entitled to. And therefore, they don't have to pay the person who does that work. DoorDash talks about us like we are employed by them, even though we're not. They talk to
Mhm.
us like we're not employed by them, because they damn sure don't want us saying we're employees, because they don't want to have to deal with that shit. Look at what happens. You get legislation. Um, but they damn sure make the customers, the language that they use with customers is, yeah, these drivers, they're, you're either part of the merchant or you're part of us, depending on if it benefits them or not. And in the way to keep people ordering, even when they can't afford to tip, is basically to be like, our drivers will get it to you there no matter what, because it's just, delivery is just a thing now. You can do it anytime. You can have it anytime you want, and you're going to get somebody to bring it to you.
Yep.
So,
Blaze, I'm a Blaze Frenemies. Um, it's a title. You can you can in any space you in, you'll have a lot of people. That's why I say when it comes to a lot of things, I don't have a lot of friends. I have associates, right? Because a lot of times people will say they're your friend, but they also your enemy. Now it's up to the person to understand this guy or this girl may act like publicly we're this, we're that, but behind the scenes, they're a rat, they're a snake. So it just they says keep your um what's that saying?
keep your friends
Keep your
close, but your
keep,
enemies closer.
yeah, keep your friends close, but your enemies close. And then some of the frenemies that be around you think you don't see what's going on, but you see it, and they think they're getting over. They really not. And when you can learn how to maneuver in a space where there's a lot of them, you'll be all right. But the start of the year is exposing a lot of that. That's all I'm just gonna say.
I mean, it can also be people who are, people who are, that can disagree without being disagreeable. It can be, rivals working towards a common goal. Any number of those things, or people who have different ideas, but can find a way to work towards a common goal. That all of those things can fall kind of under that category, at least in my opinion.
Yeah. That's true. But then, in a lot of spaces, people just don't want to come with a comment. Like a lot of times, like for a lot of time in this space, if a lot of people work more to the common goal, it'll be a better. It can be a way better space, way better
Yeah.
space. A lot of things can get done, right? But the some people just don't want. If something happens good to another person or another thing in this economy, the person it happened to may not been on the same level that the other person is. And that one
Yeah.
person who's going to be envious, who's going to be wondering why this, that, and the third is not happening to them, is going to have that side like, dang, this
Yeah.
should be me. And
Yeah.
that's when you can see the real exposure of it. You know, you
Yeah.
see the real exposure of it, and it's up to you to figure out how you're going to do it.
Yeah.
People can say this, that, and the third, but if you sit back and watch a lot of people, you see a lot of things that's going on, you don't have to expose them because they're going to expose themselves.
Yep.
They're really going to expose themselves. But that's part of what I was talking about too when I was, did was on Pedro, the accountability factor of a lot of people in this space. They don't take accountability for anything because
Yeah.
they have a lot of people around them who tell them what they're doing is not wrong. They have a lot of
Right.
people around them just cheering them on, go, 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 because those people are not or don't want to be out front. So they'll throw you out front, you taking all the bullets while they sneak in behind you and do anything that they feel like is right. And then they're playing both sides. They're riding the fence on both sides. 1 minute they
Yeah.
this way, next minute they that way. And you can see it all day.
Yeah.
Some people can see it, some can't. And then when you call them out on some of the things they do, they always try to spin it out to be like you the bad person, or you mad, or you jealous, or oh, you're mad because you got fired. I'm not mad because I got fired, because the first thing about that is I didn't need you in the first place. I just
Yeah.
chose to be here.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing with, I'm just gonna take myself for instance. I didn't need you. I just chose to be here. You had enough rope and you hung yourself.
Yeah.
And that's just the way it be. And then, of course, it's gonna go back and forth, and why this happened, or you doing this, you doing that, and a lot of people, um, that's where it becomes to where you try to agree to disagree, but you just have to let it be and let them keep doing what they doing. You just keep doing what you're doing, but eventually, if you're, I mean, not to say their light made them, but it wasn't because of you. It's
Yeah.
because of the way they are, and they don't take accountability for nothing that they do. They always blame the next person. Always. They throw rocks and hide their hands. And that's a lot of people in this space. I mean, this space is huge, and we're just a minuscule number of this space.
Yeah.
We're a minuscule number of this space.
Yeah.
And it's some content creators out there that have millions and millions and millions of subs. Now
Yeah.
we can say those people touch a lot more people than we do on the basis, but how many of those actual subs are actually viewing that person's content?
Yeah.
Is those subs just a number?
Oh yeah.
So
Absolutely.
like you get a lot of people, and I say it all the time. Monetization, it is what if it come, it come. I'm not focused on that. Subs,
Yeah.
if I mean, not to sound cocky, I'm not focused on subs, because there are
Yeah.
going to be people who like it, good, bad, or indifferent. And there's always going to be people that can't stand it. And it's not because they can't stand the content, they just don't like it because it's me. And
Well,
I'm not
see, and
supposed to do. I,
to be
go ahead.
honest, if it were me, and again, I will never have a YouTube channel of my own. I tip my hat to you guys because y'all are braver men than me, and I no. But if it were me, I think I would be much more. I would be much less about a total sub count, and for me, it would be about engagement. because
Right.
if you have it, it is better to have a smaller group of people engaged than it is to have just a bunch of people as a count on your total. Just
Right.
that would be how I would look at it anyway. So even if it stayed small for a period, if it was engaging, because a lot of times when people engage, that engagement can spread. It can lead to other people engaging when they wouldn't have before because they're speaking, they find a space where they can engage with people that they do and they don't agree with, but they don't always, or they engage with someone like me who I have more than once or twice or three times, and it will probably happen at some point. I apologize in advance. Disclaimer: the views, yada yada. Um, where people consider looking at both viewpoints as being two-faced, or realizing they say that you're talking out of both sides of your mouth when you look at a situation from both sides and are willing to say out loud that there's more than one cause for a problem, for a big problem, because
Right.
no big problem only has one little cause. That's
Right.
not the way those work.
And that's true. I'm a so and Damien said I understand where you're coming from. I usually give people 50% trust and 50% distrust because once two chances are blown, they're no longer a friend. Once they're proved to be a friend of mine, it's 100% no doubt. Know who you got, who got a good friend who always have your interest in back to see you succeed. Can't always give people too many chances because if they didn't learn from the first mistake, do it again. They're all out of chances, and chances are all they do it again to make you look like a fool. You could forgive small things, but big things, which are two chances, are unforgivable. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
And then Scott Berry, I'm sub to channels I don't watch anymore. I'm about to touch on
Hmm.
that too.
Yep.
100, Scott. 100. I agree. I am subscribed to channels that I have never watched. I was simply trying to support man. All that's
Well,
fire. All
yes,
that is
yes,
fire. And I'm about to
yeah.
touch on it. Like right now,
Well, give
right
me just
now.
a second. Give me just a second, because for what Damien said, there's a rule. My grandmother, best woman I've ever known in my life. If I ever become a quarter of what she was, then I will have absolutely succeeded in life. Um, but she taught me one golden rule not to do and one golden rule to do. And the language is going to be different because I'm going to use more current terminology. I do not fuck around and find out. And I always, when a person shows me who they are, I believe them. And that's all there is to it. Okay, now go ahead. I will shut up.
Hell yeah. A person gonna show you who they are. They're gonna show you who they are multiple times over. It's just up to you to know that. Like for instance, in a space I was in, I was told firsthand, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. But I'm not the type of person to say, okay, I'm gonna take your word on it, right? I gotta go. I'm gonna go, find out on my own. Then if I bump my head, get scratched, if I get if I get played the same way, then I know for a fact that hey, y'all are speaking some truth behind it. So now I
Yep,
got firsthand to say this person is exactly who you and they showed me who they was,
yep,
and I
yep,
can say that because I got the knowledge to say that.
yep,
And that those people will bite the hand that feed them. And then once you separate yourself from them people, they're always gonna come up with the analogy of you're mad, you're hating. Oh, I did it first. I did it this. I did it that way. Case in
yep,
point, somebody called me whatever they want to say. They called me a cheater, and that's the way I'm taking it because there's no way for you to sit up on a live panel and say, how do he know or how do I know that when he started or whatever time he started or he needs to log out and start his dash over or I need to see a screenshot. Basically in your mind, you are either calling me a cheater or you calling me a liar.
yep.
And you're doing it on a live panel. So you can go
Yeah,
run and tell anybody whatever you think I am saying about you, because in the simple fact of the matter, that's what you did. And I wasn't even a part of what you were doing. I was
Yep.
jokingly around said I joined it, and I didn't. And because of your fear of me joining, brought out your insecurities that I had already seen, that I had called you out several times before that incident even happened. I called you out, and you tried to act like it wasn't that way. But I know a snake when I see a snake, right? I just deal with them in my way. So he
Yep.
can run around and say what he want to say about it, but I know the truth. And not only did you
Yep.
turn around and do that, you went on a live panel and call yourself defending me. Yes, it was others involved, but you went up there defending me against somebody that I wasn't even defending myself against because I knew what it was. And when it found out, and when you found out that person didn't do what you said he did, you still didn't hold yourself accountable. You said, "Oh, you halfway." You can't be halfway. You either gonna be
Yep.
one way or the other way. You can't be halfway. But he proved you wrong live, and you couldn't backtrack. You couldn't backtrack. You see, so those are some of the things. And then the person who was supposed to so-called be in charge backed you on it, still backing you on it,
Yep.
still backing you on it, and you're falling for it. Like I said, when your parents tell you don't touch the stove because it's hot, they tell you that for a reason.
Mhm.
you know, and it's like, people, I don't talk about monetization. I don't talk about subs. I have had
Yep.
people tell me sub. Oh, and I'm appreciative for all of it, right? And
Yep.
right now, I have 9 people who've been riding with me for 4 hours. Those are the people. I mean, don't get me wrong. Everybody that come to this channel, I appreciate. Everybody that look at the content, I appreciate. There's 9 people. You that come on the panel every day, that's been on the panel. Jesse that comes up here. These people that come here every day show me support and put time in with me. Those are the ones that matter. Everybody
Yeah.
matters, but to a certain point, like these people are gonna come watch. Now I got 700 odd subs, but how many of those 700 people have come back to watch the content that's being put out?
Yeah.
And that's what matters to me. The ones that come back and be engaged. That's what
Yeah.
matters to me. And I'm not saying it like I don't appreciate everybody else, but out of the 700 people, how many of them came back to keep and being engaged?
Yep.
So that's the thing when people, I got this many subs. Okay, but they not telling you how many viewed it, how many been engaged on
Yeah.
multiple occasions. You know, so there, when it all comes back down to it, when it grow, it's gonna grow organically. And I remember, and I notice, and I pay attention to who has always been there for me,
Yeah.
as well as I've been there for others. So that's what I look at when it comes to that. I
Yeah.
really sometimes I don't even know. Like I didn't even know I had 700 subs. Only reason I found out is because YouTube sent me a notification in my email.
Yeah. And I'm gonna let you answer, Damien. I'm actually back at work on DoorDash, so I'm gonna be picking up and dropping off. So give me just a minute. If you see my mic muted or my camera off, it means I'm probably not here. So
Okay.
I'll be in and out now.
Okay, here we go. Where we go? I gotta go back. Give me 1 second, D. Caught DoorDash still in. What's that? What's that? What's that? Make you feel it rightful. I agree. Yep. Yes, Scrabble, I agree. You have to believe them. Come on, y'all want some bullshit. I'm not taking it. You have to believe them. They show you multiple chances. I believe in letting people find things out for themselves and eventually just be the type of guy to listen to, be aware already and not pass judgment or why you care to tell me when who you're talking. um over Damien over here, I don't have to name names because those people know who I'm talking about. And they know what I'm saying. to be um in a way. And when I say stuff, I could be speaking in general, but I know it's gonna be like two or three people with the shoe that fit to come running to try to clear it up, which is fine. They because um that's their right. But they'll sit up here and tell you that this, that, and the third happened and it wasn't like that. They never said that. But it's just no matter what, the whole accusation, the whole attempt to say whatever you said was basically you called me a cheater or a liar, whatever you want to put it out there at, and you did it on the live panel. You did it on the live panel. But you go run around and tell people that I'm delusional and I'm this and I'm that. And that's what it was, you know. And it's not just that one particular person. It's a lot of people, especially it's two people on that side that's gonna say things. And I don't address a lot of stuff, but it is what it is. They keep saying little stuff and putting little stuff out there, oh, I'm mad or I'm upset or this, that. I'm never mad and I'm never upset. But just if you're gonna say something about me, tell the truth. Don't just tell your side, tell the truth. And don't think it's buried somewhere that it can't be found. The whole gesture was you basically was worried about a situation. You said what you said, and it got caught. It got caught. And when I called you out on it, you trying to act like it wasn't that way, but it was that way. I get people feel some kind of way about me because when I speak about stuff, I speak from my experiences and I speak from my knowledge. And I put them in a place that have an uncomfortable conversation, but they don't want to have that because they uncomfortable and they don't know how to have that. So they feel like I'm being brat. I got ego. They feel like I'm cocky, and they feel like other things about me. But the fact of the matter, when it comes to me, I'm confident in myself, and I believe in myself to do any and everything I want to do, especially in any space that I am in. And they don't like that. They don't like that because they want to shine, and they don't know that we can shine together, but they don't want me to outshine them, and that's the problem. Let me see. Hold on. Let me let me um if you want to know what these people did, um the whole situation was they wanted me to be a puppet, run back tail, be a rat, be a snake, and I wasn't going to do that because I know what these people said about other people, and I know how other people feel about them. But they wanted me to tell them what the other people said about them, and me not tell them what they said about the other people. And just because I wouldn't do that, I was graciously kicked off a team because I couldn't be trusted. So now that I say things about what happened, they feel like I'm spreading lies and I'm mad about it. No, those are the facts. You know, particularly they did a lot per se um to the situation that happened, and they didn't take accountability for the actions that they played in the situation. So in the situation, two people was having a disagreement. I was affiliated or associated with a certain particular group. And because I was affiliated and associated with a certain particular group, I was attacked by certain people. And when I told the people or the person in this group to take care of their business with the person that's attacking the group, I was the one blamed because of the way they approach the way they're handling it, and it backfired on them. So because that backfired on them, I got blamed and I couldn't be trusted, and I was no longer part of that group, which is fine. But other people in that group didn't care for me, and it was addressed several times, but they're going to try to make it seem like it was only one incident when it wasn't. It was multiple incidents, multiple. And quite a few of them was caught live on the panel. And I was letting things slide because that's what I do. I let you build up that rope and hang yourself. And on the panel one day, I told him how I felt, and he was like, "Oh, it's not like that." Then he's gonna try to send me privately some messages. I didn't read them. For what? Because I know you full of shit. That's what it is. You full of shit. You try to do it privately, but publicly you trying to say I'm a cheater and a liar. So it is what it is. They who they are, I'm who I am. And they can, I don't wish no bad on them, but I just don't deal with them. They tag me and stuff. I don't tag them in nothing. They tag me, and then he tagged me and thought I wasn't gonna show up. But when I showed up, he still didn't want to admit what he did. He still did. Then try to say I was protecting you, I was defending you. I never asked you to do that. If I wasn't responding to it, why should you? If I wasn't responding to the person why should you? I never said go out there and defend me. And then when you were proven wrong trying to defend me, you still didn't take accountability. And then want to throw out, oh, my grandfather's black, I dealt with racism. What does that mean? Because that's your go-to to try to make me feel like, oh, you understand. But the fact of the matter, the person you was talking to wasn't even being racist. He wasn't. And when he proved that to you, you still didn't take accountability for it. You still didn't. You try to go and dance all the way around it. And I know why you caught me out. I know why you tagged me in. You was hoping I showed up for your own personal reasons. So don't try to sit up there and act like you oh so innocent, because you not. But that's his narrative. That's his story. And they can tell it, and that's all fine and dandy. So they don't want to tell they don't want to tell, like I say, they don't want to take accountability for their side of the story. They don't. They just want to make it seem like I'm a madman. I'm whatever. I don't even delusional, whatever he called me. And if you see when I went up on his panel, how he got triggered and the facial expressions he made on that panel, on that live video, when I said that word, that he told me somebody was calling me, that made that person a racist. If you see his face and the way he um responded to me, that lets me know that's what you thinking in your head. That's what you thinking in your head. That's how angry you got when I addressed it. But he don't want to admit that. So it's probably live on his page. You can go watch it. Look at his facial expression and look how he reacted to it. So yeah, particularly they did some things I didn't like. When I addressed it, I became the problem. That's what it is. When you stand up for yourself and they can't control you, it's a problem. I've been driving from Manassas to Blacksburg, right here, the best 4 hour drive. Yep, exactly, Blaze. They expose themselves every day. And then the thing about it is, when by them being who they are, other people that don't like me go over there and still do the same thing. Oh, you're not wrong. I've tried to do this. He did me the exact same way. I didn't even know we had a problem. Yeah, you did. You knew. But you're trying to get an audience that's gonna listen to anything you say, and you try to paint me out to be the bad guy. No, I'm upfront. If I don't fuck with you, don't come around me. And you know I don't fuck with you, so why are you trying to come around me? Then you want to try to come on my panel and calm somebody else down on my panel. This not your panel. This not your page. Stay the fuck away from me. And when I tell you that, you run around. When I tell you that, you run around and say I got blocked on 3 channels. You didn't get blocked. I timed you out in my chat because I didn't want to see your bullshit. So if I would have blocked you, then it's a problem. So that's another thing. Don't go lying. You knew what you weren't blocked. I timed you out my chat and I hid all your comments because I don't want to see that bullshit. I told you kindly, get out my back room before I blocked you. Get out my stage. I gave you the chance to leave. And like I say, if you don't know where I've been, I'm gonna tell you where I'm coming from. And then I'm gonna show you where I'm coming from. So it ain't gonna be no in between. It ain't gonna be no he just playing. He don't fuck with me and I don't fuck with him and we stay away from each other. That's it. That's the end of the story. But he's still that person, the weather, still running around causing trouble. And ain't even part of the community. But because I don't accept him like everybody else and his snake ways, I'm the problem. But like I say, that right there is what it is. Exactly. We had a person, and this is we had a person the other day. Something happened on another channel. That person on another channel shut his page down. And the person that was up on his panel opened up his page and talked about what happened on another page that wasn't even supposed to get out. But that's supposed to be your friend. That's supposed to be your guy. That's supposed to be your buddy. But you telling everybody what's going on his page, and he shut his panel down. It ain't about you going, stop talking about what just happened. That ain't none of your business. But you doing it to get clicks and views, which is fine. But if you want clicks and views, don't use nobody else for your clicks and views. Don't copy everything they do for your clicks and views. And then say you ain't doing it. That's a frenemy. You trying to do everything I do instead of doing it on your own. And that's just the way I feel about that. What's up, Bobby? What's up, Bobby?
Hey, Bobby.
Um, Blaze, they don't know how to do that. They don't know how to look in the mirror every morning and look at that person that's looking back at them and understand that person is want them to do better. They look at that person because and they shy away from that image because they don't like what they see. Because they know that person is revealing who they really are. So they can't take accountability for that person. They can't because in their mind, they're never wrong. They're never wrong. It's everybody else's fault. It's everybody against them. They never do nothing. People attack me. They're attacking me. They're coming after me. I did nothing wrong. I'm so this. All I did was try to support. Nah, nah, nah. And that's what they do, man. And then they wonder why certain things happen to them in their life to where it's always a rain cloud. Because you always on some bullshit. And you don't take accountability for the bullshit that you go through. You can't, and you got a lot of people who put all their business on the internet and get mad when somebody try to help them. When the people who trying to help you telling you, guiding you, look, don't worry about this, it'll happen. You need to take care of your financial responsibilities first. You need to learn how to not worry about what others are doing and focus on yourself. Or you bullying them. But the people will tell you to go out and buy this, go out and buy that. You need this, you need that. And you don't even know how to use the equipment you buying. You still got to ask for help from other people instead of getting it on your own. Instead of getting it on your own, you rather listen to the people who really not got your best interest in heart, to the ones who really trying to help you. The ones who trying to help you, so you say they bullying you, they too hard on you. The ones who don't want you sitting in your car not making no money, but you spending money. When you got a bag full of excuses, when you got a bag saying you can't make no money here, there, and the third, when there's other people around you showing you can make money here, there, and the third, but you're not willing to drive 15 minutes, but you would to make more money, but you would rather sit there in a spot that ain't producing shit just to get clicks and views. It's crazy to me. They'll never take responsibility and accountability for their own actions. It's always somebody else's fault. And when it causes drama, they love it.
Right.
Probably on this channel. I don't know. I don't know Agent 86. Probably on this channel. I don't know. Yeah, and that's the thing. When you building something, when you build a solid foundation, you know who gonna be there and you know who not. You know who you can trust and you know who you don't. And a lot of people want to be a part of something so bad they'll sell their soul just to be in that group. Yep. All you gotta do is take that stick and hit that grass. That snake gonna show. Only thing about a snake is a snake only sheds its skin. A snake gonna be a snake no matter what. They shed their skin. It may take them a couple days, couple weeks, couple months, couple years, but a snake gonna be a snake, and the only thing it's gonna do is change its skin color. Scott, like I say, I can build it, and I'm watching, and I see who gonna be, and see what it is for what it is. And when I can do that, that makes it more sweeter for me because I know I worked hard at it, and it means more to me. It means more to me. Like right now, I got 12 in the box. And Scrabble's been on my panel for the last week constantly. I got Nomadic, Ceci, Bobby, Matt, uh, Cherry's been around here. Like it's per certain people that I know people don't like, but with me, I can understand most of these people. I can understand where they coming from, and that's the part when you know a certain person and you know how to deal with them, and you know where their intentions are and not. Now, don't get me wrong. Cherry say some fucked up shit. He do. And I know that. So I know a lot of people gonna say that, and he do say some fucked up shit. He do, and that shit is not cool. So I don't condone the fucked up shit he say. So don't think I do. And to build something and have it grow organically, like most people, I don't talk about subscribers. I don't talk about monetization. I don't talk about a lot of stuff. And when people ask me about certain things, like for instance, people ask me about how much do you spend in gas. I don't worry about what I put in my gas tank. What about your miles? I don't worry about my miles. What about your rep? What about it? Those are the things you guys worry about. And I don't worry about those things for certain reasons. And everybody want to say I'm wrong for not worrying about that. I take care of those things because it's everyday essentials. I gotta put gas in this. Whatever I drive, I gotta put gas in it every day. I know if I let this tank on a 2008 Yukon Denali with 333,000 miles get to E, I'm putting $130 in. So another person told me, because I was like, I don't want to burn premium, but another person told me years ago, and then my knowledge as being a mechanic was like, damn, they right. Start burning premium. I burn a half a tank a day, and I work 14 hours a day in an SUV. I'm burning a half a tank a day. I don't even have to fill it up every day. I do, but I don't. But a lot of people worry about how much I spend in fuel. I don't, because at the end of the year, I'm gonna write it off and get it back. If I don't get it all back, I'm gonna get it to a point to where I'm breaking even, which is fine with me because it ain't coming out my bottom line. But a lot of people don't think about that because they only think about being in the gig economy as a side hustle, as a gig. They don't understand the business aspect of it. And they know, I've been told I know more than anybody in the gig economy. Like a guy came in here and told me something he totally wrong at. And it's been proven by multiple people. But to him, in his mind, he know more than all of us, which is crazy. I thank you, Jamie. I try my best to say what I go through and my experience. And most of the time, what I'm talking about before I even say it is my opinion. This is what I feel. So a lot of people take it the way they want to take it. I'm not telling you it's gospel. I would never in the world tell nobody to come on here every day and work 14 to 16 hours. I won't tell them that. But I will say, if you did half of what I did, and they always miss the message, they always miss it. If I'm working 16 hours, 8 and 8, if I'm correct, is 16. So when I say do half of what I do, if I'm making 400 and you do half of 400, that's like $200. And some days I got 200 at 10 o'clock in the morning. So if I made 10 o'clock, 200 in the 10 o'clock in the morning, you could take the fucking rest of the day off. But just imagine if you made 200 every day before 10, before 12, before 2 for 5 days a week. But they not getting the message on that. All they hear is 400 a day. Oh, that ain't. And in some spaces, in some zones, in some markets, shit, $200 a day is damn good. Damn good. It only takes 287 to get you to 100,000. And whatever you do with the money, if you do it right, you ain't gonna come out a lot more. You gonna come out less than what you think. But according to them, they know it all, and I know nothing. I'm just bragging. I'm cocky. I'm this. When I what I in my opinion, I be dropping jewels that they don't even want to pick up because this content creator is more popular. This person speaking is more popular. I don't know more than them, or they just don't like me because I'm giving them an uncomfortable conversation. I'm trying to make them uncomfortable so they can be comfortable for many years to come. But they don't want to hear the messages that I drop. And it's almost like when Pac said, why try to explain the game when they ain't even listening? That's the killing part about it. So thank you, though. I really appreciate that, Blaine. I suspected they were petty fools from the start. It shows how idle they are. A dog in a hurt, a dog in a hunt doesn't know they have fleas. Skillionaire, bro. I've been looking for you for a minute. Namaste. Like, and not to put you on the spot, I noticed a long time ago last year what happened. They wasn't paying attention. And people that were there, and I'm not saying you did it because I left or whatever, because I know you exited before me. Um, People that was there because I was there, showing them certain stuff, are no longer over there. They don't even go over there. And some of those people have contacted me and said, I'm fucking with you more because you left. I've been had seen the writing on the wall. I've been seen it. I mean, I wasn't there to try to do nothing but help them grow something that they was trying to do. And I told them behind the scenes they were doing it wrong. And what you're doing, you need to fix a little bit and it'll be better. But they were so worried about subs. They were so worried about view. They were so worried about why this person wasn't coming to visit, why this person wasn't speaking in the chat, why this person didn't come on a panel, why this person wasn't joining in on the activity. And I've told them from day one, stop worrying about them. It's just like a bank, a family member, a friend, anybody you go to with a plan and say, can I borrow money or can you invest? On your first initial startup, most of them ain't going to invest because the ones that want you to succeed want to know how hungry you are. They going to tell you no. They going to tell you no, 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 no. You might get 1,000 no's. But once they see how hungry and dedicated and the grind you going to put into it to make it work at any means necessary, the next time you go back to them, they going to have an open checkbook. And most people don't even understand that part of it because somebody going to say, I'm not investing in that right now because they ain't going to make it past 6 months. If they make it past that 6 month mark, I'm going to ride with them on any other operation they got going on because they was willing. They might even say a year, 2 years, but they going to see how much dedication you want to put into yourself at any given cost to make your dream, your belief, your goal, what you building to be accurate. And they gonna be like, no, he ain't gonna fail. They ain't gonna fail. And everybody don't understand that because they want it now. They want it to where the clicks, the view, they want it in the moment. They're not willing to put the grind in for it. The grind in for it. And that they be missing the subject. Oh, the first time you tell them no, oh, they hating it. They don't believe they got it. They could give it to me. That person worked hard. They put the grind in. They put the grind in, and they want to know because they want to know how much of a grind you willing to put into yourself, like they did.
What up, gang?
And that's what it boiled down to. What up, though, Matt? That's what it boiled down to. Damien, I don't have it the link because it wasn't on my page. But the person that I'm speaking of um has some bars in their profile picture. They had some jail time. So if that can give you a little bit of insight on who I'm talking about. But I'm quite sure if he didn't make it private or he didn't put it up there, um, it's still up and running. And you can go over to his page because I don't view the content. I'm not subbed. I don't deal with him. Other than the time I did, it's on his page. Now he might be listening and he might take it down or he might make it private or he might delete the scene out. I don't know what he gonna do. But if you see that part, you're gonna be like, damn. And you can see this facial expression. You can see how deep of a problem he got with me just by me speaking words. And it was last Sunday it happened. And then when he said it, he came back going, I was trying to protect you. No, the fuck you wasn't, because I didn't ask you to do that. You did that on your own. And I know how you really feel about me. But I'm cool with that. Because like I said, if I don't know where you been, guess what? I know where you was coming from. And I seen that a long time ago. A long time ago. And he gonna tell you it was only one incident. We didn't have no problems. I thought we were cool. I called him out on so much stuff. And it's not I can send you to another spot. Go to the situation room. He flipped out on the whole panel. because they didn't want to agree with him on a subject that he feel like he an expert in. So I look, I got the receipts, I got all. I just don't harp on that stuff. They do more harping than I do, and then they tag me and get mad when I show up.
Are you waiting for an order?
Get mad when I show up. Cause they know. And then they gonna try to say I don't have no facts. Facts. The facts is you call me a cheater on an open panel, whether you want to believe it or not. Cause anytime you say, nah, anytime you tell a person, wait a minute, wait a minute, how do we know when he started? How he's gonna keep track of when he started? How are we gonna know without a screenshot? Maybe he needs to log off right now and log back in and start from this time instead of starting at 10, even though I wasn't even getting in on it. And I guess I'm not smart enough to know that I'm not gonna count the thing at 10 o'clock. Because when I entered into this competition, it was 10:30. I'm just gonna go back to 10 o'clock on my order. But I entered in the competition at 10:30. Make that make sense.
My bad, G. I got bad service.
But from the facts of the matter, when my name was, because this is how it all started. And I was joking. Hey, did Hawaii get into the challenge? No, thank God. That was said. Thank God. And then, oh yeah, I'm winning anyway. I got X amount of dollars. I'm in the league. And then it was like, oh shit, Hawaii just joined the challenge. Oh, 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 wait a minute. How we gonna know when he started? How we all that happened. So if you're not saying I'm a cheater or a liar, why are you worried about when I start? When you already had a 5 hour head start on me. So go ahead and say what he want to say. But it's all there. It's all there. So, yep. But if you go to his page, he got bars representing his logo. And he did some jail time. Yeah, Trout, I'm the problem. What up, KB? I love you too, Trout. You like to fish. Oh, Damien, I've been saying that for the longest. And he know what the problem is. He stuck his nose where it don't belong. Now, I'm not gonna say that when it comes to that individual, I call him the weather, right? I call him the weather. I don't call him by his name. So everybody know Cherry and Red had a problem. I was part of the team Red was on. I told Red to get her shit fixed with Cherry. It came about Cherry got doxxed. Now, before Cherry got doxxed, Cherry wasn't always bothering Red. She gonna say what she wanna say. I was on Flex's panel. Cherry was up there, and the weather. I want to do an interview on you. I want to do this. I want to do that. And Cherry was like, "Cool, that's fine. That's woo woo woo." And he was like, "I want to know about the extortion." So the person that ain't in the community, the person that ain't never did a pickup or a drop off, how the fuck do he know about extortion that happened damn near a year ago? Red told him. And when he said that, I was like, damn it, this not about to be good. Because Cherry was like, what the fuck? And I said it, it's not gonna be good. So the very next day, nope, 2 days later, Cherry put out Cherry was being Cherry. he let loose on the whole fucking team. All because she was running her mouth to Thunder. So that's how that happened. So I that very next day after Cherry got doxxed, Thunder did a show on quote unquote doxing, but he wasn't talking about Cherry and Red. That's what he said. But in my opinion, less than 24 hours, this man just got doxxed. Now you want to do a show on doxing. Would you have did a show on doxing if this didn't come up? So I politely said, Thunder, that's not your business, man. Let it go. Stop creating more drama. In the middle of what I was going through on that team, I was going through it on the team from other parts of my personal life was affected by it. The team was affected by it. And, the drama in YouTube space. But I'm trying to stay in a space of my own. But every day it's some shit. And now it wasn't more so about the gig shit. It was more so about my personal life. My family calling me, my kids calling me, everybody calling me. I'm getting into it with my girl. Like, listen, this, you know, all because Red wouldn't fix her shit. And when I tried to explain that to Red, she disregarded it. She basically said, I can't do nothing about what your family got going on, but if you do it this way. So basically, you telling me like, fuck you and your problems outside of gig too. And it became an issue. So that's what happened with that. But I politely asked Thunder to stay out of it. He didn't. He stuck his nose in it. And soon, and this is another key point. If you wasn't quote unquote doing a story on Cherry and Red about the doxing, soon as Cherry came on your panel after I left, before you let him up, you say, here it is, the man of the hour. But you wasn't expecting what he was about to say on the other side of that, letting him on the stage. He gave that man a new asshole, and that man was butthurt because he didn't really know the true effects of what Cherry was going to say. When Cherry did it, he was hurt. Like, why you attack me like that? Because you sticking your nose where it don't belong. Like you always do, but you try to do it in a cool way. You a snake. You give out a super chat trying to be cool. That's snake-like ways. You don't care about these people. You don't care about the community. You want drama. Because you will sit back in somebody's chat and say, ha ha, look at this. This is so drama. This is so dramatized. I love it. But when Cherry gave you a new asshole, you was mad and hurt feelings. But yet and still you be tough talking like, why you people get all butt hurt? You was that day, buddy. And then I'm talking to Cherry on Flex's panel. Thunder comes try to butt his nose in again and overtalk you. So I just left. I'm not about to argue with you on somebody else's panel, dude. Not to do it. Nope. I'm not. And then he want to act like he don't know why we got a problem. Because you don't even belong here. You're only here because certain people let you up. That's what it is. And you even Sunday, when he came on my panel, and I told him where to go, he left and went on a campaign for anybody that would listen to him. Anybody that would listen to him, just to say he got banned by me. They having a whole nother conversation. Whole nother conversation. He all in their chat. I got banned. I got banned. I got banned. All in their chat. And acting like he don't know why. He went on a political campaign to get his word across. It made no sense to me. Trout need a hug. I'm trying to keep up with the chat. Yep, they are. They are into Yep, they don't never accomplish nothing. They just worry about what's in your pockets. That's about it. And they all be a waste. Blaze, absolutely. When are you going to take a break and focus on your goal, pal? On my bro, my goals, I focus on them every day. Like what I do in this space is when I know I want a business that I want to make, create. I know how much it's gonna cost. I know what I'm gonna need if I choose to go ask for a loan. So the money that I make doing this, bro, it's all seed money. It's all seed money. I just don't talk about all the. I know it look like I grind a lot and I'm out here working and I ain't doing other stuff, but I do a lot of other stuff behind the scenes, bro. And that's the thing. This money is to where the time I work and the grind I put in is to where when I say I'm done working, bro, I'm gonna sit back and scratch my nuts all day. That's it. Don't pick up the phone and call me to say, take me to the grocery store. Nope, I'm retired. I don't want to be, and it's nothing against people who do it. It's nothing, no shot at nobody. I don't want to be a person to when I say I retired, I got to go get another job just because I'm getting, just because I didn't prepare and plan for my retirement. That's just the way it is, bro. And it ain't no shot at nobody. It ain't nothing like that. And I grind the way I grind. I make myself uncomfortable now so I can live comfortable later. And that's the bottom line. So when I say I take a break, when I'm on vacation for months at a time, because I'm able to set myself up to do that, I'm working on other shit I just don't talk about in this space. Because if you and I both know, Blaze, if you tell people too much, they're gonna turn around and use that shit against you. They gonna turn around and use it against you, and it's gonna have you in a space, that you may want to take it to another level. And all it is, this shit is just all entertainment. It's all entertainment, and it shouldn't come to that. Bobby, I see you. I'm not I'm not ignoring it at all. But today, I'm not trying to get triggered by nobody. I'm just trying to talk my talk and get back to the money. No, Charles, it's not your fault for promoting W-2 because W-2 and gig worker, it's only a slippery margin between them. We all the same. The W-2 worker works just as many or if not more hours than I do, but they don't want to admit that. They only want to know. I, they only see when I put up I made 2,800 in the week, but I worked 135 hours. They don't break it down day by day. All they see is 135 hours. That's it. I'm working too much. Then they always change the narrative on how many hours I work. I'm like, damn, you know, when did it go from me working 14 to 25 to 21? I'm like, damn, what was I in them hours? But they know it. They know it more than me. So it's not about the W-2 because in my opinion, the W-2 worker and the gig worker, it's got the same similarities. But if you're a real hustler in the gig economy, you ain't looking for no handouts. You ain't hoping legislation get passed for you to get a certain set amount. And I'm gonna say it and I say it again. We make the amount we want, but a lot of people are not willing to grind it out for that. I'm not saying work no 16 hours a day, but if you did half of that, you still can make it. And you ain't probably living, quote unquote, because everybody want to say, oh, yeah, you in Hawaii, you in Hawaii, you in Hawaii. When is that narrative going to be? They never lived here. They never been, probably never been here. But they want to say it's oh so expensive to live here. But guess what? If it was oh so expensive, nobody would be here. And it's not about the market. It's not about the zone. It makes a difference on how you grind and hustle. But any market, if you grind and hustle, any zone, some zones is just dead. You got a guy sitting right up here on, matter of fact, you got two people sitting right up here on this panel with one zone. and they both getting it. And I guarantee you, the people in them zones they in that market they in, saying they full of shit. That's what I'm trying to say. It's money no matter where you go and what you do. It's about what you do and how you do it and how much confidence, not ego, not arrogantness, how much confidence you have in knowing what you're worth. If you only think you're worth 26 an hour, 15 an hour, 20 dollars an hour, that's what you're gonna make. But you gotta know what you're worth. And I know for a fact, me, not nobody else, me in the gig economy, I've had $300 hours. You ain't gotta believe it if you don't want to. But I've had $300 hours. If I did it one time, I made 300 an hour. So guess what I'm worth? 300 an hour. But realistically, I know ain't nobody gonna pay me 300 an hour. So if I want to make that, I got to go make it myself. And that's when it's in you, not on you. And that's when you doing it and not putting on a show. A lot of people put on shows. When I try to do something, I do it and show you that I'm doing it from me, and you can do it too. If I'm doing this, you can do it. And I got that much confidence in anybody in this economy and in this space. They can do the same thing. Your situation may be different. You might not even want to do it. But and for me, anybody can do it in this space. They just choose not to. They make more excuses about it than actually doing it. And that's all I got to say about that. Yep. Don't be scared to be on the panels, Trout. Yeah, and you know what? You know what, Blaze? I should have never went over there. I should have never went over there because I knew it. He was doing the same thing and said he didn't want to do. First of all, you don't want to give me no attention. You don't want to try to use me for clicks and views, but you tag me. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. I could have ignored it. I could have. And I didn't. That's my fault. And that's the accountability I got to take for that. So it is what it is. He all good. I'm all good. I'm still out doing what I do every day. I have no ill wills towards him. I hope they all succeed and get where they want to be. I even hope the app and the gig house open. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. I hope it all work out for him. I really do. From the bottom of my heart. You know what I'm saying? It's no ill will. I hope it all works out. That's it.
What?
Scott, you gotta have two phones.
What's up, bro? I didn't want to cut you off, bro. I saw you were mad.
I'm reading the chat.
Oh, you good, bro? I just wasn't trying to cut you off.
Blaze, that's all I try to do, man. And for anybody that's gonna say this, what I speak, I don't say is gospel. What I speak, what I feel is my truth from my eyes. And that's all I try to do. But a lot of people don't like me and don't want to hear what I gotta say because I don't fit their narrative. And when you don't fit their narrative, they crucify you like Trump. And that's all I'm gonna say. Scott, not quite. I got about another 1,500 to go before I get 30,000. But it will happen before the end of next month. A lot of people do that. A lot of people sit there, cherry pick, eat food, and say the market is dead because they can't make no money because they're not getting good orders or they. I mean, it's a lot of reasons. A lot of reasons. A lot of reasons. Yep, exactly. Hey Matt, I'm about to get out. Kalo Cake, Kalo Cake,
Que lo que,
say
Tony? Que lo que?
I just wanted to let you know you're way behind on the chat, buddy. Way behind.
Who, Ron is?
hey, oh,
Oh yeah.
hey, Blaze.
Everybody
You
else
know
done.
what? You know what, Blaze? I'm good. He said his piece. I said my piece. That's all he gonna get out of me. Is no talking it out. Is no doing none of that because, like you said, when a snake show you his true colors, you stay away from him. And he probably feel the same way about me. But that one incident that on his page is what he gonna get out of me. I'm not giving him no more attention. And I really mean that. I don't go to his page. I don't listen to his content. I don't worry about none of that.
Hey,
But I
Ron.
guarantee you every day they speaking on me.
Ron,
What's up?
why are we giving them
Yeah.
our energy?
Huh?
What?
Why are we giving them our energy?
Um right now in this space it was, asked about and I gave him a little bit of airtime.
I know,
Um
I know, but you gave them too much, so just
all right, see? Words of wisdom. But yeah, that's
Wait,
all he gonna get out of me.
looking out for you.
that's good looking out, Matt.
I just had to tell Eric the
Good.
same thing.
Yeah, because we just had an incident on Eric's channel.
Yeah, he texted me.
But
We ain't got
I said my
we
piece.
yeah
I said my piece.
we ain't got to go into it. I basically in a roundabout way I told him the same thing basically you did. So
Yeah, somebody else did too.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
good.
I know,
It's
I know,
good.
I know, I know, I know. But what I'm saying is, listen, like if we keep feeding into these people's bullshit, they're going to hang around. We got to learn that the more we keep their names in our mouth, the more relevant they are.
Yeah, bro, you gotta understand though. That was a pop in there and try
I
manipulation
I
technique
know
on purpose.
I know what it was. I know what it was.
Yeah,
And,
that
and,
was.
and I stayed away. I stayed away because I knew you would handle it. That's why I stayed away.
Oh yeah,
So that's why
yeah.
when I got the call, I got the text, I stayed away because I knew that you would handle it. So
Absolutely,
so but
absolutely.
as for you, Ron, we've had this conversation, bro. We gotta quit giving these motherfuckers our energy, dog. He go act like he ain't listening to me now. Watch.
No, I'm listening. My honey just spoke.
She probably saying the same thing I'm saying.
I don't know who this H person is. Yo,
Uh,
H. Yo, H. Show me your face.
I think it might be Hector.
it might be because him and I were talking on the phone. He said he was gonna pop up because he's working. Hey, thought he was slick. Look at him.
Ron's like, I don't want no fucking scammers on my shit.
Yeah.
He said, "Yo, H, show your face."
I had to go see. I heard Eric's father was here, so I wanted to come up and say hello.
There you go. There you go. Don't do that.
Hold on, let me
Wow.
drop this off.
Oh, you right. You right too, Mac. My honey been. She down there. She gave you congratulations. So she basically
I
told you
know.
to tell me to shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I ain't gonna tell you shut the fuck up, but I know that you and I have had this conversation, and the more energy that we give people, the less we have for, the people that matter. So we just gotta stay the course. Stay the
To be
course.
to be honest, Blaze, I made peace. I walked away, and that's it. I don't. They can say what they want to say. They can believe what they want to believe. They can put me in whatever space they want to put me in. I walked away. So they know the impact I had over there. They know the impact. I don't have to say nothing about that. So it is what it is.
How you guys doing, Ron and Scrabble? Haven't talked to you in a few days. Hope you guys doing well.
Fuck
I'm
you.
good.
Fuck Puerto Rican.
Yeah, I hate you too, Matt.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. That's good to hear. Yeah. I was on Eric's earlier this morning with Trout and them, and once I heard Matt was going live, I'm like, gotta go.
Wow. He's like, this motherfucker's gonna talk shit about me, so I need to see what he's gonna say. That's what he thought.
That's
yeah.
exactly,
And then he realized
that's exactly what I said to myself.
And then he realized,
like, let this motherfucker talk shit.
And then he realized once he's listening that he was like, oh wow, he actually was like being really sincere.
Oh yeah, he straight dipped out on us and left us like it was a fart in the wind this morning. He didn't think twice about it.
But look on the bright side, though. At least I came up to you first. And this is coming from the guy that resented me and blocked me and basically told me to go F my mother and banned me from a channel that doesn't even have 90 subscribers on a channel holder that starts 4 different lives in 5 hours. Just saying.
Yeah, I don't understand why that happened, because in StreamYard, there was a thing that said time out, and then on under it said ban and hide user. So I hit time out and it banned you. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, Trout, that happened. Listen, I don't know if you ever fucking was on the live when that happened. Hector did that to Bobby one time on mine. And what it does is on StreamYard, it times them out. Or something. It like I can't remember. But Hector felt so bad, dude. Like,
nah,
it was the same
bro.
scenario.
Tell him the first time that I had admin powers, the very first
bro.
day. Tell him what I did.
I'm running
Tell
a
him what
fucking.
I did.
Okay, so I'm running a stream, and it's like one of my fucking second or third streams, right? And we're at like the 4 or 5 hour mark. I just got done working. Hector's like, all right, guys, I'm out of here. I'm going to spend some time with Wendy. I'll talk to you guys later. Peace. This motherfucker hits end stream, dude. And he ends the fucking stream. And we're all on panel. We're still on panel because when the stream ends, everybody's still on panel. It's just it stops recording. And we're like, wait, what the fuck?
I remember I got
Bobby's like, yo, he just ended the fucking stream. And I'm like, he texts me, he's like, bro, I'm so sorry. Like, da-da-da-da-da.
I didn't know.
I'm like, dude, what the fuck? I'm like, it's cool, man. I just started another stream.
Shout out to Hector being the dummy in the can that he is.
I've done that to Eric a time or two. And I was sitting there laughing about it because I didn't know it would do it either. And then he was like, why does my stream keep restarting? I said, oops, sorry, buddy.
Bro, it's so funny. Anytime that you're doing something or you do something bad, he always blames you, bro. Like, he attacks you, man.
No, that's all right. I like it. Everybody knows that Eric would be a shit show over there if I wasn't helping him. So.
Bro, honestly, you should get paid for running his stream, bro. Honestly, I'm not lying to you. I think if I was Eric, I'd probably throw you like $20 every week and say, here, go buy yourself some dinner with the wife. That's it.
Oh, no, Eric's all right. I don't know. I like Eric. I feel like he's, gets a little sad in life. So I'm just over here trying to help him a little bit. Not that I'm
we all know what Eric is. He has...
Yeah, not that I'm a star or
like,
anything, but, I can help. I mean, Yeah. Sometimes people just have to have other people to talk to feel better,
Right, exactly, yeah.
That's all it is. I mean,
I'm just surprised that he wants to talk to you. That's the thing that I'm like scratching my head about. Like, why the fuck he wants to talk to you?
I just wish the motherfucker would stop talking about me eating ramen out of a toilet.
About who?
That motherfucker got a damn fucking picture on his shit, and it says Matt eating ramen, and it's some broad eating ramen out of a fucking toilet. Like,
does he really?
Huh?
I hadn't seen that.
Yo, he did it last night, dude. He changed his name to Matt eating ramen, and it's some fucking broad eating fucking ramen noodles out of a fucking toilet.
No. He changed his title to that?
I'm gonna fucking shank you, Eric. I'm gonna fly to Florida. I'm gonna kick you in your fucking shins, and then I'm gonna get back on the plane and go back to West Virginia.
Jesus
Just
Christ, bro. I knew you was always a killer, Matt, but Jesus Christ, man. You put
said
that
I
shit
was
into
gonna kick
detail,
him in
my
the
boy.
shins. I didn't say I was gonna kill him. Look, then he gets out the car. Like Mike.
Yeah, because I feel scared for my life. I might abandon my life.
Here we fucking go.
Jesus Christ, man. Freaking Ouija boy.
Well, you know why that is, Hector, right?
Nope, he's out of the car. Go ahead.
Of course
and say
he
it.
is.
Go ahead and say it anyways.
Well, I don't never get depressed. I'm like the opposite of depression. I never get depressed.
You're oppression.
Yeah, I never. It just don't happen. I did when I was younger, but I just learned how to beat it. I mean, I'll stress out about certain things, but I don't ever get depressed. I'm the same way all the time.
That's how we should be in general.
Yeah, I'm always the same. Anybody that sees me in like stores and shit that I go into, they wouldn't know whether I was having a bad day or whether I was having a good day. It's always the same.
Well, I think you're a great person, Trump.
Well, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that.
Hey, no problem. Speaking the truth.
Oh man,
I'm on the shopping page. So
What is
I'm
it?
I'm not ignoring the chat, but I'm on the shopping page.
I'm trying to read the chat for you. Blaze said peace. Fucking Hector Square said he saw the picture. Whatever. Who cares?
Oh my God. Good Lord,
Yo,
good Lord.
guess what? I might have to go back to the doctor because this earwax stuff is not working. Like it's working, but it's not working. So I might have to get the whole procedure where they're gonna have to stick a tube in my ear.
Yeah, does your hospital not
Shout out to the yoga pants.
Does your hospital not have like the emergency ear removal, wax removal shit? Like
yeah, that's what I'm doing, man. I'm doing that treatment. I've been doing it for 2 days.
No. I mean, like when I was younger, I was like 8, bro. I had the same thing happen because I had like earwax build up because my ears would like not drain all the way.
Right.
My mom had to take me to the ER, and they did this thing where like they did like a thing where it pulled the wax out of my ear and melted it down or some shit.
Yeah, they take water and they wet it and then they pull it out. That's what they're gonna have to do to me.
Okay. Yeah.
Did it hurt? You remember if it hurt?
Bro, I fucking ate. I don't fucking know. I don't even remember what I had for breakfast.
Jesus Christ, thanks for the feedback. I appreciate it. I'm going in a life and death situation here, you know?
Are you sure you got to do that? Like you can't use Debrox or
listen,
anything?
yeah, so the thing is that when I caught this ear infection, the ear wax turned caramel because I don't know. I guess there was an infection already from what the doctor told me. I didn't put the earwax removal at the time. I waited about a week or so because I thought it would heal on its own. It did, but then 2 nights later, it got clogged up again, and it didn't recover since. So I went to the doctor this past Sunday. They told me that I had to use the earwax removal, and they said if that doesn't work, that on Saturday or Sunday, which is Sunday, I have to go back and get the procedure done, which is $40. She says it's easy. She says it's either or. Either the earwax removal is gonna take it out, or she's gonna have to take it out. And right now, it's kind of like unclogging, but then it clogs again. But I don't know, man. I gotta see how it goes. You know?
Ron, you have a message in the chat.
What did it say?
What do you mean by shout out to the yoga pants?
Uh-oh. Is that Nikki 313? Honey, that's just a saying we say. Shout out to the yoga pants and shout out to the big old itty bitties.
He wanted to say the whole thing, but he couldn't. So he was trying to make it
But I don't mean nothing by it, honey. You know, your yoga pants are the only ones I like. and your your big old itty,
She
your
came
big
in,
old
bro. She was about to clap you, son. She was about to clap
hey,
you, son.
bro,
She's like,
listen,
"What are you
listen,
saying? What do you mean about the young?" I was like,
bro,
"Oh man,
listen.
she about to fuck Ron up."
Yeah, she is. I ain't gonna lie.
Listen, don't get me
She put
involved
the
in this
eye
mess.
emoji.
I ain't gonna lie. She probably giving me the side eye right. But honey, it's nothing personal.
She
You
said
know,
the
you
eye
wear
emoji.
you wear yoga pants too, and you got the big old you got the big old titty.
Shout out to all yoga pants. Oh, I love all yoga pants. Listen, I don't discriminate, especially and Scrabble. If you have a chance, please cover your ear. The ones that you can see through when the girl passes by. Oh, praise Jesus! Shout out to the $4 yoga pants. They really are the champs, bro. Oh my
Especially
God.
don't be promoting domestic violence. Hey,
Oh shit!
don't
She
do it,
said, "Sounds like bullshit."
honey. Matt, can you help me, please?
I'm trying, bro, but I can't get a word in. She don't
Oh
watch
my
my
God.
stream, bro. She don't watch my stream, so she don't know.
Who are you talking about?
Uh,
Oh, my
Ron's
honey.
Ron's honey, man. Ron said,
Oh, shout out to
"Shout out
Ron's
to the
honey. How
yoga
you doing,
pants,"
sweetheart? Nikki, how you doing?
but she don't watch my stream, so like she don't realize I have memberships that say like the big titty fan club, stuff like that. So basically, Ron was like stealing my saying, and
Hey,
then it
real quick,
backfired.
while I have a minute, I just wanted to come up here, and it's kind of a good segue, Matt. So thank you for helping plug what I'm about to say. Shout out to the big titties in the chat. We appreciate you. Shout out to Ceci specifically, who always gets really excited. Shout out to Scrabble for actually encouraging me to do it. And sorry, I was not in my right state of mind to do it earlier. So you're welcome.
Well, we're glad that you're here doing it now.
Bobby is back.
That's
And
a
So
damn
lie.
right I
I've
I'm
am.
never
back.
been back.
Damn right. I am a good influence. I think we have established that at this point.
I mean, I think you got the best disclaimers in the game next to Brandon Diaz.
That's
Honestly,
right.
honestly, Scrabble, I think one day you should make a video about the things that you were saying about the whole gig economy and the economy. You're fucking intelligent, man.
Well,
God
she
damn.
smart
Shout
as
out to
fuck.
I
Scrabble.
will.
She is
Okay.
intelligent, low key.
No offense to you, amazing, wonderful content creators. Never in a million years, ever, because that would appear like I had a channel, and there's no way. You could not pay me enough. I will come up and engage and participate.
Mhm.
No, seriously, I will come up and engage and participate. But I raised two kids already, and I'm too old for that shit at this point. So just I'm 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 good. I'm good. When
Nah,
when
yeah,
people bring
definitely.
when people
Yeah.
bring it to
Also,
me, I can respond. And honestly, I think I tend to think better when I know someone's viewpoint first, because I'm a big believer, especially in the polarization we have right now, that you have to meet some people where they are
yeah.
when you don't agree, and
Right.
Mhm.
be okay with it if you still don't agree after you talk. And you can't really do that when you're just like speaking one sided. At least I don't feel that way.
No, yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely. That's a great way to put it.
Hector, read the chat. Miriam said some stuff to you about the earwax. I just let you know. So.
Yeah. Well, before you comment on that, because I'm about to have to go shortly, but I wanted to say to
Oh,
Nikki
thank
in
you.
the chat, aka Ron's Boo, I believe. Is that right? I'm
My
correct, right?
honey.
His
Yeah,
honey.
your honey. Yeah, I just want to let you know I'm gonna take the heat off of your honey up here and say that I am the one that started saying that. So don't be mad at him. Don't blame him. I'm the immature person that loves the big titties. It's 100% me. The opinions of Bob Salutely, aka Bobby Gator, are not necessarily the opinions of Ron, That's Your Life Hawaii, Scrabble, No Giggity, No Clout, whoever H is, Obsessed Trout Fishing, and Ricky Knight. That's all. There's
No,
a
I'm with
disclaimer.
you on this opinion. Thank you. I like your
Yeah,
guys'
yeah,
too.
yeah. I'm definitely with you.
Yeah.
Yo, Matt, take that. Take
I'm
that,
here
bro.
for
It's a
it.
hidden tip.
Also, I have to go now. Bye bye.
All right, take care,
Did
Bobby.
you just say that's a hidden tip?
I think that was Bobby that said that.
Yo, chill.
No, it's just gonna make Bobby come back up. Oh god. I just made like about a good was it 7, 4, 12.
Yeah.
I just made a good $24 in like 30 minutes right now on DoorDash. So that's good.
Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah, no, to kind of go with what Scrabble says. I think that's what lacks in this world today. I think, the biggest problem is that why we can't have a discussion is because people don't respect one's opinion. And it was this saying that I said a while ago, Scrabble. So this is how we are. So I gave this riddle to Bobby, and I'm gonna give it to all of you. I told Bobby this. I said, Bobby, I have a question to ask you. I want you to answer it for me. He's like, what? I was like, when I was 6, my sister was half my age. I'm 30. How old is my sister? And he said, what do you guys think the answer is? What do you think Bobby said?
Hold up. Marion, you got to show your face. In the back room. Once I see it in the back room or backstage, as they call it, you don't have to show it. All right, you can take your avatar back up now if you want to.
I was going to say, I don't think we've ever seen Marion's face.
I know.
Howdy, people.
Hi, Miriam. I remember you in the chat. How you doing?
Good. I wasn't sure how that came in personally for you.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Yeah, I saw
That's
your
rude.
comment about the earwax. So you got the
Yeah,
procedure?
yeah, because I work in an office, so I have to use headsets all the time, and my
Right.
ears have been so sensitive since forever. So what really bothered me was like those AirPods that actually go inside my ear. So my doctor always tells me to have the ones that go outside, but every once in a while when it's like really cold here in Chicago,
Right.
they really bother me so bad. So when I see my doctor every like 4 months, she knows when I see her in January, she will have to clean them out for me because those over the counter stuff, they can only do so much. So it's like very easy and it's not painful at all. So what they do is like they put warm water and they mix it with peroxide, and then they put
Hydrogen,
like,
right? Yeah.
yeah,
Hydrogen peroxide.
yeah, and then you put like this little tube thingy underneath your ear, and then they will like flush it out using that water, and you'll feel like $1,000,000 because if the doctor tells you or they're going to use tweezers, tell them no because it really depends on who they are. Because one time I went to that 24/7 urgent care, and the doctor was such a douchebag. Like he used tweezers where he really dug really inside my ear, Hector, that it almost erupted my eardrum. Where when I went to my real doctor like a couple of days later, she had to give me some kind of ear drops because it was kind of like to the point where it was kind of like he scraped my eardrum where it was bleeding.
Oh,
So
Lord have mercy.
yeah, so and then I felt like it was pounding. So anytime like you see the doctor will go to that route of using the tweezers, tell them no, I prefer for you to flush it out, and they will do it. Because doctors don't like this whole flush out thing because it takes them a long ass time, because they want you in and out, but it is going to take them about like say 15 minutes for each ear, but once you're all done you'll feel like a champ.
So it does the job then. It does the
Yeah.
job.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, because I've never had this before. So I've been having like earwax issues where I produce a lot of earwax. Doctor said it had to do with humidity. I honestly think it was so my girlfriend, she gifted me a pair of Apple AirPods, like brand new. And
Yeah.
when I started using that, I'm telling you, that's when I started catching this ear infection. And I was like, maybe I caught it from the ear pod. from the Apple
Yeah.
AirPods that she bought me. I should have disinfected it or something, but I'm gonna disinfect it, once everything is done. But yeah, it happened after that because I remember it happened after Christmas, like a few days after Christmas, and I was using the AirPods a lot. So
Yeah, don't use those AirPods, especially if you have sensitive ears. And that's why I spoiled myself over Black Friday and I got me the Bose instead, and or the Beats, and I put them over my ear, and I rarely get them as much like usually I would get them like at least 3 times a year, but now it's like maybe like once in a blue moon that my
I
ears would
got
get
you.
clogged up. So those AirPods are the ones that go inside your ear. If your ears are sensitive like mine, I don't really recommend you using them. Use the ones that go over your ear.
Okay. No, that sounds great. I appreciate you telling me this because I'm very concerned for my ear right now because, like, it's not that I'm completely deaf off this ear, but I can barely hear off this ear, and I've never had it for this long. Like, I've been in situations where I would go in the pool, and then you know how you get water
Yeah.
in your ear. Well, that goes away in like in a few days. I'm not too worried about that, but this is the longest it's ever been in my
Didn't you
life, and
just
I
get
thought,
new AirPods to AirPods too?
yeah. So I was telling her
Damn.
after Christmas, I told you my girlfriend gifted me those AirPods,
Yeah.
and I used them for a few days, and then I noticed after I used them for a few days, I caught the thing.
The ear infection, yeah.
Right, and I never had this before. And bro, I'm not lying to you. It was the same ear because I didn't use both of them. I used one, and I used the right side, and it's my right side that's clogged up, and I'm telling you right now, I'm thinking it has to do with the ear pods. There must have been some bacteria that was floating in those freaking ear pods. I should have cleaned it with freaking alcohol or something because I never had this before. This is the first time I've ever had something like this. You know what I mean? Did Marion leave? Well,
No,
oh no, she's still
I'm
here.
still
Oh,
here.
okay, perfect. Yeah, yeah. So that's exactly what happened. I mean, it sucks. I'm using the earwax for now. My girlfriend's treating me like twice a day. I thought it had something to do with like the medicine that I've been taking for years. I thought it finally caught up to me, and I'm like, oh crap, I gotta really go see a doctor. But yeah, I'm probably gonna get it flushed out. I mean, I can hear, but then it pops in again, so I know it's it's a buildup of earwax because the earwax removal, although it does the job, it's not clearing out the inside of it. I need a cleaning on the inside because I could tell that there's a bunch of earwax inside my ear, near my eardrum. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Ron's honey Nikki said it's the moisture from the earbuds. It's the moisture that the earbuds create.
Let me ask you guys a question. This is for the chat. Uh, I sometimes sweat in the middle of the night. Do you think that it has to do with that too as well? Because I don't
I
know.
mean,
Maybe I also thought it was that too.
do
Like
you
I didn't
think
know.
you think maybe you should wear like cotton balls or something when you sleep? Or?
Nah, I stopped sweating. I think it had to do with like me not drinking after like a few weeks. Because remember the last time that I drank, you remember the last time that I drank was on Christmas. Remember on Christmas Eve, I brought the bottle of tequila. I went to my parents' house. Well, I caught the ear infection a few days later. When I stopped drinking, I sometimes sweat in my sleep, and I think that's what caused it too as well. You know what I mean? So.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, like I said,
Do
I've never had this before.
Do you cotton swab your ears like often?
Yeah, I do.
I
But
do
then the
too.
doctor tells me, oh, don't clean it like that, and it's all over. Like you're not supposed to use cotton swabs to clean your ears. They're not meant to clean your ears. You know what I mean?
That's all I
like
use.
No,
Yeah,
he's
like
right.
I use
He's
that.
right.
I use that and put a little bit of like moisturizer kind of thing, and I do it around my ear. But she told me, don't like really like dig in. That's
Dig
what it
in. Yeah,
causes. The what?
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck! I'm in that thing like I'm digging for fucking gold.
Oh, nah, bro. Don't do that, bro, because then that earwax gets stuck in your eardrum, and then it's a problem.
Yeah.
That happened to me one time, bro. That happened to me one time, and it took me, no lie to you, like a week for that thing to come out because it was already like inside. my freaking ear. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it can damage your eardrums too, doing
Right,
that, especially
exactly.
with
Yes,
Yeah.
Q-tips
that's
and all
true.
that other stuff.
And that's part of the reason why they tell you not to use the cotton swab so much because of that fear that it could get stuck in there for a while.
Well, this is why I'm glad I'm here. I just learned something.
Shout out to Mariam for coming out
Learn
and
something new.
coming to the panel and answering this question for me. I really
Yeah,
appreciate
hello,
that.
Marion.
Yeah. And don't wait too long either, because when I waited way too long, I've noticed that my blood pressure is really low, goes really low, and I get dizzy. And that's when you guys are like, I'm in an office, I'm not driving like you guys do, but it, that it, that shit is serious. So because everything is so connected to each other, so it's better to do it earlier, yeah, than later.
Okay, that sounds perfect. That sounds great. Yeah, definitely gonna do that. Definitely gonna do that.
All
I'll
right,
be
you guys.
back, okay? I'll be
Yeah.
back because I gotta go pick up this
Yeah.
food. Mariam, thank you so much. God bless you for coming up here. I appreciate you taking a few minutes to come in and talk to me about the whole your situation. Meant the
No
world to
problem.
me.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
All right.
All right, we'll see you soon. I'm gonna go pick up this food. I'll be right back.
All right. You guys take care. I'm gonna head out. Do
Just so
some
you guys know,
last minute shopping.
don't let him say God bless you, because he has a Ouija board.
Oh my God.
Ooh. All right, Marion. Have a good day.
You too. Later. Bye.
Where'd that nasty, dirty ear bastard go? Clean them funky ass ears. Damn, is nobody in that car or what? Hello.
Hey, I'm
Hello.
back. What's up, Roy?
Hello. Hey, what's up, man?
Can you hear me? Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
How your day been?
That's all right, man. Just got off work, so I'm sitting at home chilling.
That is
And then
what's
I
up.
come in here and I hear Hector's talking about his dirty ass ears.
Damn.
Talking about his dirty ass ears.
Yeah, talking about his
What it
dirty
pay?
ass ears. Yeah.
17.
Yeah, it went
He
from
might have
1025 to 17 after 2 miles.
he might have that hooker
Service
effect in
dog
his
poop.
ears.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, maybe he got something dripping in his ear or something, man. Lord. That's how's you guys' day going?
So far, so good. I can't complain. 9 times out of 10, when you do, who really cares anyway?
Exactly. What's up, Trout? You don't talk to me anymore or something, motherfucker? What's up?
Hey, Roy. What's up, buddy? No, I'm sorry. I'm watching my daughter. I'm kind of listening in here. My wife had a meeting tonight, so I'm on daddy duty right now.
Yeah, I see.
Shout out to the 22 that's in the box. Don't forget about tomorrow, 118-24, catering back with a twist. Will be hosted by me and Matt from No Giggity No Cloud. It will be 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Mountain Time, 2 p.m. Pacific Time. It's
What are
not
you
going to
talking
just be
about?
my catering bag. I'm giving it away tomorrow. It's called catering bag with a twist. It's not just going to be a catering bag. It's going to be a 2-part giveaway. I'm giving away a catering bag tomorrow. It's going to also come with 2 pizza bags that are being donated by Matt from No Giggity, and it's also going to come with other items. I'm not going to disclose those items. The winner of the bag will I will ask you to disclose it on your channel or your page, or even give me a shout out. It doesn't matter of the additional items that was in the prize. All they have to do is go to my shorts, and on my shorts, find my very first short that says "Welcome to Dasher Life." Comment on that short to gain entry into the giveaway. Once you comment on that short, you will be entered into the drawing. The drawing will be tomorrow, 2 p.m. my time, which is Pacific. For Eastern Standard Time, it's 7 p.m. And for Mountain Time, it's 5 p.m. So if you want to get a catering bag with extra items and pizza bags, hopefully I'll see you there. Now back to the regular Scarezo talking shit.
I gotta clap it up for Rob, bro. That sounded like so fucking professional. I can't do anything like that,
Bro,
I'm sorry.
I told him he needs to say it every 2 hours.
Bro, it sounds professional as hell, bro. What the heck? Like, bro, I used to work in customer service. I never sounded that professional. Jesus Christ.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, usually you don't want to tell. You probably was like, yo, listen, you need to either take this, you need to either buy this or you can suck my dick. That's what you said, right?
No, bro. Now I'm gonna tell you, you know who you reminded me of? I mean, you guys will not understand this, but like when I would take the train home, right? On the weekends, the trains, a lot of the train stops will be under construction. So they will announce in the loudspeaker what train is under construction and what alternative route you had to take. He just reminded me of that PSA announcement that you would hear in the MTA. Yeah, due to construction, the A line is out of service. Uptown A trains are taken via the shuttle bus on Euclid Avenue. I'm like, bro, perfect announcer voice. Nice.
So you're saying that Ron sounds like
No, stop it. Stop it. I know where you're going. Stop it, man. No. He doesn't sound like nothing. He sounds great. Okay? Stop it. Okay. I know what you were gonna say. Shout out to the Bad Boys for life.
Bobby just texted me and said, oh, it wasn't Bobby. Never mind. It was Eric. He said, yo, did Ron block me from his channel? Question mark. I thought it was Bobby. It was Eric. Did you block Eric?
Bro.
I don't think Ron's in his car. I thought it was
We're
Bobby.
dirty. It's dirty ears in here.
Go ahead.
What's up, dirty ears? What's up with you?
What's up, Roy?
Clean your shit.
Doing, buddy? You want me to? Yo, bro, you want me to rub your kidneys or something, bro? I'm great with my hands. If you need my services.
No, I'm fine.
Well, I hope you're doing better, bro. I mean, I've had like, I don't know what kind of kidney issues you had, but I've had kidney stones, and man, that shit is painful, bro. Oh my god, it's something I can't endure that pain anymore.
No, I don't know. I think it may be something. I didn't really start having issues until I started taking some new medicine from my doctor for my cholesterol. So,
right.
So I've just continued that for the last 3 to 4 days and drink about 8 gallons of fucking cranberry juice. And it feels a lot better today. So.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember, like, so this is what happened. I'm the type of guy that never throws up. Even no matter how much I ever drank in my life, I don't throw up, right? So one day I was getting ready to go to my niece's birthday, and I felt a little weird. I felt pain on my bottom right side. I'm like, what the heck is this? And the pain got worse and worse. And I told Wendy, I'm like, I don't think I could go. I'm in fucking pain right now. Like, and I just started throwing up like crazy. And I was in severe pain that I thought I had to go to the hospital. I took some ibuprofen. I felt better. And for some strange reason, the kidney stone, I just peed it out. It didn't hurt or anything. It just came out like that. But man, it was so painful when it happened. Right before it happened, Jesus Christ, real bad.
Yeah, Jody knows about kidney stones. She just fucking had them.
Yeah.
She had to get
Well, I'm
treated.
glad you're doing better. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, it happens from. So see, this is like the last time I had kidney stones was like last year. So like apparently it's due to drinking a lot of coffee, which I do, but I highly doubt it was the coffee. Soda or you drink a lot of beer. So I'm thinking it was probably the beer part that you get kidney stones. But
No,
it depends on your
it
genetics
was
too.
all three.
It's all
It was
three. There
all
you go.
three.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So there you
And
go.
then more so, it was coffee. Coffee does much damage to the kidney and the liver. But most people don't want to believe it's the coffee. Because and the reason why it happens is the sugar and all the other crap that they add into the coffee, it crystallizes inside your kidney. And
Right,
that's what helps.
right, right. Yeah, that's why I'm
But you
not a
know,
big fan of putting like my girlfriend. I'd be telling my girlfriend, I'd be like, yo, babe, I know you love Starbucks, but yo, you gotta lay off the fucking lattes. I said, yo, them lattes is gonna mess you up. You're gonna get kidney stones. And she's like, no, I'm not gonna get that. I'm not gonna get that. I'm like, yo, you're gonna be like me. That's why when I have my coffee, I just have it with a little bit of sugar and some milk. I don't put that extra additives, no creamers or any. I hate creamers because creamers are loaded with sugar. Loaded with sugar. I hate creamers. So yeah, I try to avoid that when it comes to drinking coffee. But it's the genetics, bro. My genetics from my mom's side, she has all these type of complications. You know.
and I used to have a real problem with ulcers, right? So I wouldn't eat no spicy food. I wouldn't eat no food like drink nothing with like high acid content because that
Yeah,
shit
yeah,
hurt. That hurt.
yeah.
You'll be walking, you just buckle because the pain. So like no spicy foods at all. And then like right now, the things I couldn't eat because I changed my eating habits and
Hmm.
started juicing and eating salads and stuff. Like is ways to rebuild your body. Actually, our bodies are supposed to rebuild themselves anyway. It's just the
Yeah.
junk that we're told to put in them that
Right.
makes them that tear it down. So like right now, I can eat. Well, I try not. If I wanted to, I could eat anything I want because I know how to push it out. Most of the body needs fiber. Like they tell you, milk does a body good. It's a lie. Breakfast is the best meal of the day. Pretty much, that's a lie. But certain things you just gotta know your body and know how to reuse it.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
Most. Yeah,
to
I remember
clean.
you told me about the whole breakfast part. Yeah, like
Yeah,
breakfast
to
is not too good.
regenerate your kidneys. Like to be honest, to regenerate your kidneys, from what I've been learning over the years now that I've been doing this, beet juice. When you get a beet juice cleanse, or you do a green cleanse, that helps rebuild your kidneys up,
Oh yeah,
and
bro. So
and it cleans out your digestive tract too.
yeah, so me and my girlfriend, we were doing a little juicing. So she follows this lady called Dr. Olivia. I don't know if you guys ever heard of her. She's a huge fan of her. She's into natural products, a Spanish lady. Anyways, we were on a stage in our life where we would drink celery juice first thing in the morning. Like the very first thing in the morning, we would juice some celery and we would have a whole cup of it. And bro, I'm gonna tell you right now, that celery juice, man, that thing did everything. Cleans your liver, cleans your digestive system, and you have all this amount of energy because the theory is that Dr. Olivia says that a lot of your sicknesses come from your liver. And if your liver is healthy, you are less susceptible to getting sick. That's what she's claiming. So we used to do the juice cleanse. Man, bro, I would have to go like I've never gone before, like Jesus Christ. But it definitely helped me with, my digestive system. My balance was really good. Like my hormone balance was good. It was just a really good thing. But we stopped doing it because it's a mess to clean up. Like all that juicing, because I don't know if you do a lot of juicing, Ron. It's a mess to clean up. You got to clean that. And if you leave out celery guts for a long time, it turns into fertilizer, right? And it stinks up your house, bro, to the point that we have flies. And we're like, where the hell these flies are coming from? And when we look, just leaving the juice and not cleaning it, at the end of the day, there was already accumulated a bunch of fucking flies. We were like, oh no, bro, this is too
Those are
much.
the fruit flies. So what I do is
Right.
when I'm juicing, I automatically, like if I gotta peel something, I have the garbage can close. I go peel it right in there, right in there, right in there, and instantly when I'm done, because it's be so much of the the what is that pulp? It be so much of the pulp. and I don't reuse the pulp. I just take that bag out. I don't let it sit in the house. The juice, like, because I make so many different juices, I clean as I go. I have to, I have two juicers. One, I'll put
You
all
have
my,
to, yeah, you have to,
yeah,
yeah.
I put my pineapple, like everything I try to use it. Like when my honey was here, her daughter was here, and I was core out my pineapple and then throw the core away, like the shell. She like, you
Uh-huh.
can juice that. She can juice that. I was like, now I did it.
What?
Now I was
Wow,
good.
that's
Yeah, you can
crazy,
juice
bro.
the whole pineapple, even the shell. So
How
what
did that
happens is
taste? How did that
great,
taste? Just real
great.
quick.
At Grace, great. At first, I was worried, like, because the pineapple I use now, normally I always wash my fruit. So the pineapple I used that day, I just took the core out, and I wasn't expecting to um use the shell. So I had to go back and wash the shell. So when I
Right.
washed it and stuff like that, and to clean, like if you want to clean your fruit, any fruit or vegetable, use a pail of water, apple cider vinegar, and baking soda.
Baking soda. Yeah, I was gonna ask you
Baking
that.
soda
Yeah, I see that all over TikTok. It does have to clean the
that cleans
vegetable.
all your debris off in the dirt, and you'll see the difference in it. So
Oh yeah.
when I juice the shell of the pineapple, it's a different color. So the regular pineapple juice is golden, like golden yellow. Now, the shell when you juice it has a mustard green tint to it.
Huh.
So,
That's
but
interesting.
when you taste it, it tastes like pineapple with a little bit of mint. So it's not bad at all. It's actually good, but you're getting all the nutrition from the
And you're
skin
getting
of
a
it.
clean and you're getting a clean juice because the
Yep,
fruit is cleaned
yep,
and
yep,
cleansed itself.
yep.
Yeah.
So
I'll be back.
it's
I gotta drop this off.
real easy. But you just clean as you go, you'll be all right. So Hector, Scrabble, and man. Sorry, y'all. Wife rolled in. Uh oh.
Sorry about that. My inner Dominican and my Lexus wanted to play some Spanish music. I apologize for that. Can I make a U-turn here? Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna do.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Hopefully this sounds okay because I had to switch phones. So the one I was had to stream on originally was had like 10% battery, but it's
Oh, you
also
sounded
running my
great. Yeah, you sounded great.
it's also running my hotspot. So I wasn't sure because I haven't used this phone on StreamYard yet.
You sound great. You're coming in very clear.
Oh shit! Forgot about
But I don't know if it's me or you that's losing service a little bit.
Nah, Scrabble just lost service.
Oh, okay. I thought it was me. I don't know if Matt's still working, but Matt, if you could tell me your total. I know you were at 100 by lunch, but I don't know if you're still. Are you close to 300? Because you said you was trying to hit 350. I don't know where you at right now.
I'm at like 190 right now.
Oh, okay. So at least you're gonna hit 200. That's
Yeah.
good.
So what did Shauna say last? Did she eat a right, left, toothless?
Nah.
You know she sent you that meme like, see, I come in with the poo, 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 poo. Did she tell you what she meant by that?
Nah, she was just being stupid.
Well, you see, hey, I can't talk. My honey was like, "What the fuck you say?" Yeah, yoga, what? Okay, yeah.
Now, every meme my girlfriend sends me is always about the dogs. Some about the dog or taking a vacation in the Dominican Republic. It's one or the other.
That means she want to go on a trip.
She does, bro. But I mean, I'll be honest, bro. I mean, we kind of jumped the gun a little bit in terms of investments, and so we're kind of like not licking our wounds, but we're kind of paying everything down. So it's a little tough, to kind of go take a vacation. But I would love to, bro. I would want to take a vacation, man. I need one. Shit, you know. You ever been to Dominican Republic, Ron? I can't do that. Come on, bro. Like, how do you expect me to do this, bro? I'm not gonna do a 325, man. At this time, no way, no how. Not gonna happen. Oh my god. I hate you, DoorDash. Seriously, and I hate the fucking cheap customers that come along in this fucking app. Oh, sorry. Should have said the F word.
Dog, I've been in Hawaii 2 years now. It'll be 3 on July 10th. But I used to travel here every year since 2005. I used to travel here every year except 2010 I didn't come, but I was here for 2 weeks every year since 2005. The very first time I came here, I was here 30 days and I just fell in love with it. So once I knew I was actually leaving Michigan, this was the only place I was coming. And my mom and siblings have been moved away from Michigan for mama been in Vegas damn near 18, 19 years. I got brothers in Florida, California, Tennessee, Vegas, sisters in Vegas, stuff like that. But I knew this was the only place I was coming to. But yeah, 2 years, 2 years.
Oh, yes, sir. All right.
Absolutely. Shout out to them. Shout out to them. You gotta say it because I ain't about to get in trouble again.
What did you get in trouble for? What were you trying to? What are you talking about?
Cause I said shout out to the yoga pan. My honey was in the chat. She took it the wrong way. I
Oh
gotta,
man,
I gotta
bro.
work. I gotta work.
Hey, listen. If you get kicked out, that's on you, man. I don't know, man. If you was
Well,
here, I put you in my dog's room. You know what I mean? I kick out the dogs, and that's it. You know.
and I mean, she got the yoga pants and the tickle bitties that I like. So
Bro, I told you right that my girlfriend. I don't know how Nikki is towards you when it comes to jealousy, but bro,
oh
my
no,
girlfriend.
she not
She
jealous
not
at
right.
all. No.
Okay. Well, my girl, one time I was training a girl. I was just training her after work. I was telling her how to like, do the service job and become a server and what to do on the computer. Yo, my girlfriend was so drunk she thought I was flirting with her. She threw wine in my face, bro, in front of the bartender, in front of her. I'm like, bro, like, I was like, yo, Wendy, why'd you embarrass me like that? Oh, because you're talking to her a certain way. I'm like, I'm training her. What are you talking about? Like, I'm not even, like, you're right next to me. Why would I do something like that stupid in front of you? Come on. But yeah, she never shows her jealous side, but damn, man, she's one of a kind when she does, bro. She's a little weird.
Well, women have that don't get cut side. You know what I'm saying? They
Bro,
got
I'm telling
don't
you,
they have
yeah.
that don't get cut and that book of old shit. There's nowhere around
Yeah. Yeah, bro. Yeah,
it.
I know.
That book, cause you be like I say, you be winning the argument. She like, I got him. Back in 1982, you was wearing a green jacket, purple shoes, and it was nice outside. You said, and you like, what the fuck? I don't even remember that shit. I don't remember that shit. You
Bro,
know
I'm
what?
telling you,
I'm not about
man.
to say nothing because I don't remember what I said. I don't know what happened, but guarantee you, they know it down to the T.
Bro, they do. Yo, like my girlfriend be reminding me stuff like I'm like, babe, you have a mind of like a sponge, man. Like you know it all. I'm like, when are you supposed to start forgetting things? Like, come on, man. You're 32 years old. I want you to start forgetting stuff. Like you putting me in a position where I can't come back. Doesn't most of the time be like, okay, baby. All right, yeah, no problem. Okay, yeah, I'll take you to Starbucks. Okay, no problem. I'm not gonna argue with you. I don't want it. With Spanish women, you can never win the argument. I'm sorry. I've learned this the hard way. You men can put it in the chat. Women who are Spanish can put it in the chat. When it comes to Spanish women, they always win and the man always loses, no matter what. Just saying. This is not an opinion. This is a fact by Hector. Okay. So
Well, you have to know how to not argue with a woman
right.
because you'll never win that argument.
Absolutely. Yep.
You can have a debate. So over a period of time, like what happens is anybody arguing, if both of y'all mad, just cut it off. You go to your corner, she go to her corner, then y'all talk. Because most of the
Right.
time when y'all arguing, y'all not even listening to figure it all out. Y'all just arguing
Absolutely.
to say hurtful things that you can't take back.
Exactly. Yeah,
So
you're 100%
most of the
right.
time, just be like, you know what? I'm gonna go in the basement. You can relax, and then we can come back together and figure it all out later. Um, Most of the time, eventually, now I will say, and I'm probably gonna take some heat. Most women not gonna apologize. That's just not in their nature.
Oh,
They're not.
absolutely.
They're not
Yes.
gonna apologize. And I mean,
Absolutely not.
they have their
Absolutely.
own special way of apologizing, but they're not going to
Oh,
initially
yeah,
apologize.
bro. Have you ever had Nikki, your girl? Like, if you guys ever get into an argument and you guys don't talk for a little bit, I don't know. But she tried to apologize to you in an indirect way, like, "Hey, babe, you want to get some food? You want to get some takeout?" That's how my girl be coming up to me sometimes. Like, yeah, she be like, "Babe, you sure you want some takeout? You want some food?" Yeah.
I
Okay,
mean,
babe.
that's
Yeah.
and then we also have the um same ways of
Give me a second. I'll
um
be back. Let me drop this off. Yeah, go ahead. What you were saying?
we also have the same ways of communicating with our women. You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah.
also have the same ways when we know we're wrong, we will apologize to them in our own way. But most of the time, most of the time that we we do what we do and the way we do it. You know what I'm saying? And how we
Exactly. Yeah.
do it. But
Yeah.
to get them to apologize, man,
Bro,
that's
it
one of the
never
hardest
happened.
things.
It
Admit
never.
they wrong. I mean, I know I'm gonna take some heat from y'all ladies, but man, it'd be like, man, you know
Yo,
what?
you know with
And then
Ceci,
this the thing right
she
here.
probably never said sorry. I guarantee you, she never said sorry to
Don't
Nation.
do that. Don't do that because she gonna
No,
attack you.
no,
but
she.
but with them, Hector, this is the thing with women. We gotta apologize for them being mad about us being mad about what they did to us.
Bro, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And you gotta learn this shit on the fly too. You gotta learn this
Oh,
shit
you
on the
do?
fly. They ain't
Oh,
no
you
owner's
do?
manual. They ain't no warning. You just like,
Nope.
okay, let me step back. Wait, hold on. I need a cup of alkaline water. I need to get my pH balance on level. Hold up. Hold up.
Uh hey dog, how was that? Did you ever do any gig apps on Maui when you went over there? Because when I visited Maui several times, but I've never dashed over there. I was just gonna say, how was that market over there? But right now I know. It probably is. Well, it's only Lahana and I always pronounce it wrong. I always pronounce the other city that was the other county that was affected, and I don't like pronouncing it wrong because the locals don't like that either. But yeah, Lahana is the one that got um destroyed the most, and that was the biggest tourist part of Maui. So I don't know how it is now as far as gig work, but how was it over there when you was going?
You know, Ron, I meant to ask you, but I don't think you heard me. We were talking about Dominican Republic. Have you ever taken a vacation to the Dominican Republic before?
No, never been to the DR.
You ever thought about going there for a vacation for a few weeks or a week?
I've had plenty of opportunities to go. It's just I haven't had the chance to get there yet. Like the last time I was supposed to go, I went somewhere else. Um, to be honest, bro, like I it's certain places I used to want to visit.
Uh huh.
Um, um, it's so it's uh it's been like places I wanted to visit, but once it gets over glorified, I should say, I be like I really don't want to go there no more. I want to go somewhere that is not basically a lot of people only go because it's glorified by a lot of
But
people. Then
yeah.
you don't want to
Oh,
get
okay. I
I
get what
don't
you're
want to
saying.
go there. I like some places I don't want to have an expectation and get there and be disappointed.
Right. Okay. Now I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like one place like my girlfriend, she always talks about Dominican Republic because I haven't been there since. Bro, this is the messed up part about my family, bro. The last time I went to Dominican Republic, it's always when somebody dies in the family. I never genuinely went there for an actual vacation. Like the last time I went there was when my grandfather passed away. The time before that was when my uncle passed away. And then the time before that was actually the only time that I ever went on vacation, which was in the fifth grade. Like, like, bro, I didn't
Well,
even get to enjoy like Dominican Republic like that. You know what I mean? My girlfriend's like, "Yo, I want to go out dancing. I want to go dance some bachata, some merengue, stuff like that." I'm like, "Yeah, we'll go." You know what I mean? I never explored Dominican Republic like that in my life. You know?
that to be honest, it's a sad thing that most people don't travel or most people don't get to see certain places until somebody dies. You know,
Right? Yeah, yeah, that's
death,
very true. Uh-huh.
death, money, religion, politics. and taxes bring out the worst in people, or bring out people, or bring people together, and then it also tears them apart. I mean, there's so many I guess say variables, or so many situations, or so many things we see, like people, oh, everybody know you the day you die,
Mm-hmm.
but wouldn't pick up the phone to call you when you was breathing. Everybody got words for you the day you die, you know, but won't even say hi if they see you on the street. So, and that be the thing, some people only show up to the front to see what they gonna get in the will or the life insurance policy. So when it comes to that part of it, you know, it's crazy. Like, I just say this: people will say, "I'm coming to see, I'm coming to visit, want to come over there," right? If anything, they ain't been here yet, but they keep saying it. If anything happened to me tomorrow, they'll be on the plane. They'd rather see me on my back than to see me upright.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just my opinion. That's how death is.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. 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 I mean, for me, it was kind of a little tragic because I also had a side of a family that I really got to enjoy, my cousins and stuff like that. And I never really had a chance to like really hang out with them. You know what I mean? I never really had an actual chance. My mom was very overprotective. She was one level here in the States, but when we was in Dominican Republic, that's another level. She wanted to know where I was going, what time I was coming home, whose cousins I'm chilling with. I want Fulano to go. I want Fulano to, like, my mom was very, very, very overprotective. So I didn't even really have a chance to like really get to explore my Dominican side of the family. I only know like, my other uncle, uh, his kids, and he got a divorce from his wife, so they barely come around. But he had a daughter with the second kid, which is my cousin, with his second wife, which is my cousin, and I know very few people in my family from the Dominican side, but yeah, when I go there, I definitely want to go visit them. I told my girlfriend that I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go visit my cousins. If I tell them I'm going there, it's a wrap. They'll freaking throw a parade for me when I get there. You know what I mean? Like they'll be like, oh, Tico's coming, blah blah blah. Let's go, whatever. You know, that's how it is.
There's quite a few places, like even Dubai. I mean, I've been wanting to go to Dubai, but I do believe it's been overhyped by a lot of people. So I have no rush. I mean, I'm gonna get there eventually, but I don't have no rush to go there. No desire. You know. I mean, like in before, it's like I gotta go see what Dubai about. Before it's been overhyped, but now it's been overhyped. Um, I don't I had no desire really to be like, oh, let's go. I go
Yeah,
other I go to another place before I go there.
gotcha. Let me go pick this up, and I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes. Hopefully,
All
this should.
all right. It's gonna have me sticking out. I might not do it. I might just shout out to the 12 in the box. Thank y'all for joining and tuning in. Come on, come on. Crabbo. Let me see what we talk about. Just killed DoorDash 90 in 2 hours. Only work peak pay. That's what's up. That's like the formula I use. Every 2 hours you make $100. No, every 4 hours you make $100. So you ahead of the process. You did it in two. $3 per order for peak pay. What was like? What was your payouts on a couple of your orders? Because I know the three was added on to a $8 or $10 order. We got a promotion going on right now, but it's only $1. Wow, that's what's up. 34 order. 304 right now. Usually between 215 and 304, it get a little slow around here. Then it pick right back up to like about 3:45, 4 o'clock. It go right into the dinner rush and it picks right back up.
Yo,
Yo, you
my
still
iPad
working?
died. Yeah, my iPad died. I didn't realize I was on 2%.
Wait a minute. Is this like old times? This can't be. Wow. That's crazy. Mia. Oh, Lord, I hope this shit's ready. Boom. Oh, Lord. Te fuiste de aquí, te pensaba, duru, 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 que fuiste a tu lado tan, tan, y no dentro a mí. Te fuiste de aquí. I'll be back.
Can you guys hear me? Mic check. Check, 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 check. He's saying he's unsubscribing to this channel for being blocked for no reason. Thanks for blocking me, dude. I have done nothing to you and been a supporter of your channel for a while. I have no idea what's going on. I don't even know if anybody can fucking hear me. I think it was an accident, Eric. I can. Okay, you guys can hear me. Okay, cool. My service is like, I'm bouncing back and forth between 2 bars and 3 bars. Just got a Burger King. Ron just wrote in the chat saying he'll be back in a minute.
Yo, you want to hear something crazy, man? You did? Yo, for a second before Ron showed up, it was just me and you on the panel, and I'm like, what did you do?
You said what?
I said for a second, it was just me and you on the panel because Ron lost service. And I said, what did you do?
Who, me?
Yeah. I was like, it's like old times.
Oh, yeah. Eliminated him. He's eliminated.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. You're the weakest link.
Goodbye, Ron.
Goodbye, Ron.
Now we control the box.
This channel's pretty PG. We couldn't.
Bro, yo,
we couldn't
check
do
this
what
out.
we do.
I got a freaking dilemma, bro. Like, oh my god. Yo, the Knicks
went to a restaurant and you had to take a poop, but you're also on delivery.
No, bro. On February 12th, the Knicks play the Rockets in Houston, and the tickets are hella cheap, bro. I found some really good seats.
Because
The problem is I have no one to go with. My girl, she works the next day, and I know she can't take off on a Tuesday. So I'm like,
when is it?
February 12th. So on a Monday.
You buying the tickets?
Huh?
You buying the tickets?
Who am I gonna go with? I'm gonna go there by myself?
I mean, I would fly out, but I ain't gonna pay for my ticket.
You say you would fly out?
You gotta pick me up at the airport.
Man, get the hell out of here. Nah, I'll pick you up though, but I know you wouldn't fly out to a Rockets game. Come on, bro. Come on.
I mean, I'd fly out just to troll the Knicks.
No, you wouldn't. No,
I'd wear my Anthony Davis. Wear my Anthony Davis jersey to a fucking Houston versus.
How you gonna troll the Knicks? Root for the Rockets if you never even step foot into Houston until that day. Come on, man. That's like too much trolling, man. Come on, man. Jesus Christ. Sometimes, the tengo que darte ahí un chin. Fucking people. Yeah, so that's my dilemma. And I'm like, yo, I don't want to go with my brother because the last time I went with my brother, no offense, I know my brother ain't listening to this, but I literally had to pay for everything. And I am too broke to pay for everything. I ain't trying to pay for everything. My man, I paid more for everything for him than the actual tickets, bro. I must have dropped like a good concessions, drinks, food, like a good $180.
Damn, for real?
Yeah, I dropped $180 that day. Yeah.
Because
the drinks were hell of expensive. They were like what? They were like $30 because I got a fish bowl, and it wasn't even that big. But I wanted to I didn't want beer or anything. Shut up. And he wanted a fish bowl, and then he wanted chicken tenders at halftime, and I wanted a burger, and then I wanted another fish bowl, and then bro, it was I drank a lot that day. I drank a lot, and I tipped the bartender like
what's a fish
bucks,
bowl?
You know what I mean?
Is that the thing with the Swedish fish in it?
It's like a drink, yeah. They put like a drink and they put it into like a small fish bowl. You know what I mean? They make like a Long Island.
Let me drop off this.
Go ahead. Good. Go ahead. Can you guys do me a favor? Can you guys tell Matt in the chat that I'm going to be in a dead zone? I don't know if I can tell him when I come back, but I'm about to hit a dead zone. I'll be back up in a few minutes.
All right, I'm back.
Yo, Matt, I might go to a dead zone, okay? So give me a few.
I went from $7.50 to $8. What the fuck? I wish they quit hiding the cents, man. Like, if it ain't $1, just don't hide it. Just show us the full payout. I need to get out of this area. I know that. I hate how my iPad takes forever to charge with USB.
That's why, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's why you need a USB Type-C, bro. And that's the only way it's going to charge.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you use it for your phone, right?
I have one Type-C port in the car, and I use it for my phone. The USB to Type-C works fine on my iPad if I leave it on it all day, so it just keeps charging my iPad all day.
Right, yeah, but when you're using the StreamYard, it sucks it
Well, yeah,
up, so it takes longer to charge. Yeah, I have that issue even with Mustard.
But when it dies, it's like it takes forever to charge it because I'm on the StreamYard.
Yeah, to turn it back on. Yeah, it sucks. I don't understand why Android, like, boom, you plug it in, turns right on, and you can use it right away. But I don't know why Apple does that.
Bro, did you know that some Android products, I think it's a Galaxy, you can I know you can with, I think it's the Note. I can't remember what I had a fucking Google phone, dude. I can't remember what it was. But anyways, you can use it as a charging pad. Like you can, like, if I got a 100% battery on my Google phone, you can lay your iPhone on my fucking phone and it'll charge it wirelessly.
Yeah, that's just dope. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you good. What's up, Scrabble?
I'm back.
They're talking in the chat, like Lee and Eric both. I don't know what's going on. They're talking like 3 different accounts or something.
Okay. Cancel. Bad pads, huh? What is the hell? He said he's not going to. What? Okay. Wow.
No, so, he said cancel bad iPads. He's talking about Hector and I's conversation.
Not that. Wait a minute. Okay, car wash money.
You just got to catch up with the chat. It's like way behind.
Okay, that's way too far.
Hector and I were talking about iPads.
He is saying, wait, okay, picking up order. Be right back. He's saying he's unsubscribing to this channel for being blocked for no reason. Oh, well, I ain't even about to read nothing else. If you gonna unsubscribe, because now you making something that may have been a mistake into something that's not in my chat to cause drama. Why would you do that? I obviously was picking up an order. So if you unsubscribe, thank you. Don't try to resubscribe. And now everything you did, now you've been blocked.
Oh shit.
That one too.
Back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Now back to the regular scared of talking shit.
Oh, okay.
Yo,
Damn,
speaking of which,
I
saw something really crazy. I read up
saw your dick for the first time?
What happened?
What?
No, I read up today because we were talking about traveling, me and Ron. Yo, shut up. I saw that there was a merger that was going to happen. JetBlue was going to buy Spirit Airlines, but the federal government blocked the deal because they wanted to compete. They wanted to keep the competitive balance of the airlines. I was like, yo, come on, man. I would have loved JetBlue to like rebrand freaking like Spirit so I could get some cheap ass tickets, bro. Like, what the hell?
I mean, I guess whatever happened on his channel, he want to bring it over here, but no, I'm not about to do that today. It's bullshit.
I don't even know what happened over there. Like I said, I got told through the grapevine, and
he said he got told through the grapevine.
I got told through the vine.
Oh god. Yo, Matt, tell me you at least hit 200 plus.
I'm sitting at 194.63.
Okay, you're almost there. One little catering order. Did you get any today?
Yeah. Nah, I didn't get one today. But today's been weird, man. Like it's not like I haven't been busy. I just fucking have had so much shit to do. Bro, I had to cancel an order earlier and I had it with me.
Why?
I thought I had a flat tire.
What?
Like, yeah, I hit a big ass pothole and my car started like fucking shaking a little bit. I think what happened is one of my wheel weights fell off. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? So like I kept trying to drive and I was like, damn, I thought I bent my rim or something. Well, then I come to find out, I lost a wheel weight. One of them magnetic sticky wheel weights on the inside of the wheel. I must have lost a strip of them and it made my shit. So I had to like fucking run by my dude's tire shop down the street and fucking have him rebalance my wheel. So that took like a half hour out of my fucking day.
Oh my god. Well, at least they charge you what, like $10, $5?
No, he didn't charge me anything, but he was like, I mean, normally, yeah, it'd be like 10, 15 bucks, 10, 12 bucks. But yeah, it was just like, it was a nuisance, dude. Like, and then I had to fucking stop multiple times because it's Wednesday.
Well, bro, it must have been all that snow. Something that had to do with the snow, bro. You know the snow, like it
might have got
the weirdness in the car, bro.
Yeah, I mean the snow might have got inside the wheelway and made it less sticky or something. I don't fucking know.
I'll tell you a crazy story though. Like a few years ago, like this is back in 2019, or what was it, 2018? It snowed really bad in Staten Island, right? Must have been like a foot of snow, right? So I take Wendy's car to my job. I take it to Brooklyn, right? And I take, it would take me like a good 45 minutes to get to, like 35 to 40 minutes to get to work because I would have to take two expressways, one bridge, another expressway, right? But everything was close by, so whatever. So I noticed when I was driving in the middle of the highway, I would brake and the car would shake like crazy. And I'm like, yo, what the hell's going on? I don't know what I did. And came to find out, I looked through the brake pads and there was some snow. And apparently you could get snow in the brake pads that causes the freaking vibration. I didn't freaking know that. What the hell? Like, Jesus.
What the fuck just happened, man? Anyway. Oh.
One, two, three. All right, 14. Good.
This has been a strange year already. Or like Ricky Knight would say, already. It's been a strange year. And we only what, 3 weeks in? 3 weeks?
Already, brother.
Just
already.
barely over 3 weeks. Ain't that what Ricky Knight would do? Great brother Ricky. It's crazy, man. I go get an order and come back and get unstuck. Wow. I'll be right back, man.
All right, gang.
Anyways, yeah. Can you ever believe that shit, bro? That would have happened to me. You ever heard of that situation before?
Like what happened with Wendy's car?
Yeah, snow getting in the fucking in the brake pad that caused it to vibrate. Because I never heard. I didn't know that shit could actually happen.
I mean, I could see ice, but you would think though, like with the friction, that would melt, being so hot.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's why it was really weird. But then after a while, I stopped braking. It went away.
Yeah.
And I went to work and everything, and I came out of work and everything was fine, and then boom. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't ice. What the hell I know? You know what I mean?
Jody said yes, Hector. She's like, I guess she must have seen that before.
Oh, okay.
That's news to me. I've seen a rocket stuck in a caliper before. That'll fuck up the road bad.
Oh yeah, because you're gonna need a new rotor after that.
Oh yeah, it'll smoke it, dude. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. How the hell do I get out of here? Oh Lord have mercy. How do I get out of here?
I don't know. Use your GPS.
Okay, I have an idea where I'm going.
Is this background Ron in a plane?
I know, right?
I like the background better of the woman having sex.
Come on, man. That was my idea that y'all took. Come on now.
Yeah, you did. Nah, you did say that now. Oh, don't sound like fucking. Don't be sounding like fucking.
Ralph the Baker.
Ralph the
Bro,
Baker.
he's been popping
Ralph
up on
the
my thing
Baker?
like crazy, bro. Like crazy.
Nah, it's because
everywhere.
you looked up. It's because you looked up.
Man. Yo, his algorithm is catchy, bro. Swear to God. Okay, there you go. Okay, go make a left here. Come on, bro. Let's go.
I'm at the house.
You already home?
Yeah, bro.
Oh, I thought you were still gonna...
It's 8:30 here. I really don't like working past 9 o'clock if I don't have to.
Oh shit! Damn, I didn't realize that. Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
You tired, bro? You probably are.
Yeah, I mean, not really. It's more of like, I think it's more of just like the last couple of days. I'm just wore out from that because I'm not really used to working like that. So.
Right. What the fuck?
That was Shauna busting through the fucking door of the bathroom. She just gave me a fucking heart attack trying to take my jacket off. She's out here
scared
laughing.
the fuck out of me. I thought there was like...
Hector said you scared the fuck out of him.
Yeah, what the heck?
I'm muting my mic.
I hear her laughing too. She's like, yes, I finally scared the shit out of Hector. Yeah, butt.
Fucking in the bathroom, trying to fucking take my clothes off. She fucking changing my night clothes. She fucking busting in the door like fuck cops.
Yo, what the fuck, bro? That's so bullshit.
She's fucking crazy, dude.
Damn, that's hilarious, bro. Nah, yo, my girlfriend be kind of dipsy sometimes. Like, I be coming home and she's in the shower or she's in the bathroom, and I don't even sneak up on her. I just say, hello, babe. And she's like, oh, shit, you scared me. I'm like, yo, what you on right now? Like, are you drinking caffeine or something? Why are you acting so crazy? All I said is hello. What the fuck? Like,
He said, what are you doing drinking caffeine? What the fuck?
Yeah, like, well, what are you doing? Like, how did I scare you like that, you know? Jesus Christ.
Hector, I haven't had an energy drink in over a week.
Congratulations. About time.
Wait a minute. So how you been getting your energy then?
You know how.
Oh. Okay.
Pre-workout.
Oh, okay.
And I'm back on like a test booster.
Uh-huh.
And like it's been like 2 weeks since I've had an energy drink. But anyways, so I've cut all energy drinks out. The only time I do anything is I have pre-workout in the morning. I have like one shaker bottle of pre-workout. And it's just one scoop and a glass of water. Hold on, let me let Riker in.
See, let this be a lesson. I'm gonna let the chat know. Let this be a lesson to DoorDash and to customers everywhere. There was an order that appeared on my phone that I would have taken because it's already on the way back home. But because DoorDash wants to pay $2 and the customer is 4 miles away and they didn't tip, you can go F your mother. Because I ain't taking that order.
Too soon.
If that order would have been 4 for $4, I would have taken it. It's on the way back home, I would have taken it, not a problem. But 2 for $4, no tip, $2, nah, I'm good, fam. I'm okay.
I had an order like that the other night. It was a McDonald's order, 19 items, catering bag required. It came in. It was only 1.9 miles. It came in at $2.75. No plus, no diamond. Right? I ain't take it. So what they did is they sent it right back in a stack.
Oh, I hate when they do that.
For $6.75.
For 4 miles and something. It's like,
it was like for 4.6 miles.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's like not just fuck you, but how about fuck you times 2?
Yeah, exactly.
Now I will admit that both orders went to the same person, right? But on the other hand, if you'd have sent it to me like that in the beginning for $6.75, I might have thought about taking it. Both orders going to the same customer. It's only 4.6 mile. It's late. It's about to be like one of my last orders. It's a chance it may be a tip because it's a catering bag order. Now I might have, entertained, but to come in and start me like that was disrespectful.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's messed up. It really is messed up. You know what I mean? Like,
Somebody took it, but I just wouldn't.
you look at it like this, as a customer, and I'm sorry to let customers know, DoorDash is saying, hey, you spend $90 worth of food, but we value your food at $2 because this is what we're offering the independent contractors. It's like, that's a perfect example right there, what I just told you and what happened to you. If DoorDash would have offered more money of only like $3 extra, maybe I would have taken that order. It's on the way, literally, it's on the way back home. I would have taken it. I have no problem doing that. But because DoorDash wants to be cheap and they want to save a few dollars and they're thinking about the bottom line, even though they have their company, their valuation is worth billions and billions of dollars. And I don't care what anybody says, DoorDash has always have the capabilities to raise money. They have seed rounds every single year. They could be able to raise money from investors and get all this money back. So when you look at it on the front end that they're losing money, they're not. They're actually gaining more money on the back end. So
Well, it all
they have the
depends
money
on
to
how
do
you.
it.
It all depends on how you look at the books, because according to them, they still haven't paid off the first initial investment from the
Yeah.
investor. So if they haven't paid that back, they're still robbing Peter to pay Paul. You know,
Right.
um,
Right.
just like Scrabble was saying, they were throwing money at everything because they had it, especially during the pandemic. But now it's slowed down, you know, and it's always gonna. Well, for now, is customer against um worker. So driver against customer. And now everything boils back down to it. They hit the consumer with the fee and make it seem like we're the ones causing it all. So either way
Right.
I go, they might show a profit or this, that, and the third, but then again, it's like, are you really profitable or are you borrowing this to give it back once you make it? That's just an opinion.
Well, I also think too, and I don't know if this is true or not. Maybe Scrabble will know. But I know on the business end, if you claim on the taxes that you had a loss in your company, you have to pay less taxes. You pay less taxes as a loss of a company. So a lot of companies, to avoid paying a lot of taxes, they report losses so they don't have to pay as much on the front end. I may be wrong, but
No, you're not wrong. Actually, the way DoorDash's balance sheet looks, and as a publicly traded company, their tax returns, a summary of their tax returns is actually public domain. No, they get a refund, and a large part of them getting a refund is because they report so much loss and because all of that, every bit of investor capital that they've received is actually a liability on their balance sheet because that investment capital wasn't a gift, it was a loan. And so they get to hold that on their balance sheet until they can make a profit and show a positive number in spite of that. So they get money back. They don't have to pay in actually.
yeah,
I
there
would
you go.
assume. Now, to be fair, I haven't looked at their tax return, so I would have to look. But I have seen their balance sheet because they give that out when they have to do their call to their investors, which are always fun and informative. Um, so I would assume that they actually either pay zero or they get a refund, like
Yeah,
many, many, many corporations that have that kind of balance sheet.
and that's why they're able to raise capital, because when you show losses, right, you also show growth. So you show gross. Even though your company can report losses, you can have a career high in gross market, in gross sales. You know what I mean? And that in turn for future investors, they could be like, hey, our company grew, I'm throwing a number, a billion more than last year, right? Grew a billion more than last year. We have had a billion more in sales, even though we took more of a loss this year. So they're able to value their company more because they grossed more. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
the trick is when you listen to their investor calls, they don't take losses. They they have taken investments. They
right.
have they have taken liabilities in order to grow X number, X business, Y business, whatever. But one of the first things they always talk about, and they did it on their last call, was that order volume was actually up, not
Yeah.
down.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I believe that 100%. And I think one of the biggest survivors for them right now and why they're still dominating the market and they're still the number one food delivery app, I think, in the world is because now they went to the shopping. And that's the only thing that's saving them right now is the shopping. Right now, shop and deliver is the hottest commodity. I know Instacart, they've had some bad publicity, not only with their app, but with people. I saw in the news that somebody on Kroger placed the order through the Kroger app, got facilitated by Instacart. The person who shopped for that Instacart order was able to add $70 more produce and groceries and was able to steal the entire thing. And the customer paid for everything. So, I mean, that's where I think they're trying to dominate too. And that's where I think they're getting more of more sales because of that, because of the shopping pace. You know.
It's beyond the shopping pay. They capture the market. I mean, Scrabble been talking about it, a lot. They capture the market in other markets that other places don't go. In
Right.
these
Yeah.
smaller towns. So when they came before they, but so in just my opinion, that's why they were able to come out with their IPO at $140 as a new company. Most new companies don't come out that high. DoorDash when they opened up was at 140, and that's because they had captured their market during a period of time. Just like pretty much, I'm not gonna say Amazon wasn't established, but Jeff Bezos got most of his money during COVID. his
Oh
stock
yeah.
and
Oh
his stock
yeah.
and
There's no
Amazon
question
shot up
about
because what was going on was that was the fastest and quickest way to put things out there as far as delivery go.
it.
UPS
Right.
couldn't handle the load. USPS couldn't handle the load. I haven't heard much from DHL, FedEx, but who does everybody go to? They don't go to all them other companies. They go into Amazon because it's online. You can order it. FedEx doesn't have a store like that. They just ship it, so things of that nature. So he knew it in several other companies. It was a company during before the pandemic, like a year before the pandemic happened, they bought some insurance, some what is it called? Some I guess I'm gonna say crisis insurance. So if
Uh huh.
anything was to happen during a crisis like COVID, they would automatically get $1 billion. And they were paying on this policy for years, and then it struck gold. It struck gold when COVID happened. They got paid. So some people probably seen it coming ahead of time, probably maybe because some inside trading or some inside talks. Because a lot of the politicians will leak things that's happening that we don't know about, but others will, and they'll prepare for it. And we learned that from Nancy Pelosi and what's her name,
Uh
Martha
huh.
Stewart.
Absolutely.
And several others
Oh,
in office, but
we
they just didn't push the narrative about them. They just went after Pelosi because she was the place and she was the House leader at the time, and they wanted her gone. But that's a whole nother story.
I'll be back because I'm going through a dead spot because I'm heading towards the house. Give me a second.
Or Scrabble left. She might be back. You already learned from them McNuggets.
You said what?
You ain't learned from the McNuggets?
I'm eating wings. I'm not eating nuggets. I'm eating wings.
Oh, well, I know, but it's still chicken.
Ron,
Tom,
before I go, I need a PSA announcement because you and Matt are here. I need a PSA announcement, please.
PSA announcement about what?
About tomorrow.
Tom, come on the panel about the catering bag with a twist.
Yes, I want to hear it again. I
Oh,
want to hear it again
tomorrow?
before I go
Come on,
upstairs.
catering bag with a twist tomorrow.
Yes.
7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Absolutely.
5 p.m. Mountain Time, 2 p.m. Pacific Time.
Yep,
It's going down.
We want to hear everything. I want to hear the announcement like you did it about an hour or so ago. I want to hear it.
It's going down with me and No Giggity No Clout. We will be giving away a catering bag and more. It's not just going to be a catering bag. It's also going to be other items. Some of the additional items will be pizza bags that Matt is donating. He's donating 5 pizza bags, but this is a 2-part giveaway. So tomorrow we will give away the first catering bag and 2 pizza bags plus additional items. Those additional items will be revealed by the winner of the bag. So once the winner gets it, there will be a note added to the prize, shout out, tag, whatever, and show the products that you receive or the items. To enter into the drawing, you must go to my shorts. Look for my very first short. It's called Welcome to Dasher Life. Comment on that short. You will gain entry into the drawing. Once you do that, sit back, let the wheel spin, and let the person win. Catering Bag with a Twist, hosted by me and Matt from No Gigging No Clout. Now back to the regular talking shit. Let's go. Welcome,
Are you
Steve.
doing
Welcome,
the
Steve.
Are you doing the wheel of names? Is that what you're doing?
Love it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Fucking yo, you
What's
do
up,
such
Steve?
a great job, bro. Like man.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Steve.
I don't know what's up, Matt? What's up, Hector? What's up, Scrabble? What's up, Boots? What's up, chat?
What's going on, Steve? How's it going tonight? How you doing over there?
I'm good, man. I'm going through. I can turn my camera on in a few. I'm just about to take a call here, though, regarding some legal shit. not on me, but
yeah. Okay, Steve.
I'm wearing this shirt just for Hector.
Oh,
man. So, Steve, have you had a chance to dig into that Seattle's legislation?
Oh yeah, I already went fully through that. I'm dealing with so next week I was gonna do that second part to we still are in February to Mike Harubi, me, Karen Anderson, Kim Cavan, doing the second part to that. But now Kim Cavan and the lawyer who's representing her, because she wrote East Coast fight against the rule change, and Kevin Kiley, the representative in California, wrote the West Coast fight for the independent contractors. So I'm going through her 27 pages right now because it's going to be me, her, and the lawyer who's representing her, because it's kind of turned into a huge deal.
And that's the California legislation?
No, the nation legislation.
Nation.
That's the Biden. That's the death of independent contractors.
So they trying to get rid of independent contractors altogether, even though we're not independent. Fully.
Yeah, it's not just gig app related. This is
right.
This is traditional too. This affects 65 million plus. This affects 40% of the American workforce. Which it hits me on a double level because I understand independent contractorship and I've done production for so long. But I'm on both sides of this fence. I'm on the traditional side and on the app-based side. So I'm very, very involved, have been for a while, but I'm really trying to, because Kim just crushed them with facts. But it's actually already in place. It's March 11th it goes into effect. They can start issuing, states can start issuing fines, just like AB5 fines. You know, they can range from $12,000 to $32,000 per incident. And it just will come down to how your states are going to interpret things. But yeah,
Hey guys,
it's not good.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm gonna go upstairs. I gotta go walk the dogs and stuff, but I'm gonna be hearing in the background. You guys take care, Steve, as usual. Pleasure hearing from you.
Yo.
All right, Hector.
Y'all take care, okay? Have a good one.
All right. Later.
Have a good night.
So is the bill is it going to help? Well, the legislation, is it going to help us, or is it, you know?
Hell no.
It's against,
not unless you're looking to earn less, get less opportunities, and pay a union. You want to do that?
No. I was going to ask you about that later on.
Be W-2, because almost everything will become W-2 if this goes.
So that was leading to my next question.
I mean, let's, you know, all jokes aside, we should all know this by now that, look, this doesn't matter where you fall on this stuff. And I don't even diss him for this because it's what he believes. But 60 years, the career of Joe Biden, he has pushed for, he literally wants everybody to be in a union. He thinks every worker that isn't in a union and a W-2 is an abused worker. And those of us that can make money doing what this country's about, you know, like the American dream, if we can find the American dream legally and make it work, his administration and the acting Secretary of Labor, who shouldn't be making any decisions, basically think that we're too stupid to know that we're getting ripped off. So they think that we need to be in a union and a W-2 because we're too dumb if we run our own business. And that's what AB5 did in California. It said we're going to create a bunch of jobs. First of all, nobody wanted those jobs because they were all like, look, I've owned my business for 30 years. I make 6 figures plus every year. I know what I'm doing. I pay my taxes. But it put 2.2 million people out of work. And they created, I mean, the last count we had was like 135, no joke, 135 jobs were created for 2.2 million careers lost.
That's crazy. And for me, a person that came from not only, you know, regular jobs, but union jobs, the union jobs are kind of like worse than just being an entrepreneur, because the union jobs lock you into a set system. And
I mean, it depends on what you're doing, though, because I mean, let's be honest. You know, like the teachers union, the teachers need a union, but the teachers union is a mess. It's a nightmare. It needs to be completely burnt and remodeled. But like police, fire, they need unions. So there's a time and a place, but the gig economy and trying to impose unions and W-2 pushing onto people who have gone out for 30 years and they worked for 10 years in a W-2, got established, made some clients, and decided I can do this for myself better on my time, make my own business. That's the American dream, and that's what they want to kill. That's what they killed. I mean, look, it's never said this way except for by the correct side, but I mean, that's what they did in California. They ended, you know, I posted 608 careers that, you know, you can't do now.
Do you think it was by design?
Oh, it was 100% by design. Governor Newsom and Lorena Gonzalez passed it. It was Lorena's baby. You know, she was. I'm going to say what I say about this because it's not a joke, you guys. I don't. Lorena Gonzalez is a wicked witch, but she was trying to sleep her way to the top. Somehow that got stopped short with Gavin Newsom. I don't know, because she was doing labor things down in San Diego, but she thought when Julie Sue, who's now the federal acting labor secretary, when she thought when she left California as labor secretary that she would move into her position. She didn't get it, so instead Lorena Gonzalez moved to Big Union, and now she's like making tons of money shoving Big Union down people's throats. And like her posts for the past week, and she usually is, she's evil, but she knows what she's talking about with some stuff. She's been like just shoving it in people's faces because she kind of helped architect to the legal officers how to write AB5, and she definitely wanted the gig economy capsulated in it, which it was, but then Prop 22 saved them. But this federal always outweighs state. So the federal is going to be applied to the California workers. They're going to take Prop 22 away. They've already been constitutionally challenged twice, but this one is a big one. And it actually has merit because the other two were just local. This one will be, hey, this is a federal law now. Your Prop 22 is gone. And so she's been all over social media going, I can't wait to shove it all down your throats.
No, we've got a Supreme Court right now, though, that is much heavier towards states' rights than to federal. So if it is what you've said, and again, I haven't dug into it, and I don't have a lot of the background because I've never lived in California. But if it's modeled the way you say, though, it's almost guaranteed that this Supreme Court that we have.
Yeah, I hear you.
Court that we have right now, sitting there saying, you know what? I think the federal government got this one right. We don't need states' rights this time. That's not their trend.
No, but the problem, Scrabble, the problem with California though is Newsom, all these people, when they wrote AB5, they were like, sweet, this will contain the gig economy. And then when AB5 went into effect on January 1st of 2020, almost nobody knew it was even a thing. So all of a sudden, these people were getting these, letters. You can't do this anymore. As of February, you'll be fined. And that's when Prop 22 got proposed. This is still a couple months before the pandemic. And so everybody always wanted that. But when Uber and Lyft and the Flex Associate, because they formed because of all this, and they all agreed, it was first just Uber. They said, we will leave if we don't get an exemption, because they were giving exemptions to lawyers, doctors, anesthesiologists. Of course they were. I'm going to risk that kind of stuff. But exemptions kept going down. Then there's a lot still not exempted. But this whole push was to get all the gig workers in it too. And they were like, we got them. And now it was like, well, wait, we will leave the state unless we can have on the November ballot a proposition, Prop 22, that allows us to get an exemption. So it was like a paid for carve out by getting it voted for. And I mean, I have people in California who were calling me saying, wait a minute, why do I feel like I should vote yes on Prop 22, even though it's big corporation? It's, it's Uber, Lyft. Like I usually feel like I wouldn't vote for them. And I'm like, because if you don't, you're not going to have your Ubers and your Lyfts everywhere. So really what they've been waiting, like they love it. So you're right. The states could, like Texas wouldn't accept this. California loves this because it allows them to override their own voters. Because all of the people in California still want this. They still want the gig economy under AB5. So they were pissed about Prop 22. The fact that they now have a chance to say, get out of here. You're right about the states, but the state will push to use the federal.
Well, the states that choose to have the federal are the states that the people of that state in plurality vote for what they get what they get because they vote for it. But like I said, in the whole, everybody needs to prepare to be made a W-2 worker, I think is a little bit extreme, only because it's going to go to court. It's absolutely going to go to court. And
well, that's
if
it already
if,
it already is challenged. That's what I was telling you. I'm going through the document now, and actually, I emailed you the document like 2 hours ago.
Okay. I was about to say, I thought I saw an email pop up, but
I
I've
said
been running
I know
around.
you wanted me to send some things, so I said you
Yeah,
should read this one first because I just got it like yesterday. That's
yeah,
Kim's legal 27-page document opposing the Biden rule change. So it's actually a
right.
really good read, and they're fighting now. So
Yeah,
now there's action
yeah,
because Kevin Kiley in California and Kim Cavan in New Jersey, they both. That's why Kim, me, and a lawyer are going to be doing a live next week because she's going to bust it all on down. We're going to have only an hour, but I think we can get through it all.
yeah. But like
no,
I
you're
said,
right. I mean, it's not going to be everybody becomes a W-2, but I just don't. The part I don't get is, first of all, the whole vote is being challenged anyway because
right.
Julie Sue is acting Secretary of Labor, and Marty Walsh,
Right.
who was the predecessor under the Biden administration, he left in March to go be the NHL Players Union representative
Right.
instead of
And she's overstayed. She's
right.
overstayed her acting
She's
welcome.
overstayed her welcome. Right. You get 220 days by the Constitution under the is it the acting secretary rule or something, that you get 220 days to get confirmed by your party. And she did those. So in mid-March was when Marty left and she became acting. So it was like September when those 220 days ended. They 5 times during that period tried to vote her through. And I had to look at this, but if the administration has the White House and the Senate, which they do, I'd go back to 1856 to find the last time that their own party couldn't get somebody pushed
Confirmed.
through. Yeah. So basically, like I had to go back like, I don't even 150 years since the last time this had even been applied, because it's that easy when you're in control. That's how many people know she's a scumbag, because she did lose. I mean, first of all, during the pandemic, she was the labor secretary for California, and she did the worst job of handling pandemic money. All states had issues, don't get me wrong, but she did the worst job, and the cartels grabbed it, and they were never able to reimburse many California people. She lost the state and the EDD, which was dishing out the checks during the pandemic. She lost them $42 billion. It was the biggest single loss in California history. And months after that, or like a year and a half after that, Biden took her on. It's like, this is who you picked. You picked the worst person at this job.
Well, like I said, just from the overall sky, I haven't like dug in yet. I can guarantee that this is going to be a situation where this is going to be thrown back to the states, and the states that elect a certain leadership that has a certain ethos, they're going to get what they get when it comes to this. And the states that, the states like mine here in Georgia, never going to happen.
Yeah.
Never going to happen.
And that's the thing.
Yeah.
So this is how I think of it. Think of it like, and this is for everybody else too. Think of it like I was trying to compare it to a Trojan horse, but it's not quite that. So like the federal legislation is like the Trojan horse. It's breaking through the doors, and then it's opening up, and there's 50 states in it, and the 50 states can either stay inside the wall and say, okay, we're here now, and we're going to drop some legislation, or they can run out. The red states will run out. Or the states that don't want legislation, they're going to be pushing away. The other states will stay on that side. So basically it's like here's the federal government just laid the highway. Do you want legislation? Just drive it and you get it. It's almost like your support. It's like it's federal minimum wage, which I know you corrected me on once because I thought it was $7.75. It's $7.25. It's even less.
Yeah.
But so, I feel like it's like that. It's like, hey, here's the basics, and you guys can do what you want in your states about it. But they're going to get a big push, and they're also going to get huge monetary kickbacks from this administration if they do take up legislation. And that I will tell you, some of the legislation I've looked at, came from states that 9 months ago said we will never have legislation, and now they're doing it because there's monetary involved too. If you do it, we can do this. It might not be straight money, but it's.
Well, I mean, everybody with money and power, whether it be political or corporate and investor, they are all going to talk and make deals with each other. That's how it goes, and party has nothing to do with that. That's just the way that works.
I mean, I'm with you, and
if that was the case, if that was the case, there never would have been an autonomous vehicle in Texas ever.
I'm surprised you guys let him in there in the first place.
I mean, so like I said, I mean, that proves it right there.
Texas did, I mean, because, like one thing about Texas, like them or not, like they do care a shit ton about their people. Why would they let these death mobiles in there?
I have some disagreements with that, but I mean, that's, you don't let them.
Well,
you don't
the one
let
thing
your
we all
population,
know, this is fact.
You don't let your population freeze and then let them freeze and then risk them freezing again.
No.
Unless money's involved, because money's involved.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, it doesn't matter, because the same thing has happened in California, New York, Massachusetts, anywhere where there is a chance for people to hold on to power and isolate money and make more, they're going to do it. And the D or the R behind your name does not matter. It just doesn't. Not anymore.
Yeah, no. I mean, do you know how many power grids there are in this country? I'm just curious if anybody does. I mean, in fact, because it's kind of weird.
I mean, are we talking about like the nationwide system and then Texas, or?
Yeah, there's two, or there's three.
Yeah, there's the nation, there's Texas, and then there's
the
territories
East Nation, there's the East Nation, the West Nation, and then there's Texas has their own.
Texas, yeah, there's ERCOT, yeah.
It's just kind of weird to me. I always feel like, like, hey,
Well,
because Vegas steals our water from Colorado to keep the lights on. So it's like,
oh yeah. Well, no, and I mean Texas didn't want the federal government regulating them, and they wanted to have the right to freeze their citizens and make their board members richer. So, like I said, I'm one of those nasty people who, I don't care what the initial behind a politician's name is, I don't trust you for shit. If you've been there for any length of time, I don't trust you for shit. Don't care what party you are. But no, like I said, the other thing is that, like, if I were discussing it personally, I would probably be very careful to differentiate Department of Labor regulation, which is what a rule change is, because President Trump basically did his own when he was in office. This is a rule that Biden's changing from what President Trump put out there, and that changes that fast. Now, where I think state legislation,
but it'll be almost impossible to. I mean, you can always change it with the presidents, but it'll almost be impossible to get back to. I mean, that's one of the, like him or not, it's one of the few things he did right.
It's never gonna go back anyway. It's gonna change. Now, where I see and why I have become so fascinated with the individual state legislations, and the Secretary of Labor, acting Secretary of Labor,
let's call her what she is acting. She should not be. She shouldn't even be in on the 118th Congress.
But if
she's not even allowed to sit in there, they asked that she leave. She did.
It is, if passed as prologue, everybody, all these state people in power who create legislation, whether you like them or not, those people always seem to filter up. So usually where you see on a state level, and where you see trends at a state level, which is something that I know you've been following, in a lot of ways, that's like a 10-year looking glass forward. Because
and you got to remember too, most of the states that this is where it gets a little different though, because I know I know you were too, Scrabble. You were a traditional IC before gig work. So was
Oh yeah,
I.
since the
And
90s. Yeah.
so I understand both sides of that fence completely. In fact, I understand the traditional side for taxes and all that reasons so much
Mhm.
better, and it actually helps me truly and understand it, which I'm sure it does for you too.
Yeah.
But so I can see why a lot of these gig people are very confused. If they've never had anything but a W-2 and they think this is independent contractorship, it's not. It's just not correctly defined. But what the states are doing is going after the states are finally going after the gig apps instead of like California did with anybody who is self-employed, you know, and
Right.
even if they have a good living and pay their taxes correctly, you know, they're like, no, we don't like you doing that. So I mean, like, that's not what every state's trying to do. They just want terms on the gig workers. And again, almost every day I say it. Why the hell is there no definition to this? Because it would help, even if it wouldn't solve it, it would help so much. There's no definition. And now they're just going to come after them. And it's going to, you know, here's what's going to happen. I mean, on what level, who knows? But we all know this is going to happen. It's going to be that they, you know, once these states, and we know of 11 states, maybe even 13 now with Kim's list. I need to look, but that are like pushing some pretty hardcore legislation. And to be honest, it's going to make it's going to make the Flex Association, because a lot of the states aren't pushing for apps out of there, like a Curry or a Delivered wouldn't be held accountable to the same standards as the giants. So the Flex Association kind of stands alone, you know, Uber, Lyft, Instacart, DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub. And so what it's going to do to them is make them be in lawsuits in so many states, spending millions of dollars. And this, let's just take Uber, for example. We already know Derek Khosrowshahi gets a $50 million bonus here in like 8 months or 6 months if he keeps profits or something. So he's going to do anything to keep profits. But my point is that, look, if you think for a second he's going to like let these state legislations bring those profits down, I'm not just talking about his bonus. I'm talking about the company too. But they're going to take it out of the driver's ends across the nation. Even if your state isn't, they don't have to explain it to you.
Well, here's the fact of the matter, and it's the bait and switch that they are extremely good at. And that is, they're not going to take it. I mean, they're going to take it out of the drivers too, don't get me wrong, but they're not going to pay any of it. The customers are going to pay it. And then the drivers are going to lose it.
Look at what Seattle, I mean, I was blown away with what Seattle did. They made New York look like a joke, and even the Prop 22 line for California, because they said that, so the Seattle said that every food order has to have a $4.99 charge.
It's a minimum $5, or it's the miles to minute, whichever, and the miles a minute, whichever is higher.
Exactly. But what did DoorDash do yesterday? They made it a $10 line item charge to the customer.
Yeah, not surprising. Not surprising at all.
So they raised the rates. They increased all the restaurants by 10%. They raised the rates on their dynamic pricing of fees and however the breakdown. Then they took the $5 that they need to pay on everyone and made it 10, passed it along to the customer, and they took tipping and did what New York City did and
put it at the back end.
So there's going to be less orders. There's going to be less need for drivers.
Okay, so I'm gonna argue this right now, and I don't know this for a fact, but Seattle is really unique type of market and city.
Oh, so no, I was actually in on their legislation, to be honest, because I'm really good friends with Joel from Dumpling. So, and he actually passed that legislation.
Yeah, but I'm interested because actually we've on this panel right here, there's been a driver from Seattle who does delivery, who has had $200-300 days for the first time in how long he can't remember. And he's really hyped about it, as most people are when they start. And like I said, I was like, on the surface, it sounds great. I'm curious. like
Yeah, see,
for a
Sergio and I
check-in.
loved what
I'm
Seattle was doing when it was just rideshare, but we
yeah,
always knew they'd bring delivery into it too. Because we always, both of us always feel like too, like the biggest mistake of Prop 22 was they passed it for all the gig apps, not knowing that when it went into effect, they passed it in September 2019. It went into effect January 1st, 2020. But then we were in a pandemic 3 months later. So they never,
right.
if that's why I always mention rideshare, because the way they worked Prop 22 out is pretty genius. 120% of minimum wage for active time. For
Yeah,
rideshare, that means almost no rideshare driver gets any Prop 22 money. But for
yeah,
delivery, it means you get a ton and there's no incentive to be fast or do anything good.
right. But I mean, the general consensus from most of the people in the communities that I know that I've seen, and there's quite a few California drivers that do delivery, like Prop 22. So, love it or hate it.
Yeah,
For me,
but the thing is, my only point is that it was designed to help rideshare drivers move into the TNC. And now it doesn't do anything for rideshare drivers. Yes,
well,
some delivery people like it.
well, that's what happens when people who don't understand gig work, who don't understand a space that's not properly defined, try to write legislation for a space that's not properly defined. That is going to happen. AB 5, just from a, like, again, 20,000 view, I don't know the details, is just somebody trying to fix a problem that, whether you like it or not, has been a problem. And that is abuse of contractorship. And use that and try to do a very broad stroke, saving people who didn't need to be saved, because there was another way to do that. And it could have been a lot easier and a lot more targeted. And the problem is that it would have taken work and it would have cost money and other people wouldn't have made money on it. And now Uber and Lyft take Sergio's talked about this. They take a health stipend that they hardly pay out to anybody. Where does that money go? Every time something like this happens, and that's the reason why when I'm talking to the guy in Seattle on the panels, my concern is that there is no way, at least if past this prologue, these companies have a history of turning everything into a profit benefit for them. They are not going to lose out. And
yeah,
Seattle,
no. And actually, we have groups and we have para groups in certain cities. Definitely not all of them, but Seattle's definitely one of them. We have 25 drivers that we can converse with at a time, or however many can make it. Have a conversation. Some have been doing this for 8-9 years. So we are very much on the inside. It's not just one person feeding us. Or we're also, like, one of the people actually sits in with my friend who's the CEO of Dumpling, Joel, sits in on the sessions that are changing these legislations. I mean, I was also shocked to hear, because it's the only state where it's happened, but where the Teamsters showed up at the last meeting. Nothing was given to them, but they were there, which I thought was very weird, because I think we can all agree on this one thing. Doesn't matter how I feel about them. The Teamsters never go anywhere unless they're getting paid.
Oh, no. I was about to say, they do get paid. They do get paid.
But they want more.
Maybe so, but they have an agreement. That's what happened with the Washington rideshare thing. They have an agreement, and Uber and Lyft are paying them to be a mediator. So they're getting paid. They're getting paid.
Right. But it's like, again, it's like, this is where, see, you and I are hitting on it right now. This is where those undefined spaces are causing problems, because it's letting corporations and the Teamsters make deals outside of labor laws.
Yeah.
So that was one of the questions I was going to ask you, Steve. Actually, one of them is, in Seattle, do you think that model is going to sustain that model the way it is now? And the second was, I didn't even know that Seattle had a drivers union, and how were they able to, if how are they able to attach themselves to the Teamsters?
Well, the TNC is already attached to that's why Sergio and I initially liked it, because when it was just rideshare, that kind of makes I can make a little sense of that. I've done a ton of rideshare. I've done it since 2015.
Yeah, because
And
putting transportation in there makes sense.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, because look, taxis and limousines are gauged under this system. So why not rideshare? I mean, you might have to tweak it a bit, but that actually made sense to me. Okay, fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
So how do it fall down to outside
because
of rideshare?
That's what's going to happen everywhere now. Is it's just going to be gig across the board. Nobody's going to go for just rideshare or anything anymore. They're all the states are pushing for all gigs.
So you think?
I mean, like, look, when Instacart's a great example. I love this because for Prop 22, you have to pay 120% of minimum wage for every active hour, right? Instacart in my market's one of the markets where it sucks, and other people from this market can agree with me. I mean, it's almost everybody here will tell you we're just, for whatever reason, we're a great gig city, but it sucks for Instacart. But the base pay, we watched it drop. We were one of the first cities where it went from 8 to 4 or 8 to 7 to 4 to even sometimes 3. I've seen $3 orders. Now, I think we can all agree that whether it's 40 items or 60 plus units, doesn't matter. That's going to take about an hour. Accept, drive, shop, go deliver. That's going to be about an hour, right? So if they're doing $4 base pay, in San Francisco, the minimum wage is $19.88. So let's call it an even 20. So 120% of $20 is $24 an hour. So if all you can do is one Instacart per hour and they're doing $4 base pay, they're actually doing $24 base pay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so what does Instacart, just if you guys look at the timeline, they never thought about, I mean, maybe they were thinking about it, but they did move from 8 to 7, but 4 wasn't even in the works until the damage of Prop 22 had really weighed in. So we are somewhat subsidizing, or Instacart somewhat subsidizes California with other states. My question is, when it's 15 to 20 states, then how does it get subsidized?
I was about to say, Instacart, that's a possibility, although there were some other factors going into that before then. But you've got the big guys like Uber and Lyft and DoorDash and Uber Eats, kind of. I'm not going to count Grubhub because their market share is so small, and they tend to be in those bigger urban areas that can support higher fees.
Actually, funny enough, Postmates is still bigger in California than Grubhub.
Yeah, well, like I said, but that there is something to be said for the fact that these people, and especially, and I didn't really think about it until you brought up the Teamsters again, but I have a hard time believing. I mean, they can take this shit to court all day long because it's great PR. And there's a huge, huge push of people, a 50-year project that nobody likes to talk about of, shifting responsibility for like personal responsibility and corporate responsibility when it comes to a capitalist system working the way it's supposed to. And you have these companies. I cannot, for the life of me, see, they may take it to court because they'll take the cheapest option all day long, every time. But
100%.
But they're
also trying to be very strategic and careful because precedent's being used against them on all levels now. Like, well, over here you did this. So they're like, if they're making a deal over here about this, it's going to be used against them in 10 other states.
Yeah, but the thing is that in the states, especially in the city, Seattle rideshare being a great example, they didn't want that shit. They did not want that stuff. It got negotiated. It happened. They didn't want New York. They didn't want that to happen.
Who didn't want it?
The gig companies. The gig companies.
Oh no, they would have loved to have nothing to have changed forever.
They didn't want that. But it is amazing how fast between Prop 22 and money that can't be accounted for, and their new incredible way that they calculate their take rate and all that other fun stuff, all the way down to these new fees in Seattle. They have a backup plan because they kind of know that there are parts of the country, and unfortunately, most of them are their densest, most heavily populated, best income, and biggest markets. And they know that at this time, those places are all going to be pushing to sit there and show that they're coming down on the big corporations, that they're fighting for the little guy, et cetera, et cetera. And so they have a backup plan, because I don't think, and I could be wrong, but I'll listen to the next earnings calls, and I'm thinking I'll probably be right. They're going to find a way to make money off of this, no matter what, because they wouldn't,
they always
if
do.
legislation
They always do.
came to if legislation came to an economically depressed state like Georgia, where outside of Atlanta, the median household income is under $40,000, they would just pull out, because it would actually be a smart business decision, except to keep it in Atlanta, Savannah, maybe Macon if they're feeling super generous. And that's it. So they're not stupid. They already have the plan in place, knowing, or this is my opinion, disclaimer, yada yada. We all know how that goes.
No, I think you're 100% spot on. And the way we do know this is, though, if any of you remember, I don't even know if any of you were who was doing gig work then or whatnot, but right before the pandemic, when AB 5 went into effect, if you don't remember, when all that battling in January of 2020 was going on, it was 2 months before the pandemic started. In California, they were saying, listen, you gig companies, Uber, Lyft, whoever they were, they're like, you need to start paying your Prop 22 money at the end of the month. And they were already answering, saying, oh, we're not going to be doing that. And all through the month they battled, and they said, if you're not, then we're gonna sue you starting on February 1st. And they said, no worries there. We will close operations at midnight on the 31st. That deal was agreed to, that Prop 22 could be on the ballot at 11:39 p.m. Like, Uber was ready to literally turn the California switch off. The reason that they allowed it too is because they realized that, listen, actually, it wasn't just about we need them around here, like for just people to get where A to B, but it actually would have affected 30% of the workforce. You see what I'm saying? Like people wouldn't have been able to get to work without rideshare. So they were seeing, dude, we're going to be facing so many issues. We can't let them just leave.
Yeah.
So how do you think Prop 22, New York and Seattle is affecting everybody as a whole?
Well, first of all, you're naming 3 of the crazy. Look, this isn't a political thing. I swing in the middle. I can vote on both sides. I know what I'm doing. But if you look at the 3 states you just named. They're the bluest states there are.
Yeah, but I will say, being that I consider myself right there, people get what they vote for, and people keep getting what they vote for. So in those, which is why, and that is why in those places, in those dense population centers, in those quote unquote blue states, it's because the population that chooses to be in that state wants that. And I believe that if you are in the state, you get what you vote for. And
see, what's weird for me? So what's weird for me? But what's really weird for me, Scrabble, here, and I think you'll appreciate this. So, like, I'm from Michigan, okay, and now I'm in Colorado. When I moved to Colorado, and I did 2 years learning lasers as a salary position in Miami. So every state that I've lived in when I was born, and then moved to Florida, then to Colorado, they were all even Colorado was a coin toss, red, blue, but I went from red
Mm-hmm.
to red, blue. Now we're like
Yeah.
purple, blue here in Colorado. We've completely changed since I've gotten here.
Yeah.
You know, like that's not how it was, because Colorado Springs has a huge population too. We have the Air Force here, the Air Force Academy.
Yeah.
We have like 3 Air Force bases in Colorado. So Colorado Springs is as red as it comes. So it used to
Yeah.
balance our state out. But now it's not like that anymore. Things have changed here.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's because of the sectors, the type of population, and the business sectors that tend to flock to, you know, metropolitan hubs and create certain urban centers. Because people who tend to prefer that really close urban living, not all of them, but it tends to make people, if not more moderate, it tends to make them more liberal, especially if they're younger and they're really well paid. Not super well paid, because, you know, rents and expenses always equal out to the highest earners in an area. That's just the way it works. And with them kind of spreads out. But because of that, you have certain groups of people who are willing to populate closer together. And it creates that type of dynamic. It's one of the reasons, it's oddly one of the reasons why Georgia has gone from being as red can be to purple.
I know.
Because
that's why I was
Atlanta,
putting that out there at you, because I remember Atlanta being as red as can be, or Georgia.
Yeah, and
I'm like,
it
no,
is
dude,
not.
What the hell?
It is not anymore. No.
And I mean,
It
I know
is.
you're a state like us. Like if you took Colorado Springs out of Colorado, whatever Denver voted for is how the whole state would go every time. That's how I feel about Georgia. I feel like whatever Atlanta wants is what the state's going to get.
Just about. I mean, Atlanta, Savannah, right around
Macon,
up to the top corner. Yeah. I mean, that's basically that's where all the population is. That's right. You know, so that's how it works, because people who want that dense community population tend to find places together, and they tend to find places that align with things that they want. Because we have, you know, people have talked about the flight from California to Texas. Atlanta had more. We got more of them than Texas did. There are actually a couple of states that got more people from California. And, you know, because California
we did.
It's one of the extreme of the extreme. And so if you still have, if you're what I like to call a Bill Maher liberal, which is, you know, the same group who still uses common sense from time to time, then you're not wanting, you probably don't want to be in San Francisco or LA anymore. But a place like Huntsville, Alabama, Atlanta, Georgia, Denver, Colorado, Seattle, Washington, places like that are extremely desirable.
If you could afford them.
Yeah, I mean, but if you
Denver's gotten ridiculous. I mean, it's getting as much as California, so.
Yeah, but I was about to say, but for a lot of people who come from California, places like Atlanta, Huntsville, Charleston, South Carolina, some of the.
I mean, if you're coming from California, everything looks cheaper.
Yeah, everything looks cheaper, but those cities, those urban centers where they move into, begin to look a little more like where they came from.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I had David,
again,
you know, Para telling me that, you know, I remember when we used to go, I've done laser shows since the late 90s in Austin. Probably been there about 7 times. David told me that Austin is not, they might as well put a fence up around it because it's not part of Texas anymore. It's literally California.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, that's.
I mean, he said it's like, he said it looks like the old, he said most of Austin looks like the original days of Google in the Mountain View area and down in, you know, like when all the tech was booming and stuff, and you could go on the Google campus
in Silicon Valley,
and ride it. and leave it wherever you wanted. And he said that's what Austin's like now. He said it's just like there's nothing Texas about it.
Yeah. Well, and it goes both ways. I mean, it goes both ways because, frankly, Democrats used to dog walk every other party in California. And now the margins are getting thinner and thinner every year. And it's because those people are leaving, it's spreading the population out, and it's diluting the crazy. And it's starting to dilute the extremism. So at some point, that dynamic in that state is going to change, but it's going to be a while. It's just, and who knows? For all I know, they may have a resurgence or a reawakening, but places like that cycle. So we'll see. But at the end of the day, I'm, like I said, just at a baseline, I'm all about, the state and our current Supreme Court is going to be a states' rights court. That's just they've had a really good precedent for that. And so every state, whether people like it or not, agree with it or not, whatever, these states are going to get what they vote for based on the population that's in them. So
I think you and I both agree, like, things have been scrambled up in these states over like our lifetimes, but like you should live in a state where you're aligned with the values and shit. Like it's pretty important these days that you do.
Yeah, well, I mean,
like your values, like if your values are the farthest left, then go to New York. Great.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Yeah. Go be with your people. Be with your people.
Well, but I mean, like you should, like people should, I mean, we're finally at a point you should migrate to states that you have some alignment with. Like I said, with Colorado, when I moved here, it was balanced. It's not now, but I still can stay here. I love it enough. I do my backcountry stuff. But if it were to go too crazy, there's other places I can go do this. I can go up to Montana. I can go to Idaho. I can go to Wyoming, Jackson Hole.
Yeah.
The stuff I'm looking to do after my son graduates, some of that stuff, like, I mean, like I can go do that other places. I would like to do it here, but if it's going to become California here, then I don't want any part of it.
But honestly, I mean, like for me, the most alarming thing to me still is that this is it's a space that's undefined. And any legislation and any regulation that we don't have enough of a definition. There is not enough of a break now in the types of non-employee, non-W-2 employee work. There's not enough definition, there's not enough clarity. And when you don't have clarity, you can never get legislation right. Because legislation isn't supposed to do that. Now, do I feel bad that there are places that have looked at Uber and Lyft that aren't going to penalize things like Para, deliver that, Curry, the people who actually pay reasonably?
Well, I think it's, really, I used to think it was based on the amount of people on the platform because that's how it was all written. But really, it's if you look at it, some of the littler companies are doxed a bit, but the ones who are completely transparent, whether it's a good offer or a crap offer, if you're 100% transparent like a Curry, they're left out of the mix right now. Nobody cares.
Well, because if I recall correctly, there are certain rules, and if somebody can make the decision independently without penalty to not take a job that's garbage, the same way
without any kind of docs on them.
Yes, exactly. If they do that, then they are independent contractors by the definition we currently use. So as far as I'm concerned, as long as people interpret it in that way, then do I feel bad that companies like Uber and Lyft and DoorDash and Uber Eats and Grubhub and Spark Now and these. Do I feel bad that there are legislators going, you know what? You got to do better. Do better. No. But the problem is that when the space is so undefined and the companies are still so heavily unregulated in like customer overcharging or the way they report their profits and loss because their balance sheet is a crime scene. It's ridiculous. But they're so complicated.
we were talking about the, we're facing a whole new problem too. Like this guy that we know who got, he basically got fined $5,000 up in Oregon he went through an audit, a state audit, and it was everything he did is how I do it, how Sergio does it. And what he produced is correct. He did it right. And he still got fined $5,000 because they said, we need all your list of clients. And he does only, he only does rideshare. And he's like, he's like, I don't remember my clients from last week and I've done it all year. I've done 11,000 rides. Uber doesn't give us that. Go to Uber. I don't have that. But he gave him everything else he had and they still fined him.
Well, because of the undefined space right now.
Exactly.
And
it's right. That's kind of what I'm getting at. It's really up to interpretation. That's what Kim and I are going to get at with this new federal legislation too. It's going to be, and you could see in your state even, this one case happened, and usually it'll set a precedence, but it's really going to be a case-by-case basis with no criteria. I mean, the criteria of passing like a 6-prong test, but then then it's kind of like really up to the decision of how they feel. They can be like, you know what? I don't like your face.
Yeah. Basically.
I mean, it really is it's almost worse than like really defining it because leaving that kind of stuff up to interpretation is never right.
No.
Because you're going to get different things all over the place. You're going to have judges ruling and then using that as,
well, the reason why it has to have a defined space and the reason why responsibility has to be basically put somewhere, one place or another. And either way, somebody's got to accommodate that system. One of the biggest reasons why is the same reason why we have a minimum wage law. And that is because you can't trust a company that has a profit motive, especially a really big profit motive, with a bunch of other people with profit motives to do the right thing. It would be great if we could, but we can't.
No, I even told somebody challenged me to say, go look at the top 500, the top 500 CEOs of the year from last year and tell me any one of them that we can even nominate for a humanitarian award.
Yeah.
I was like, I was thinking there has to be one. I'm gonna go look. I started looking. I got to through 100. I'm like, never mind. This is like so. I think this was just not even close. Every one of them, I'm like, nope.
No. And so as much as people may not like legislation or regulation, the biggest challenge right now is that there is regulation and legislation in a space that's not regulated to companies that are too rich and too powerful and rub too many elbows to be properly held accountable.
And you just hit on what I think is one of the biggest points: the rubbing elbows. Uber giving free rides to vaccinations, voting, to senior care, to health visits, and all this stuff. Doing all these services they don't have to do, but getting in with cities. I feel like they've been doing that for so many years and getting away with crap. And they're like, come on, kind of winking at the state, come on, we do all this stuff for you, lay off us, back off. But now the states have kind of had it, like some of these legislations that are supposed to have gone in place, they never did. They didn't honor their word. So I think they've finally gotten to, we've been cool for a lot of years, but we're pretty pissed now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of money they've missed out on. And when it comes to money, every one of the states wants something.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Because they have to balance a budget.
Right, but if they see
that's
these other states grabbing huge amounts from the gig companies, even the red ones,
yeah.
they're going to grab something. Everybody's going to go,
Oh
dude, I
yeah.
want in on that.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
It's just
Like
like
I said,
us
that
gig workers would. If somebody came in
yeah.
here and said right now, hey, there's a new app and it just pays you $60 an hour, just turn it on. All of us would be on it right now.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
I mean, except for the people who make over 60 an hour, which is fantastic, you know. But
right,
yeah,
but I'm saying you don't even, like, if it was like, hey, you don't even have to take the orders, you just turn it on. All right.
yeah,
Like everybody would do it, nobody'd be working, all the apps
yeah,
would be dead.
yeah. But yeah, but to me, that by far is probably the worst and the scariest thing of the whole thing, because eventually this painful process will end, because let's
Oh
be
yeah.
honest, the app-based part of it is still in its infancy, technically.
Oh yeah, yeah. And
And,
also
you know,
globally it's supposed to be the three what I don't even know what the population of the world is, but I saw like in the I don't know if you've ever watched there's a documentary that was made called The Gig Is Up. I think it's either on Peacock or like one of those where you can watch it for free. I don't know if it's Peacock, but
yeah,
it's on something where you can watch it for free. Um,
right.
I feel like it starts with a F. In fact, something free something is what it's called. It's one of those
Yeah,
things. But you can also it's on like Apple and all these other things too. You can rent it, but you can watch it for free. And it's called The Gig Is Up. It's mostly based around California pre-Prop 22 with some of those people who were pushing heavy unions. But there's a lot to
yeah,
be learned because the whole thing, the first 20 minutes of it's global, and
right.
the global part talks about how by 2026 we will have tripled the global gig economy, not traditional gig, app-based gig, working off
Right,
devices. And so
right.
if anybody in this world or in this country thinks that the United States is not going to keep up with gig apps around the world, you're crazy.
Yeah. Oh,
Of
we're the
course we're
most
going to keep
likely.
these gig apps. Yeah,
We're
I mean, we're not going to
well,
go,
we're
these
the
got to go.
we're the most likely to, just because of our labor culture, quite frankly, compared to most other countries, quite frankly, and their labor culture in whatever extreme that they end up at.
Yes.
So
Only
it's just that,
sadly, in this day and time, right now, today, January 2024, this is not the country that's being advertised elsewhere. Like, hey, you can go start your own life over there. No, you can't. No, that ended. We're done.
yeah, well, I would disagree with that, because I'm a little more
Oh no, 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 no.
optimistic, and things
You know,
go in phases. But
I got optimism. I'm a realist too, but
yeah,
I would say absolutely don't miss the Kim Kevin thing that we do, because I think that a lot of light will be shed on some of the problems that even you'll see as huge to the traditional gig economy too.
yeah,
That's really just it's a huge blow, and it should not be happening. I mean,
yeah.
like Tremaine Hayho, or I don't know if you know Hayho Studios. Tremaine's a very good friend of mine
I've
and
seen them
makes
on your
movies.
I've seen them on your
Okay,
podcast. Yeah,
so the movies have been like in the 608 California careers that you can't be. Film and entertainment are like 40 of them. Like gaffers, grips, blah, blah. I mean, all the way down. You just can't do any, like, really? Because I've worked in
yeah,
that industry for 27 years. And guess what?
yeah,
Most of us are independent contractors.
yeah, yeah. Well, see, I come from, and see, this is probably where I come from, because we all come from whatever our contractor experience was previous. I was a finance and shipping and supply chain contractor, because I didn't have a college degree in accounting, but I was very good at it. And I watched in manufacturing plants as manufacturing plants laid off their $25 an hour people and brought in the $15 contractors. So there's been an abuse of that system. The problem is that it was somewhat undefined then, but it's so much worse now, because it's expanded so much with freelance work and things like that, which is actual independent contract work and should be left alone. as opposed to ways that corporations were like, you know what, payroll taxes suck. Let's not do that anymore. Because we don't have to. And we make enough money and we rub enough elbows and we hold up enough of a community economy until we fire everybody. My town is a very, very good example of that, of what happens when, because for a lot of places it was offshoring, or it was when NAFTA went into effect. In my town, it was partially automation, and then it was partially offshoring, but largely it was contract. It was a switch to contract work when labor rules changed in the 90s, because Bill Clinton, bless his fucking moralist heart, you know, he was a great economist, and he knew he understood economics enough to understand how to make more people work. But he also understood
Clinton was one of the two who really helped the labor movement.
Oh, and not really.
Well, I mean, okay, no, not
really.
Now let me.
No, not really.
I was thinking of a specific thing, and as soon as it came out of my mouth, I was like, "Shit!" And I was like trying to retract.
Yeah, no, NAFTA. Yeah, that was him. But part of all of that happening was a loosening of labor regulation, because they had to make NAFTA work.
Right. Yeah.
And literally, when that happened, jobs that couldn't be offshored got contracted. And my stepdad was one of the people from Procter & Gamble who took an early retirement because of that. Because it was either going to be, he wasn't going to get paid what he was making before, which was a really good salary at the time, And Procter & Gamble wasn't, it's not like they were losing money, because they weren't. They've never, ever, ever been underwater. Ever. But, labor laws got changed, and they were like, you know what? Those payroll taxes, all that other stuff that we have to contribute, pensions, stock options, you know what? Let's not do that anymore. We can keep that money. We can give it to our shareholders. You know what we'll do? We'll go hire contractors for half the amount and for half the liability. And so, like I said, from that standpoint and from my experience, I understand why there is a desire when you see companies like Uber and Lyft who have literally, they can find a way to twist it and make a profit, honestly, no matter how this stuff works out. Unless a labor law comes out that says every single driver over the entire country has to make $25 an hour. And even then, they'll figure out a way to make it work. They'll just shut down operations in a lot of places. But they could find, feasibly, economically, they could find a way to make it work. It would be a luxury service again. But they could, theoretically, make it work. Would it look the same? Absolutely not. But I think we can all agree that them calling themselves a tech company is bullshit on its face. Let's just be real.
Look at Sergio and I have dissected this too many times. Uber is not in fact, they've said it, then they didn't say it, then they said we're not.
Yeah.
Bottom line is Uber is not a tech company at all. They've sold off most of it. They are nothing more than a simple intermediator platform to dispatch rides. That's all they are.
Well, no, I was about to say they are basically takeout. Actually, no, because taxi drivers are contractors.
They're a dispatch company, like a taxi. That's it.
Yeah. They are a taxi. They are a taxi dispatcher with an app. That's what they are. And
right. And if you go back through history, you'll see investors do not like taxis.
Oh yeah, no.
There's no money in dispatch.
Well, no.
So I mean, the was staying ahead of it with ICs, but that's what I've always said is that, listen, this was built without a definition, but it was built around an idea of if these people are using their own vehicles, which would, if it's done correctly, that we are independent contractors.
Yeah.
But there's been too many things that they've pulled and they've pissed off so many people. And I think that if they had just played a little ball along the way, we might not be in such a bad place right now.
They absolutely could have kept this from happening. Or slowed it down.
And especially, I
at the
can
very
tell you
least.
from what we know from a lot of legislators, DoorDash is a big part of the problem. They can, even if they're not, let's say that like Instacart's worse in a city, the buzz is that DoorDash has done all of this. Like the others get mentioned, but it's funny how Uber's mentioned second now to DoorDash because Uber's the global name.
Yeah.
You know, and so it's like, dude, what, you know, DoorDash is just really pissed on some of these people's, you know, hey, you're not transparent. Okay, we'll be transparent. When? On this date. Hey, you're not doing it. Yeah, I know, we're not gonna. I mean, the way that they just talk to these lawmakers is pissing them off.
Okay, yeah, but and the funny thing is that DoorDash is using an advantage that they don't actually have, and Uber's kind of using an advantage that they actually do have. But both companies were really smart, especially with the pandemic, which was the best thing that ever happened to DoorDash, Instacart, all those delivery companies. It was the blessing they didn't know they needed. But Uber in particular, because of the way that they took over transportation, especially in major cities, and it became such an integral part of people's commuting lives, of people's transportation lives in general. They have themselves, and they've been acting like it for a long time. They act like they are in a position to where they know that a city can sit there and, you know, be like, okay, we're coming down with legislation. And Uber can be like, okay, we're just not going to operate there anymore. And the cities have to go, oh crap, we have to do something. And they're having to deal at a position of weakness, knowing that if Uber actually made good on that threat, which Uber wouldn't, because the places where they wouldn't have to make good on that threat would cost them so much, in a place where they could actually profit, even if it doesn't go their way. That they're sitting there and they're like, they basically say, now you have to kind of give us what we want. And the problem is that you got a lot of places and a lot of people who will fold just on that alone because they've become so integral. And a lot of these smaller startups aren't ready to do the scale up to take the place of that much volume, because you don't do that overnight.
No, I mean, you know, there's certain cities that might. I mean, look at Austin's tried it 3. Austin's had the closest attempts I've seen at having a legit rideshare compete with Uber and Lyft, but it's been like 2 or 3 different companies that just almost made it but didn't. And that's one market. It might be a little better to try now, maybe, because people are so on to the fact of those other companies that if you could fly under the radar and charge a little less and have a static processing and any kind of other fees where it's like, hey, this is what we charge, 4% or whatever you're charging, and hey, the drivers, and then the 6% to run it, and then drivers get 90. And if it was very clear and it was the same percentage every time, you might be able to scale off some of those rides.
You know, you could scale off if Uber made good on a threat, but Austin, I think, was proof, if I remember, if that's the right city, that Uber will pull back and then they get called on it. And so what do? They go back. And just like once upon a time, if you were getting a ride, you were calling a cab. And it didn't matter what kind of car or what kind of transportation you were grabbing, if it wasn't a bus, but you were going to call a cab. Now you call an Uber. And it doesn't matter what company it is. It doesn't matter if it's a yellow cab. You're calling an Uber because everybody.
Yeah, I mean,
synonymous.
I know
it's
people.
Synonymous now.
I was going to even say, I know people who would would say literally, if you're out, let's say we're out and they're like, I'm gonna call an Uber, and then I look on their phone and they're literally ordering a Lyft.
Yep.
But the term is Uber. It's like,
but the term, and the same thing has, and DoorDash really, really did an amazing job of doing that same association with delivery. If you're ordering food, you're getting DoorDash, and it doesn't matter what company you're ordering from, you're getting DoorDash. But the aggressive way that they did it, and then the way that they literally took a pandemic situation where people were forced to use them and changed the customer mindset in an incredible way. And honestly, in a lot of ways, changed the driver mindset too, because a lot of programs that weren't there before the pandemic were suddenly there.
right.
They used these times, and they used that to slowly change merchant mindset, because during a time when no one can go into their restaurant, delivery was life or death.
Oh yeah.
When for customers, if you wanted food and you couldn't go to a restaurant, but you were going to pay for your movie that you would have gone to the theater to watch it on pay-per-view instead, and you would have gone to dinner ahead of time, you ordered delivery. And DoorDash took all that investor capital money and poured it in to change the actual lingo and mindset. And they did it. They changed it to where we came out of the end of the pandemic, and they knew, because they started dropping base pay at just the right time, they knew pandemic money was not going to be there forever. So they already understood that not only did they have to start adjusting driver pay and increasing fees and increasing merchant fees, but that they were going to have to change the mindset of their consumer public to grow their base to people who no longer considered it a luxury or a convenience service. It is now something that you can just get. You are entitled to it. It is something that anybody can get, and it will be served to you, and it doesn't matter if you can afford it or not.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard Lou and I were talking about that. Lou was like, dude, people are addicted, and now the addictions set in, and they don't even know they can't afford it.
Yeah. Well, it's not even a matter of that they don't know they can't afford it. I mean, because we can have an entire.
He was mentioning how big tips had gone to 1. I was like, so are people in your market, if they stop tipping? He's like, no, the same percentage of tippers, but $100 to 20 to 10 to now 1.
Yeah. Well, see, DoorDash.
He's like, so I get the same percentage of tips per orders, but he's like, but it's gone. He's like, it's just people are now tipping $1, knowing they starting to, I think, understand they can't afford it.
Well, DoorDash did something simultaneously too, because in places where there were not always large tips, there's never been a super robust economy, but DoorDash still happened during the pandemic. It was a great time for them to start with high base pay and then start lowering it, because in some places where big tips have been a rarity as opposed to a norm, a lot of people didn't notice it early on, because while they were flush with investor cash and they were paying $5 and $6 base pay and higher just off the jump, a $4 tip for a $4 order or for a 4-mile order on $6 base pay looks fine. And that was actually kind of on the high end, because a lot of places early on, the radiuses were smaller. So, but you were getting $10 for 3 miles. Well, now that customer is still tipping $4, but base pays $2. And so now what would have been in 2016, 2017, a $10 order is now a $6 order. The customer hasn't changed their tips in those areas, but the base pay isn't there anymore.
Right.
And they're paying higher fees on top of it. So that $4 feels a lot more generous to a customer than it used to when they were getting free delivery all the time and getting half off their meal every time.
Yeah.
So
I was trying to
there's
say
that
something to
too.
you earlier. I didn't get to it, and I just remembered it because I need to find this clip again. But I saw a legislator actually asking an amazingly smart question, and it was where was it from? Minnesota, maybe. And the person said, "Hey, listen, when it comes down to it," and they kind of were talking about what I was with the driver getting audited. They're like, when it comes down to it, we do get smart and realize, yeah, he doesn't have the records. We need to go to the source. He's like, how do we audit an algorithm?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, holy shit.
Yeah,
Dude, I'm like, that is
asking,
really scary, man.
well, yeah, because it's just like when they had to ask Enron to assess their financials. Nobody knew that math because somebody pulled it out of their ass. Yeah.
When we're like 20 years more advanced on how to like it literally his point was at some point you reach the highest point of the ladder in the company and you say, finally, I'm to you. I need an answer. How do we audit this thing? And they are at a point where they can say, we don't know because it's learning as it's going. So I don't know how you would audit it. He's like, he was pointing out that would not be a shocking answer.
Yeah. No.
And then where are we at? Because like, what do we do? I don't know. It's pretty scary to think about it. Cause I mean, like even if you did get through to the audit, what are you getting? They're just, talk about like back in the days of cooked books when you had paper books. Mm-hmm. This is just handing them a data file and going, here you go. You could even make it so it takes them 10 years to get through it, but make it all fake too.
Oh, I was about to say, if you've ever looked, because their financials are public record.
Yeah.
When you look at them,
yeah, right. They're financials, but not their per rides.
Oh, like, no. But like their financials, when you're trying to figure out like what their money looks like, where they're spending their money, where they're taking their money, everything else. If you even someone like me who's fairly skilled in reading those kind of reports, some of that stuff, they have made up their own terms in a lot of that. And it's really common in complicated, investment venture. We're not quite sure what this is or what it's going to be. It gets really common, but it's like what caused the financial crisis and banks start to fail in 2008, dealing in investments that they didn't even know what the hell they were anymore. It's very similar to that. So it's one of those things where on a financial side, a simplification will probably have to happen at some point. That's going to be a regulatory thing trust me, you'll see the difference between them not liking.
I was hearing you the other day say, I was like, I wanted to jump on because I was like, you were saying like, I think this, but I think that's one place, Steve and I don't agree. And I was going, no, I totally agree with you.
Well, I know, because I was about to say, because, and I know it's because you're so in a particular group and focusing on a group that's so damaged, that gets so much negative from when legislation and regulation goes wrong. And I am not as close to that. So, I
also watched what it did. I got to say this. I watched what it did and I knew about it. I mean, I knew some of the players of the AB5, the repeal AB5 side and the other side from the beginning. And I got to say that, remember that when AB5 happened, every independent contractor, so it was like 22 or 2,300 different professions. It's now 608. But AB5 got so messy. AB5 isn't actually even the document anymore, you guys. AB2257 is the document because it got so messy with carve-outs, they had to rewrite the whole damn thing.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what happens when people who don't know what they're talking about try to write legislation about things that they don't know what they're talking about.
What they were doing was at one point, so at first, clearly, who's the first to be carved out? Lawyers. of course,
Yeah.
because they're gonna. The first thing that happens if you don't, they sue every lawyer sues the state immediately.
Yeah.
So they got carve outs. Then anesthesiologists, because almost no anesthesiologist works for a hospital. They're all independent contractors. So then they just kept going down the line. But then what they did was, this is where it gets scummy, is because in the beginning, the fight for freelancers movement and the freelancers against AB5 and stuff, they were huge on the social medias and everything. So they started carving out groups that were the largest groups. It didn't matter what it was. They weren't making sense of it. Like, these musicians should be carved out because this is why, and we're gonna. It was like, this group's huge. Let's carve them out so that they're not.
I'm gonna pull a thing that I did on Boots today when he does. You know how Boots he gets on a point. That he's like, and it's something that's fundamentally wrong, and his favorite phrase is "make it make sense." And I had to pop up with, "Would you like me to make it make sense?" You want to know every single person who managed to get a carve out? It's the people that are the most economically beneficial. It's the people they make the most money from. It's the people that they're guaranteed to vote the way they want them to. It is people
in the beginning. But what I'm saying is, by the middle stages, it was the largest groups, like, because the groups on social were getting so loud that the people were starting to listen. So they were like, we need this to be a smaller group.
Well, no, because you have to
those
understand.
big sections, because then those people left the movement. I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to call them assholes, because they're not. But they left the movement because all of a sudden they were fine again. Now, did they not care about all the other people? Of course they did, but they were able to work again. So
this actually goes back to my point, because the entertainment industry, the for-profit, let me carve that one out right now. There's my carve out. The for-profit entertainment industry is a huge economic driver in California. It is.
I've worked in it for 26 years.
But how much money does California make off of the nonprofit ones? The ones who do not try to make money, the ones who break even, because that's the way that works. Those people are not going to get represented because there is no viable economic reason for people who want money and people who want power, people who work in nonprofit sectors, people who work in low wage sectors, people who work in service sectors. Those people are not considered important enough. I'm sorry, and that's my opinion, disclaimer time again, but there's a pattern.
Right. No.
I'm just saying there's a pattern.
Rebel isn't saying those people aren't, that she's saying that they're
no,
not.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely not.
I get
it's not those people. It's the way that people who profit off of other people view them. Because when you make profit off of people, they're more valuable to you. Now, you'll get them for as cheap as you can, but if there is an overall positive profit element to it, you have much, much, much more chance of getting heard.
Oh, yeah.
That and negative PR costs money these days, because in states like California, in places like New York, in places like, in these, much more liberal centers, bad PR is everything. So it's just, that's the thing that matters. And social media matters these days. And people's bad decisions get found out much faster than they used to. Nobody can have a secret anymore. Nobody could have made a mistake. That's a topic for another conversation. But times we pretend times haven't changed, or sensibilities haven't changed. Whatever. Again, another conversation. But at the end of the day, when you have a profit motive, and everyone from government to corporate entities to investors, the people with money who make money off of other people, they're going to protect their investment, because that's what it is to them. It's a commodity. So, unfortunately, people who run nonprofit opera houses, yes, I watched that. People who run nonprofit organizations who their business model is breaking even,
Right, but
basically.
freelance
That,
writers,
yeah,
cartoonists, like I mean, like I know Lisa Rothstein. She's one of the 3 cartoonists for the New Yorker. I've interviewed
hmm
her before, and she lives in California, and AB5 killed her. She was a 6-figure earner. Now she does cartoons for other publications too, but that was the problem. She would have had to be an employee of all of them. So it's
yeah,
like, like what the hell, dude? Why?
yeah,
But even the changes those went through, like at first it was like you can do 5 cartoons a year. She's like, I do 5 every 3 days.
yeah,
And they were like, okay, you can do 30.
yeah,
And they did the same thing with news writers too. They're like, you can write 30
yeah,
you can write 30 articles a year. And then they were like, I work for 10 publications across the country. They're like, okay, you can write 30 for each one a year.
yeah,
And it was like, I write a weekly column. I need at least 52. Like,
yeah.
man, you shouldn't be able to. Where's this coming from? I mean, they were just pulling things out of their ass. It made no sense.
That is literally, that goes back to why people in undefined space or a not clarified space, legislation is never going to fix spaces that aren't
No.
clarified.
And
Why
that's
we
why I
can't
think
just
that you
say,
and I, understanding the traditional IC model,
yeah,
can feel for the app-based platform gig economy workers even more, because they're going to get scorned on this. I mean, like,
yeah,
I've said it a couple times, but it's Kim Cavan that dubbed this. She's like, sorry to say, but you guys are acceptable collateral damage.
yeah. Well, I mean, they are. I mean, to be honest, it's not going to collapse. I don't think
I think we just
any
covered. Of course it's
legislation
not.
will collapse it at all. It's going to completely change
It's
the
going to
people
reform
who.
huge, yeah.
It's going to completely change the workforce.
Mhm.
The whatever they end up calling that workforce. It's either going to be the definition of what they do changes, the way that they do it changes, or the people that are in it now change,
Yeah.
or a combination thereof. Because people who are truly independent contractor minded, their own boss minded, when they get to a point where that's not their business anymore, they're getting out.
Oh yeah. And
And
that's what
all
I'm saying.
these,
Like, I want to be able to hustle. I don't want all the hoops and BS so that I'm
yeah,
supporting the lazy people who have
yeah.
never worked in the service industry a day in their life and don't want to work.
Well, see, and what they're going to have,
that's what legislation is.
yeah,
It's helping out the people who, it's not like some people are handicapped and I'm trying to give $1 of every hour towards that. It's that some people are truly just lazy ass fucks and want to be paid.
you have,
and that's the thing I said on Pedro's not too long, and everybody got upset when I said that. But the fact of the matter is,
I'm not saying the people that were around, but let's be honest. I mean, 85% of the gig economy is part-time. Probably about 85% of the 85% don't ever watch YouTube videos. So the people I'm talking about aren't even, we've never spoke to them.
Yeah, but the ones that's in this space are not all, but most of them. Case in point, I mean, maybe they feel like it helped them. California, New York, and Seattle are looking for handouts because before the Seattle bill came in, NGB was on the panel talking about, man, the people who worked hard to keep their ARs, even though all that stuff shouldn't matter, but the people who worked hard to keep their ARs up and all this, not they're getting more rewarded, while the cherry pickers, which is the lazy ones that I consider the lazy ones, are suffering. No, those people knew what it was and knew the writing was on the wall, and you guys wanted to turn the app on, get paid, and not do no work. So now that the legislation is there, they're feeling like, oh, we're finally getting our just due. But that's not. I mean, even with the unions, I don't want it to be unionized, but a lot of people do want it to be unionized. And I'm not feeling that at all.
Well, I will tell you as a person, this is one thing that I know for a fact, Steve and I have. There is no gap between us on this one. AR is bullshit.
Oh, it is.
AR
Most
now
definitely.
where we disagree is where the other metrics fall on whether or not, an IC can be held accountable to those. But AR, absolutely 100% is garbage. So to say that people who cherry picked are lazy is, for some of them, the people who are like, I won't turn on my car for $10. Okay, you're just not making a good financial decision if that $10
Well,
is going a mile.
how
If
would you
that
know? And
$9.50
how
is
would you
going a
know?
dollar and a half. Yeah.
But
Without
also, how would you
transparency.
know?
Yeah,
That might
exactly.
be the day you're going to crush it. That's part of the hustle.
Yeah. Yeah. But to say that these people who basically were put into a program in a situation being told you're going to get priority to the better orders, you're going to get more of them when it's slow, no matter how bad they are, if you keep your acceptance rate above a certain number. They don't necessarily have to be lazy. In many cases, those may be people, and I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of those people are ones who valued their time and understood their expenses better than a lot of other people, quite frankly.
Yeah. No, I mean,
Because
look at I'm sure you do too, Scrabble. I can tell by all the things you're saying, but I break my expenses down. I was talking earlier on my other live stream about this. I'm like, I count every minute. I count the minutes I'm not paid, and I'm working for a laser company, a staging company, apps, this, that, the other. Like, I count time that I'm not on any of their clocks where I'm doing website work or podcast stuff. And yes, some of that plays into other things. But there are some things that are just planning. I count every damn minute so that at the end of the year, I actually have a record of what I really earned. And then I know people on these apps, and here's the complete polar opposite, who literally do their earnings. And I watch them post it and they point to it even. They'll say like, hey, look at my earnings, $100 in an active DoorDash hour, and then I see that they were on for 2.5 hours, and I'm like, dude, I mean, you still made $40 an hour, but you didn't make $100 an hour because you worked an hour. It took you 2.5 hours to earn that $100. And they just, and I'm telling you, I've talked to some people even through Para that literally are like, no, I'm telling you, I was delivering for only an hour and I made this, and I'm like, but how long was the app on? And they said 2.5 hours, and that could not get through to them. They didn't get it.
Yeah, that time opportunity cost. But it's something financial literacy isn't taught anymore. So that's kind of,
I mean, like,
things.
It's basically, people think of it as your optimization rate.
Yeah.
Like, how much of an hour are you optimizing?
Right.
Because if you go say, hey, my active time was an hour, but my dash time was 3 hours, but I made $100. No, you didn't. You made 33 an hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you were doing deliveries and whatnot.
Yeah.
You were in the car waiting.
Now I will say this, because my opinion is depending on a person's financial situation, it's not my place to judge how somebody calculates whether or not they're profitable, because the most important thing is that they make a goal or they've met their needs. One of those things. I think the problem comes in when you have people in markets that currently they are not meeting their needs, whether it's from their own, lack of utilizing every opportunity when it comes to gig apps, if it's just that they don't work them right, if it's just that they don't understand, and they're trying to make, especially as people increasingly tend to come out of the pandemic having come from W-2s, and the pandemic made it so easy to make money that they didn't have to pay attention to it the way they do now. So now, they're not making full-time money anymore in some places. Some people still make more than their W-2, and that's fantastic. They have made it work, and that's the way you're supposed to do it. But for the people who haven't, they've never been in a situation. They are W-2 people still, quite frankly. That's how they approach these gig apps. And DoorDash, I'm going to use DoorDash as the devil in the doorway again, because I'm sorry, DoorDash, more than any of the other apps, has targeted their programs and has targeted their app to those people because they needed them in the pandemic. And so they gobbled them up. And so many of those people, Ron and I were talking about this earlier, so many of those people were making so much money that now they're like, I can't go back to a W-2. And it's like, well, you know what? If you're in one of those 10,000 person town markets where you're staying out for 12 hours and you're barely making $100 and you depend, or worse, are desperate for this income, you need a plan B, dude, because this may not be your willingness to hustle. This may be the order volume was only there because there was a pandemic, and now it's not.
And there's other factors too. I have people contact me about the podcast or Para all the time. I had a guy in Lincoln, Nebraska, who reached out to me and was like, "Look, I watch your videos. I love your stuff." And he's like, "I listen to the podcast." I mean, really like, and he wrote me a very nice email, but he's like, but everything you show is like 3 times what I make here. I'm like, what's your cost of living?
Yeah.
And he told me, I'm like, mine is, so I make about 2 to 3 times what you make on any given gig app, but it's 5 times the cost of living where I am. So you're making more than me.
Well, the very first, believe it or not, the very first gig tuber I started following before Pedro, before you, before anybody, was Brash Dasher, was Charlie out of Lincoln, Nebraska. Mm-hmm. Because I was looking specifically for a channel with somebody who lived in a town much more similar to this one, because this is a whole different beast than Baltimore. This ain't Baltimore anymore. So when I decided to do research, because I suddenly decided maybe I should, research this kind of thing, because during my 10-year stint with a W-2, one thing I learned was you can learn anything on YouTube. So I went and looked, and he almost consistently makes what he needs with no problem. And he does right on. He just put out a new one today, as a matter of fact. He puts out videos of what his orders look like in Lincoln, Nebraska. And he does fine. His cost of living is low.
Real low. I mean, like, it's one of the lowest in the country, you guys.
Yeah. And so, $150, $200 a day for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours of work for him is perfectly fine. That's all he needs. He has a pretty fuel efficient car. He knows how to work the app. And he's one of those that basically only does DoorDash. He'll do like Uber and Lyft during football games. But other than that, he's DoorDash. And he doesn't, no Spark, no Uber Eats, no catering apps, none of that stuff.
You can get 2,000 square foot houses outside of Lincoln for about 200, 300 grand.
Yeah.
Here in Denver, a 2,000 square foot anywhere in Denver is going to be $1 million.
Yeah. No, I was about to say, I mean, that would be in our area, depending on if it's a really garbage side of town, you could get it for 200. But outside of that, no. And we have very similar median incomes here, but the cost of living's higher pretty much across the state. So, but he's a person in that market, and he makes it work for them. And he makes it work for him. Does he have other goals besides that? Does he have other income streams, as most people should when they're planning? Yes. But when it comes to his DoorDash time, because that's basically his full-time job.
And I would challenge that he does better than some salary people and stuff. See, that's another thing, Scrabble. I don't know if you caught this in mind, but I gotta say this. One thing that really kind of rang out to me from an article the other day. I told Vinny Coos when I was talking to him about this, was that it was part of the Biden speech on this, was like the twist was like that listen, there are so many hourly and salary jobs to go around. And that word salary grabbed me. I'm like, wait, why the hell shouldn't I've had 2 salary positions, one that sucked and I didn't have for very long. And then one that to work for the laser company that I love, I worked for salary and lived in Miami. And that was an agreement I made that I could IC after, but I had to do this first. So I did it. And I love my boss. I've worked for him since 97. I love him, but he did overwork me on hours, but he warned me ahead of time. He said, we have some weeks where it'll be 40 and some weeks you'll be on the road, it'll be 100, but he was very upfront about it. But I think the salary position should be held to this test then too, because if the true challenge here is labor is being abused, the word salary needs to tremendously be looked into, because salary is basically, this is how much we'll pay you. Well, how many hours do I work? Whatever we tell you.
Okay,
I looked at last year, like, I walked into Panda Express, and on the back of the wall it said, "We'll give you a salary to be a general manager of $60,000 a year." I was like, "That's crazy," because you're telling me I'm working 60, which I'm already know. Well, basically, you're telling me you're gonna give me 60, which I'm already know I'm doing way more work than 60, because you're giving me, as a general manager, you're gonna give me at least 5 stores, and that pay is not adequate for the hours you're gonna want me to work,
especially with 5 stores. Because and this happens all the time. I was in that industry for decades. So, I mean, like, you're going to have managers that quit. When that manager quits, you have every one of their shifts and yours.
Yeah. Well, okay. So here's a fun fact about salary law, because something actually did change in the early 2000s, if I remember correctly. And that is, salary positions now fall into 2 categories. They fall into exempt and non-exempt. Non-exempt salary, there are certain criteria that make you fall into it, namely perk and bonus structure is what actually defines exempt and non-exempt. Non-exempt salaried employees still get paid overtime under labor law.
See, I mean, like, the first one, I just quit because I was like, you're just trying to abuse me. This is
we didn't have that in the 90s. We didn't. That wasn't a thing in the
laser
90s.
One, like, the amount of money he paid me, it was fair. I mean, yes, and he was so upfront. I was cool with it. He gave me health. He gave me. I mean, I had insurance. So, do I feel abused? No, because I was working for a big goal down the road.
Right.
And I was being paid very well. It's just that at the time I thought it was like, wow, that's a lot. But I actually was able to save a lot too, because I spent so much time on the road. And then also factor in that even as a salary, I was issued a per diem, and that was like $50 a day. Went out on the road, and $100 if out of country. So I actually was able to save. When you're out of country in South and Central America, you don't need but $10 a day.
Yeah, exactly. Oh God, yeah. But that actually a law, because also salaried positions began to get so abused, like everyone was being made salary, that there was a change made where now, which is why in a lot of cases, if you're ever offered, for anyone who may be listening, I don't know who's still awake, but for anyone who's ever listening, if you're offered a salary position, the benefits package is what will define whether or not, and it'll say in any offer, if you are going to be an exempt or a non-exempt salaried employee. And for anybody who may be entering W-2 at some point, here's a little note for you. If somebody offers you a salaried position, if they don't tell you whether you are an exempt or a non-exempt, ask them, because that will determine how much overtime you're getting, because a non-exempt salaried employee is almost guaranteed to work a whole lot less overtime than an exempt salaried employee. And what differentiates them mainly is basically the extra compensation that is given in the way of benefits. There's a little bit of knowledge for anybody out there who may ever need it.
Yeah, I mean, and also just dissect the crap out of a salary position before you take it.
Well, you
try
take
and hang out outside the place and then talk to somebody as they come out for lunch and be like, "What's it like
well,
working here, man?"
you take your offer letter, and when they hand you that, nice little employment packet and that NDA that a lot of people like to make you sign if you're in a state that still allows those, and your offer letter, they're going to expect you to just sit there and say thank you and sign it. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Read it.
Yeah.
Every word.
And I mean, and there's nothing wrong with even saying I want my lawyer to look at it.
Yep, absolutely.
And if you don't have a lawyer, go pay one $100 to read it for you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're allowed to take it home. They're not allowed to tell you you've got to sign it sitting in that office and you can't leave without it. No.
Yeah.
So anyway, that went off topic, but like I said, I think.
Well, it's all labor, though. I mean, it's all important. It's Listen, the bottom line is we live in a screwed up country with a lot of problems, but the labor issue is becoming really big.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to get too crazy here because I got to jump off here in a few. But to be honest, like the border's out of control. The amount of people that are illegal who are on these gig app platforms is crazy right now.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Here's the funny thing. The apps, they could do something about that if they wanted to.
Oh, apps. I've said that myself. Like I'm getting like facial recognition prompts now.
Yeah.
Those people that are renting illegal accounts off of Facebook out of Marketplace are running the accounts 24 hours a day, taking every no tip order. And they never get a facial one because they got like 3 people working one car, one account 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
So they're not facial recognition there because they're like, dude, they take all the bad orders. Don't facial recognition. We don't know if that's really.
No, here's the other thing too, is that if you do it often enough, especially like Uber Eats, which is the favorite one to ask you, and Spark does it a lot now too, actually. But all you have to do is sit there and keep logging on and logging off until it asks for it. So whoever the actual account holder is in the morning, if one of them is a legit one who's renting it, all they have to do is turn it off and turn it on until the first time that it says verified by taking a photo of yourself. They do it, and then they're good for another like 10 logs.
Yeah.
Easy system because it's not randomized. It's the same every time.
Yeah.
And I know that because my app force logs off all the time. So I have to facial recognition on Uber like twice a day.
Right. And then also the fact that the facial recognition software that they use is Microsoft's that only operates at 70% efficiency.
Yeah. I mean,
it doesn't work in the dark. It has trouble with people of color. It has trouble with women.
Yeah.
Like, okay, really? Like,
well, I mean, it has
trouble with before you deploy it.
It has trouble with me when I take my hair down because the picture that I sent them, I have my hair in a ponytail because I always have it in a ponytail. When I take my hair down, it has no idea who I am anymore.
Yeah, my Uber one I took with my glasses, and every time I do the facial recognition, I don't have my glasses, and it's like cool. And I know it's supposed to be able to see through, but when I already know that behind the scenes it only operates at a C-, I'm like, this is such a joke.
Well, it cracks me up that banking apps and so many other technology apps can use your fingerprints.
Oh yeah.
So why is that not a thing?
Yeah. Facial recognition should scare all of us, but at this point, nobody's off the grid. So.
Well,
I think everybody's just like we all got bigger fish to fry right now.
Well, a lot of people don't even worry about facial recognition because they going on with a lot of them AI apps and not realizing in that terms of service on that AI app, it tells you I can use your image whenever I want to. I can create a robot that look like you, and there's nothing you can do about it. So they don't care, but they want to use the app because it's cool. They haven't even read that part of it. It's cool to use the app. It's cool. It's just like being in the gig economy. It's what everybody else is doing, so I'm gonna do it too. And it's crazy, right?
Dude, I would say that 95% of gig workers, if challenged to present 10 points on every gig app TOS that they work, I would challenge that 95% of gig workers would would have not only would not do well, they'd get 0 to 5% right.
I'd put that number. I'm going to say higher than that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm gonna challenge you and say 99%.
Like, okay, two things out of every two TOS. Two, just
they won't do it.
Okay, maybe 95% at that point.
They won't do it.
Maybe.
Look at it, and it's like you say, the political parties, whatever party you are, you vote for, be out. You in the middle. If you ask 95% of people why they vote the way they vote, they can't tell you. They really cannot tell you. They can't tell you about the candidate. They can't tell you about their values. They can't tell you about their morals. They can't tell you about whatever they running on. They can't tell you. And I'm gonna always say it. Most of the people who voted for Obama, only reason they voted for him because he was black. That's my opinion. It's not the opinion of Steve, Scrabble, or Tom, but that's my opinion. They don't even tell you.
I think it was a factor, but Obama had a lot of likability too.
He did, but
he did.
Ask the people what he stood on and what he ran for. They cannot tell you that. Okay, I'm gonna say.
Well, I mean, if you, I don't know, if you look into his Chicago career, actually, there's a few things that
you can tell him, but
yeah, I mean, why I think he was even worthy though too, like. He would look at nobody. I can say this, nothing to do, and it's nothing to do with political opinion on Obama, but nobody can campaign like that guy.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's true too. Hey, the campaign was out there, but then too, he was a younger version. Well, he was a younger candidate. Most of the candidates, we talked about this yesterday, most of the candidates are older. Like I think, like you say, Biden was in politics for over 60 years and what did he really achieve as in politics?
Well, I mean, remember, don't forget that before he was with Obama, he ran a few times.
Exactly.
Like
with no success. With no success.
Yeah.
With no success.
And the reason I feel like he won, because for one, they were tired. What was it? Was it Hillary? They didn't want, no, it wasn't Hillary. It was Trump and
2016 was Hillary.
Yeah.
Was it Hillary?
2020 was Biden.
Or 2016. I'm sorry, you're right.
He ran against Trump, right?
What's that?
He ran against Trump.
Yeah, Biden won against Trump.
Yeah, they were tired of Trump. They really didn't want him, but they didn't have a choice. So, I mean,
no. The people,
81 million no Trump votes, not Biden votes.
Oh yeah, exactly. No, very few people. Votes. Very few. See, that's the thing, is that people who voted for Biden overwhelmingly weren't voting for Biden. They were voting against Donald Trump. That's just It's and to be perfectly honest,
people even knew about Biden. They knew this guy's a nightmare, but at least he's just annoying.
And to be perfectly honest, when it came down to Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, a lot of people were voting against Hillary Clinton, or they were voting against the name Clinton.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was
reasons.
kind of surprised, like, to have her be the front runner to be the first woman president. Like, the Clinton Foundation is not known for being like above the board.
Yeah, most foundations aren't.
I know, but I mean,
deal in that much money.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen the Between Two Ferns with Zach, whatever his last name is, Galifianakis or whatever. But that one because he's had Obama on, he had Hillary on. The one with Hillary, and it's only like 3 minutes. This is like these are like 3-minute videos, and he puts a fern between them, and Zach, the guy from The Hangover, all those movies, but he's so he sits there and he's like, with the Obama thing, he really gets into their crap. He's like, he's talking about the ID he's from and stuff, but with the Hillary one, he was like, so how much does a secretary make? And then he's like, at the end, he's like, how should I contact you here going forward? email, and he stares right at her. I mean, the whole thing is off the hook. It's like, dude, are you? She's like, I don't know why I'm here. And he's just
well,
dogging her.
I mean, honestly, anybody who is of just normal common judgment can dog any single one of them for any number of reasons. You know, because for Hillary's emails, you've got Donald Trump's burner phones. You know, you take your pick. You take your pick. Anybody can dog anybody
Bill
for
Clinton,
stuff like that.
You got Lewinsky's cigars.
Yeah, I mean, it's well, you've got George Bush who couldn't string a sentence together. I mean, George Jr.
Joe Biden.
George
You
Sr.
got Biden doing that much better than any.
Yeah, well, I mean,
he is
honestly,
the leader of the
Trump,
sentence manipulation.
No, I was about to say Biden and Trump are neck and neck. I'm sorry, because I am. I just mean
his cognitive part. I don't mean.
Yeah, and
he's gone.
Yeah, so am I. No, they're both equally bad. They're both too old. They both need to go. Disclaimer time again. Sorry. The views of the panelists are not the views of Dasher Life Hawaii LLC, etc.
It's so hard in this country to get a young person in. It just is.
People are just too goddamn. They're just too goddamn old. They've been around too long.
And they're just too afraid to put somebody in charge younger than them. They're like, no way, dude.
Yeah. Well, because you know what, the first time that you can manage to get a somewhat of a younger generation between Congress and the presidency at the same time, because we dog all of our presidents.
Yeah, of course.
For a lot of things that they can't control, both Trump and Biden.
Oh, yeah.
We dog them for things that they couldn't do because we got a Congress who likes to sit on their ass and draw a paycheck and stay there long enough to make sure that they are very, very wealthy by the time they get out, and that they have their next lobbying or think tank job or media job lined up. That's what it is now. I was joking around with Boots earlier, actually, because he's all about term limits, which I think is wonderful. And I think a younger, both Congress and president would probably make happen in short order. The first damn thing they would do, and it wouldn't matter what side of the aisle they were on, would be like, yeah, you know what? After you've done your 2, 4, 6 terms or whatever, get the fuck out. Get out. And guess what? You don't get to draw your money. You don't get to draw a salary for the rest of your life on the taxpayer's dime. You're not working for them anymore. You don't get to draw all your fancy health benefits from the taxpayer anymore. You get Medicare like everybody else.
Because by the time they're out, they're in with so many different groups.
Yep.
That they're making more money than they ever made in politics.
Yeah. But see, my idea, again, disclaimer time, I think they should be contractors. I think they should get paid for every bill they pass.
Well, now they
can't. And then get out.
They just made a bill that they can't do it.
I think they should get, I think their salary, I think they should get paid per bill they pass or get out.
Yeah. See, I said I think that we need to literally, and this is no joke, we need to literally start having debates where I don't. The only challenge that was put to me, I said this to Tom, Truckers Podcast, and I said that every politician, every time there's a debate, we need to have them hooked up to lie detectors. It would be the coolest thing, just the coolest thing ever. And he's like, but who'd be the neutral party to? And how would you know they're neutral? I'm like, but dude, that's where it's at. If they were literally hooked up to lie detectors, and at the end, some of the breakdown was, okay, the honesty level for Biden was 72%. It would just be pretty funny.
I mean, why would we not let AI do that? I mean, obviously, AI is so good at figuring things out and creating algorithms. I mean, why would we not? I hope you hear the sarcasm in my voice. I know it can be hard sometimes.
No.
Let's let AI do it.
Yeah, we should just let AI vote for us too. And
yeah, we'll let Uber write the AI algorithm.
Yeah, they need to fight for no tips, no tricks.
Hey, I'm sorry
But
we took up that whole conversation. I'm glad I got to chat with you though, Scrabble, and I'm gonna go make some dinner before I head off to bed here, guys.
oh yeah,
I,
I know.
I
I need to
appreciate
sleep too. I've been staying up way past my bedtime lately.
it.
Oh.
Yeah,
Not
but
my fault.
I'm glad.
Disclaimer, not my fault.
Sorry, Boots, that we ate up, and sorry, chat, if we were eating up your whole thing. But
But
hopefully there
no,
was
no,
some
I,
knowledge in
I,
there. You guys like.
I enjoy it all. I enjoy it all. It's like it's trying to get them, more people a better side of what we go through and what as far as the politics and the legislation that may come down in whatever state you're in. Some people are not gonna want to hear it because they don't, like you say. You ask them two questions about the TSO, they gonna be like, "What is that?" They gonna think that's
Here's
a
here for the people
new
who
pair
are
of
always
shoes.
at for the people who are always asking me like which states, which, because we're about to start talking about them. But here's my answer to you now: which states, which, you know where you live.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look at where you live, and then you can probably tell if you're going to have legislation. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'll
How
leave
did
it at that, you guys.
But how were they ever to even start the union? That's crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Unions want every dollar they can. They see a lot in the gig economy, and they know it's growing too. So the unions have been dying off for years. So of course they're going to hit the gig economy.
Well, and the companies, if the companies are the ones paying instead of union members, anybody who thinks that they aren't getting a deal that makes them money out of it is naive, to put it kindly. I'm sorry. It's
And
just
I should also mention, if people are wondering, yeah, but if we're independent contractors, why a union? Yeah, I mean, okay, first of all, that's a little odd, but I will say that, okay, there's very few, but there are independent contractors who are in unions.
oh yeah.
Just so you know, I'm just putting that out there to other people, though. They might not know that.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, you can be an independent contractor in a union. It's not a common thing. Usually people are independent contractors to get the hell away from those things, but it does exist. So I mean, like that is a thing. But basically, I'm saying the unions are everywhere. They always have been. So, but yeah, guys, thank you. I'm gonna bounce out. Have a good night, everybody.
All right, thank
All
you for
right.
coming by.
Have a
Steve.
good night.
Appreciate it. Always knowledgeable. Always.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy it. I enjoy it.
I did too. Thanks, Boots, for bringing those individuals up onto the panel.
Well, Scrabble's here almost every night, bro. So me and Steve been going back and forth about it for a while. This is a different side of the work we do. Not all the so-called drama. I respect it. I was trying to be created in the space today.
It's just refreshing to hear real news instead of gossip and drama.
Right.
Things that are
Right.
things that are going to affect our bottom line and enhance
Well,
or take away from our lives.
so the three right now, and we're gonna see the six in the chat. We are all 9 of us understand what bottom line is. And, you can. I'm here for.
In a quarter mile, turn right on East
Shut that
Princess
off,
Drive.
But yeah, no, like I said, Steve is good in the fact that he's been in really researching this stuff much longer. Like I said, I have kind of an overhead view of some of these things. New York was the first one that I really, really dug into because it was really interesting, and you know, I I can see where I could start, you can start kind of seeing how it's modeled and why. And part of it, honestly, was the fact that reading articles that I did from either side, you had a lot of really broad information, and you didn't have a lot of facts and a lot of background. And I don't trust anybody's opinion until I have some facts in front of my face. That's just,
Right.
I
And
like to,
my challenge is I'm a visual learner, and I'm out here working 20 hours a day, so it's not like I can take a document and put it into
yeah,
a visual picture so that I can digest it and make a game plan. So it's almost like
yeah,
I'm needing somebody to digest this information and tell me cause and effects, so I can
yeah,
either rally, for or against something.
right,
But yeah, I know that either way, I'm going to have to adjust in order to maintain, an income level.
right,
But obviously don't want to. I'm happy with where everything's at right now,
yeah. But no,
and,
it does for a lot of people
it's kind of
who are
irritating that
so,
other people are. It's irritating that people are pushing for something that's going to hurt a lot more people. So
yeah,
But
but
that goes back to what I was about to say is like I say, the three of us plus the six is nine people that understand what's going on and want to know, be more informative. And some of the ones that left already went to bed. They want to know anything outside of what's going to affect the bottom line. If you,
yeah,
if you can ask 10 people what bottom line is when it comes to finance, I don't think you'll get 10 people to say they know exactly what it means.
yeah.
And it's just like you said earlier, the guy in Blazing Driver, I do believe his name, or Blazing Dasher, he
Oh,
gets
brash
Brash
dasher.
Dasher. He knows what
Hmm.
he knows what he needs to survive. He knows what he needs
Yeah,
to make a profit, and that's what he does. But you
yeah,
have you have content creators and you have people. You can even probably put me in the same group. Well, I made this amount of money, and that's what everybody shoots for. What
yeah,
where I say where I say I can stand aside from the rest of them is when someone asks me how many hours I work, I'm not afraid to tell them.
yeah,
When they say I worked 18 hours, but I was on the app 20 hours. Now you got to decipher what you're gonna do with that.
yeah,
How you gonna decipher me working 20 hours versus you working 18 trying to say you made. And like Steve said, I made 100 an hour. No, you didn't make 100 an hour. You made 100 in that hour. You may have
yeah,
made a order that gave you 100 in that hour, but to break
yeah,
that offer down, you only made $33 for that
yeah,
hour. And that's what most people don't understand. They don't understand the business side or the financial side. All they want to know is they get $100, they blow $200. So that's what
yeah,
it is when it comes to this.
yeah,
A lot of misinformed people, even when you inform them and try to bring them to the information, that if you're not a person they want to listen to, or you're not popular, or you're not this part, they're not going to listen to, because
yeah,
in most of the aspects it can't be done because they never did
yeah. Well, that's why
it.
one of my biggest things when people are presenting this information, even in this space, where a lot of people in this space are working these apps full time. They may be working around W-2 jobs, but they're working around a life that where they either need, desire, or prefer this type of work and flexibility that comes with it. And for those people, not most of them are not, you know, stupid bouncy brain nerds like me who can sit and read a 68-page bill and go, oh, this is interesting. And, it keeps their attention. They can, make sense of 68 pages of language that is meant to be complicated and meant to be difficult. It's like reading the TOS on these apps because
right, and
fuck
then
all if
add
you
on to
know what
that
half
the
that shit
financial
even means.
add
Yeah,
on to that the financial illiteracy, and it's a
yeah.
bad
So
combination.
so for me, I feel especially with things like this, it's really important because everybody has like a broad brush feeling about how they feel about legislations, regulations, unions, etc., and so on, because the people who fight for this have the same strong feelings, just on the other side. What I feel is really important, my opinion, disclaimer, etc., is that if you give, especially in the gig community, in the people who actively work and are successful at this, to whatever degree it may be, you can sit there and if you give them the information, not your opinion on how you feel about regulation, legislation, etc., and so on, which is why I push back a little bit on the sky is falling type language, quite frankly, because to me it's so much more important to talk about the facts, to talk about what these things actually say, what could possibly happen, but you don't want to just say it from one side. You want to give as much factual, it's on paper information as you can. And then you want to keep hearing feedback as time goes on in places where this stuff is implemented,
Can I
depending
ask
on,
you?
what market it is.
Can I ask
Yeah,
you
go
a
ahead. I'm
question?
sorry. Yeah.
It doesn't. This doesn't compute to me because I guess I've never been in a union, so therefore
Mm-hmm.
I'm just inquisitive about it. But my
Yeah.
understanding is you have a company, and then you have a group of individuals who are paying an organization to be the arbitrator on their behalf
Mm-hmm.
for labor rights. So when you say that the company is going to be paying the labor or pay the union dues, that doesn't make sense because the arbitration of the organization that's fighting on behalf of the labor is going to be fighting against the company that's paying the dues. So why would they do that? I mean,
Why
if
would
you have
why
if you if you have if you have the labor who's paying the arbitration organization to go fight for labor rights, for better pay, better hours, transparency, et cetera, those are the individuals who are coming together to band together to vote democratically within their own organization for the rights to go fight the company and say, hey, if you don't do these things, then we're going to strike and sit down and not produce. And therefore, it's going to hurt you every day that we're not producing. So, why would the company do that to themselves?
why would they indeed? Okay, so my take, again, this is my opinion, but I'm looking at the places where legislation has already passed and where a group, an organized group, helped this to happen, whether it was an official union like with the Teamsters or not. No, in none of these situations, but particularly in the California thing with Prop 22 and with Seattle, in no situation that they have come across so far, because the Seattle rideshare law is going on 3 years now, I believe, or 2 years. It's been a while. I think it's coming on 2 years. These companies, well, for one, there was an agreement made that they would pay for the Teamsters to be an arbiter. Now, these are both two groups that don't do anything if there is not a path to profit, that they just don't. So,
Well,
in none of these places,
I look at it as a kill switch. That hey, if you don't in a sense, kind of listen to us and make the deal sweet for us, we're going to stop paying the dues, and therefore you're not going to be able to function. And then the arbitration organization would be moneyless until they got dues from the actual individuals, which would, you know, wouldn't that be a
yeah.
kill switch?
Okay, so here's the funny thing, because this is what started killing unions in the first place. The beginning of unions, the reason the original purpose of unions was actually not a bad thing. The problem is that as groups who like power and money and like to hoard both, as those things occur, as they did with unions, the priorities of what they were originally intended to be change.
My
Independent
my
independent
my
contractor independent contractor unions actually function much more like an old-fashioned union should. It is basically focused on transparency, safety, and basically fairness in like bidding processes and things like that.
and
It's the kind of thing.
my challenge with unions is if you had 10 people that an organization was fighting for, those 10 people can communicate, and 9 out of 10 want to do something, and so therefore democratically they would move in that way. When all of a sudden you've
Right.
got millions of people inside of an organization, there again you lose that transparency, and you don't know how the masses are really working, and the people who have the money and are in leadership of that union organization, are have the ability to twist and manipulate everything to their favor and use that for their own benefit versus the benefit of the masses. And that's my
Well,
big
well,
problem with.
honestly,
Go
you
ahead.
can tell the difference in the unions that are the most effective and actually stick to the core purpose of what they were always meant to be was because union bosses didn't get salaries in the beginning. That was not a thing. You didn't get paid to be in the union, just like our first representatives didn't get paid to represent people in Congress when they got voted in. That was not a thing. They did it because they felt a responsibility, and they felt that they had a responsibility to their community of craftsmen, their community of trade workers, their community of workers in general. They did not do it for a profit motive, and it all goes back to a profit motive. It always does. Um, so that to answer that question, and my
Did
answer
you
to
see what
why
Steve wrote? Did you see what Steve wrote? I'm
no,
still
hold on.
listening. The reason these gig apps are paying you are paying unions in these legislatures, the agreement says workers
Yeah,
give up their right to organize
yeah.
under the
See, I am of the opinion, that is like they can put that in there, and that sounds great because they don't want them to organize, even if they do end up becoming a W-2-ish version of something. But in no place so far where legislation has come down has these companies not found a way to make money off of it. Because if these places really wanted to, they could put a hammer down, even if it got challenged in court. They could try to put a hammer down and make it in a way that made it much, much harder for these companies to make the kind of profit they do at the expense of drivers and consumers. And actually, the better way to do it would be to leave drivers out of it entirely and actually force them into or regulate a consumer protection aspect. That would actually be the way. If they did anything, that would be the way. It would get fought in court tooth and nail, but that if they wanted to make a statement about that, they could be like, yeah, you can't charge your consumer more than the rate of inflation per year. Oh, and by the way, you can't lower driver pay either. Sorry, not sorry. They could do that theoretically because regulatory and SEC rules, because these are publicly traded companies now, they fall under a different set of rules. And they could theoretically play that card and try it. Whether it would succeed or not, they'd have to be careful how they did it. But if they wanted to hit them in the pocket, they wouldn't do it on the driver's side, making them pay drivers more. they do it on the consumer side, saying you can't overcharge customers because you have a monopoly, or whatever excuse they wanted to use. They could, there's plenty of them, I'm sure they could. And people who are better at legalese than me could come up with them. If they really wanted to hurt them, that's where they would do it. So these companies, at least right now, all of these things are being crafted. They have to make it look like they're fighting it, obviously, because if they can win, they get off on the cheap and they don't have any problems. But they've got to have a plan B, because they've got to know in some of these places, until it goes to a Supreme Court, it's gonna they are on the losing end in certain parts of the country. It's just you look at who's in power. They are on the losing end on that. And so they are not going to go into this without a plan B to make sure that they can still make money, find a way to take money in that area, both from the consumer and from the drivers in one way or another, and still make money off of it. And that is why I think they were willing to do that, because a big union that is getting money, they have a good reason, and they have the right people to craft language and to craft PR to make it sound like that they're doing something great for the little guy. They can make it sound like that all day long when you don't know the nuts and bolts of this stuff. They can
There
make
was
it sound good. And that's all they have to do, while someone in the back is like, plan A, if everything works the way we want to, we don't even have to worry about this garbage. And, status quo. If it doesn't, though, we've got this. We've got now a willing group who is fighting for something that we can still work with. And this is how we'll continue to make our profit. And I don't think there's a market where they put down legislation yet where they have not found a way to take their money from the merchant, from the customer, from the drivers, as much as they possibly can. New York is honestly probably the closest one that has managed to keep a little bit of that from happening because of how that particular rule was written. Because if you read it compared to Seattle, it's night and day when it comes to that kind of stuff. And it's, like I said, I loved reading it because for me it was comedy, because in the final draft, they actually include, this is what we suggested. This was the suggestions that we took when we allowed Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, etc., to give their input and argue with us. And this is the accommodation we made, taking their input, and at the same time saying, yeah, you're full of shit. So we're gonna use your, we want an 87% utilization rate factor, and go, yeah, but the data that we made you send us, yeah, it shows that you average between 62 and 54. So, or 53. So we're going to go with 60. And if you fall below 53 for a period of time because you purposely flood the market and try to throttle your drivers, when we come up and review it, we're just going to make you pay them $39 an hour next year instead, so that it comes out $17.98. Of all the legislation, honestly, the New York one is the one that I find the funniest, because the New York labor group, or the Department of Labor and Consumer Protection, took the feedback from the companies and basically called bullshit, but we'll play. Bullshit, but we'll play. And it's, whether you agree with it or not, if you get a chance to read the first few pages, it's kind of funny to watch the comment. The comment section is, I call it the comment section because that's really what it is, and it's actually kind of funny. But anyway.
Can I push back on I was listening to Boots' live from a couple of days ago. He told me to listen to it. But I tried to do that at the beginning of the day and only got partially through it. But you were talking about AR as a joke, and we shouldn't even have AR. Um, I used to be in the courier business, and I moved into being the dispatcher. I was the AI, the human person who's pushing jobs out to drivers to meet the demand of our customers. And I'll tell you, from an acceptance rating, if I had a driver who was willing to take whatever, and if I was in an emergency situation or a troubled situation, or had a large job that was going to take a while, or was strenuous to the driver, and I had drivers who are willing to do those were my preferred drivers. When I had the drivers who are the cherry pickers, it's like, no, I don't want to do that. It's going to leave me away from my house. It's this time. It's rush hour traffic. It's difficult to park. It's too much weight. Excuse. Then it's like when I had a job, and even if it was a good paying job, I'd I'd be even talking to the owner. It's like, hey, so and so's next up, but this other person has busted their tail and always been there for us. Do you agree that we should give it to this other person? And the owner's like, absolutely. F the other guy. Quite frankly, if he doesn't want to work anymore, send him home. I don't care if you
Yeah.
don't give him a job for the rest of the afternoon. So when you say no AR, and there's no rating along those lines as to who the producers are and who aren't the producers, I personally have a problem with that. But that's because I used to be 100%. I used to be 100%, AR person.
Yeah. Well,
And
okay.
right
And
now my gut turns when I'm down to 74. It's like, oh my god,
yeah.
and the
Well,
jobs start turning to crap.
yeah. Well, however you feel about, you know, the dependability of the people who take orders, the the caveat to that, though, if they want to define us as independent contractors or some variation thereof, there is no independent contractor who takes based on the contracts that they take is penalized for not taking contracts. You're
Not penalized openly, but penalized in my mind because I said, "Hey, you're not producing, and therefore, in my mind, I'm going to
well,
do this." And that's the same thing that
okay.
AI is.
Well, no. See, that's the thing, though. That means you're considering that person an employee, not a contractor,
Absolutely
because
not. They're
they
an
are,
independent contractor, but
no.
I, as the person who's distributing the jobs, I don't have to say an even distribution across all the independent contractors. All of our drivers were independent contractors. They were not
Oh, no.
employees. We didn't have employees.
That may be true, but
Well, it
as
is true.
just as the rule goes, now you can, as an employer or as the person divvying out contracts, I guess if there are people who aren't going to take a certain type of order, then you don't offer it to them. That's your choice. That's fine. But you can't sit there and tell them that they can't take any loads unless you just simply choose not to you just don't give them anything. And
That's correct.
as
So
as
see,
the
one
person
of the keys
as
to my success is that I look at our business in this gig economy from the eyes of AI. If I was AI and I was the guy who wrote the program for AI, I'd be like, what type of logic do they have in here? What is it that they're looking for? And as a dispatcher, I use that as well and how I experience it and how they're writing all this stuff. And that's how I find that I get good jobs and I'm making the money that I'm making.
see my what's the best way to explain this? See, part of the problem is that you can't be deactivated for acceptance rate, which means they've told DoorDash, whether you agree with it or not, it's been decided that because you are an independent contractor, They can't kick you off the platform. But in a system where you're the one choosing and you're the person distributing bids, if you have people who never take a bid at all ever, then you simply would not have them, you wouldn't keep them on your business. You wouldn't renew their insurance binder. You wouldn't keep a file on them anymore. You simply would not offer them jobs because you have the right to do that. DoorDash has been told that they can't do that. So because they can't do that, but at the same time, they form programs around this acceptance rate criteria, when in fact, like when I used to sit there and have to commission loads to be shipped out, there were certain treks and certain jobs. There were certain jobs that the independent drivers, like the owner truck drivers, would not take because it did not make financial sense for them because they were an owner operator. Their expenses were different. Their cost need was different. Their criteria were different. And it was my job to know that if I needed a certain type of load sent, because I could count on them. If I had a load and they agreed to do it, they were going to do it perfectly. They were not going to screw up, but they were really picky about what they took. So I knew what to send them. I knew when to send a bid to them and go, will you take this at this price for me? And they would say yes, they would say no. And if they said no because their kid had a birthday party that weekend or whatever, I'm not going to not send them the next job because of that. And I'm not going to not send them a job because they're picky. I'm going to send them, it's like any management position that I've ever had, where in many cases, you've got to have the right person in the right place doing the right job. So I had ones that I went to that were short hauls, and I went to a certain group, and those were the people I sent those bids to because they would take just about anything as long as it was a reasonable price. And then I had ones that were longer, ones that were more complicated, ones that required a better skill set, and ones that, quite frankly, could not be late. And things could not go wrong outside of acts of God. And those were the people I contacted because I knew exactly what they would take. I didn't send them junk on purpose that I knew they wouldn't take. And I think that is where there's a difference, especially now that we have AI working. Because at one time, you had the choice to sit there and say, this is the best person for this job. They're the most reliable, they get the most done, and they're willing to do the job that I ask them to. And DoorDash, unfortunately, had that taken from them.
I will ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
Just on a question, and it's just off me, based off me alone. I'm not worried. I'm not trying to bring anybody else up, even though, like I say, probably, I'm going to say probably about 2 weeks from now, I probably will cross over to 30,000 lifetime deliveries on DoorDash and DoorDash alone. And I've done that I will be did that in 3 years. So, as far as me being outside of the AI and me having a delivery that I have, I can understand what Tom is saying about the AI, about the AR. But I feel like I should also be able to, if I don't want to take it, be able to take it. But how would the AI system determine me versus somebody else with 5,000 deliveries? So my thing is, and it's not taking nothing from the lesser guy, but I'm putting the work in. You know, I'm gonna be on schedule. You know, I'm gonna get there. You know, I'm gonna do it right. Boom, boom. Versus this guy who got 5,000 deliveries he only take what he wants to take. He's got a 3% mark, and he's still getting the same amount of offers, the better offers than me. How does that
Yeah.
equate? How is that fair?
Yeah. No, that shouldn't happen. That shouldn't
Right.
happen.
So that's where it comes along where, okay, even though I don't take every offer. So I'm form of a cherry picker, and because I figure out what's right and what balances out for me. But you
Right.
also have a guy who will be sitting right next to me, 5 contract violations, probably stealing
Mm-hmm.
some food, probably doing whatever you want, being
Mm-hmm.
um I'm just gonna go about the guy about how the article and everything came out about me. He was only taking 3% of his offers.
Yeah.
So out of 100 offers, you only taking 3%. So what is that? 30% of your offers? Or you only taking 3 offers an hour? Versus
Yeah.
me, I might take 6, 7 offers an hour. And
Mm-hmm.
he admitted to only getting the $50, $60 orders. How is that
Yeah.
fair for me to be taking all these offers and he's still making not as much, but getting the same amount of good offers as me?
Yeah.
That
I was about.
I don't think
Yeah.
that's
Well,
fair
I
all
think.
and all around the table.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now that I think every other metric but AR can measure that pretty much that same thing, including your lifetime deliveries. Because lifetime deliveries versus your completion rate versus your customer rating versus all your on time metric, all of those are just as easy to measure and see that somebody is going to be better, faster, and more reliable.
So
Because
I should,
anybody,
in
because
my theory, I should
anybody,
never see a low ball offer. That's just my theory. I know it's gonna happen, but I should never see
yeah,
it.
yeah. Oh no, you
In my
shouldn't.
theory, I shouldn't get throttled, but I do
Yeah. Yeah, but
because
see, that is actually, that's one of the reasons why there shouldn't be an AR metric. Because if you have every other better stat, your acceptance rate should be somewhere in 96, 97, 98 by default. Because you should not get sent a 275 Taco Bell going a mile. You should never, that offer should never hit that phone for you to decline in the first place.
You know how
Because
many times I
nobody,
screamed? You know how many times I screamed and yelled at my phone because I had 100% APR, probably 90% of the year. You know,
yeah,
and it's like, why am I getting these jobs? Don't you know who
yeah,
I am? You know,
yeah,
catering bag, alcohol, shopping, pizza program, you know, large
yeah,
order program, AR. I'm out here busting my tail, and why are you sending me this job? But you know, again, I look at it from the AI perspective, and I'm like, you know, okay, how many no tippers did I do? And it really was only 10 to 15, maybe max 20%. But
yeah,
regardless, they kept me at like a $20 per hour rate. And if all of a
yeah,
sudden after 3 hours I'm only not at 60, but I'm only at 45, I knew I
yeah,
was going to get a banger. I knew I was going to get a banger. And oh, lo and behold, it brought me right up to where I needed to be at $80 for the next hour. You
yeah,
know, and then it was almost like the throttling. We're going to keep you here. And it's like, if you can run fast enough to make an extra buck, make an extra $5, and all of a sudden, you know, you're ahead of the $20 an hour. Then all of a sudden, I found that the jobs got even better, and I'd have a really, really good day. You know,
yeah,
and I found the faster that I had a catering order, you know, the faster I got a catering order, I I believe that as soon as they know that you're qualified to have that catering job because you took the picture, you're on the team that day for catering jobs. And if all of a sudden the demand exceeds the number of drivers that we have in their location, et cetera, they'll bring on another driver. But the faster that you can get a catering job, then you're golden for the rest of the day. And so, if you come on out for a breakfast, you know, run, and all of a sudden you're getting an Einstein bagel that requires a catering bag, and you did that at 5:30 in the morning, guess what? You're going to have a fantastic lunch and possibly even a fantastic dinner. You know, and so, you know, I would just get really upset when I'm sitting here in this golden position, and all of a sudden I'm not, you know, getting the orders that I deserved, in my opinion. So, talking to Boots, he's like, the program doesn't know what to do with you, Tom. He'd sit there and and I believe that too. They're not writing the program, even though I was the perfect employee, independent contractor, the perfect model as to what they wanted. Somebody would take all these different orders, and you take care of uh, the system, and the system would take care of you, type of a mentality. But
Yeah.
again, that didn't work. So now Boots has said, hey, between 72 and 83, that's my sweet spot as far as my acceptance rating. And I
Yeah.
applied that, and now I'm seeing a 10 to 20% increase in revenue this year.
Yeah. Well, basically, if we go by the training the algorithm theory, um, you have
I don't
trained
believe
the
that.
algorithm that there are some things you just won't take.
I don't believe in that.
Um,
Well,
whether you
Maybe
know,
that.
but
well,
if you subscribe to that algorithms kind of pay attention to your patterns, because it theoretically, if an algorithm is working right, that it kind of should do that, because
and
it's
that, and that,
collecting
and that,
data at the same time as it's processing it.
and at the end of the day, and that's when they say training the algorithm. I don't go with training. I say it's habit. It's habit
Yeah.
forming because the algorithm know me. I'm getting up and be like, even though I schedule myself for 4:30, I'm getting up. I'm logging in at 4 o'clock. Once I log in
Yeah.
at 4 o'clock, I take the app. I put it on pause until 4:30 because I know
Yeah.
Yeah,
between 4 and 4:30, I'm getting dressed. It's on
let,
pause. I have it on
let me
pause.
let me restate that. It's not that I maybe I don't like the word training. For me, it's probability and statistics matched up with my data. So yeah, if there is a history that I've done this over whatever time frame, not the course of my entire existence with DoorDash, but like
Hmm.
maybe over the last 6 months or something like that, there's a higher probability out of these 5 drivers that are available, Tom will take it. So let's offer it to Tom. But like what Boots is saying, I take it because I've taken it in the past, and then all of a sudden, bam, I missed that $30 job
Yeah.
because I took this little $3.50 job,
Yeah, I
and,
think
and
I
I
think that actually that those two things are equal, because people with 100% AR and honestly, we kind of watched it in real time in Matt's case when he was 100% AR for damn near a month. Um, his orders pretty much fell in the $4 to $6 range, and sometimes that changed every so often, but generally speaking, at certain times of day in particular, you've got to remember, and DoorDash says this outright when they're explaining what Top Dasher does for you if you're in a diamond market, is that when it's not busy, you'll get more offers when it's not busy. So when it's not busy, there's no guarantee what kind of offers are out there. There just aren't as many of them. So if you're taking 100% of everything, then if there are only, and I'm going to make it really, really small because obviously there's more people in the zone at any given time. But if you have 10 drivers and you've got someone who's at 100%, if you're close enough to Chick-fil-A during breakfast and there are 3 orders that go into Chick-fil-A, it's going to, whatever criteria they decide to use, if you're in the parking spot at the very closest place to the ping with the highest stats, because it's gray and there aren't actually enough orders. There's only 3 orders for the 10 drivers. So it's going to be you, the guy at 95 and the guy at, 82. And you guys are going to get one of those 3 orders. And the system is basically going, okay, 100%. This was the first one to come in, you. And that first one to come in was somebody who is paying $3.75 to go 7 miles away. Order number 2 that came in is the lawyer's office 2 miles down the street, who's ordering, 50 biscuits for the office, and they stuck a $70 tip on there. So it's going to come up as a, 22 plus or whatever for 2.5 miles. And that next person who still has a good AR criteria, they're at 95. They're great. They have 100% completion. They're great. They're going to get that next order because you took the last one that came through. But they're going to feed it to you three first because, at least according to what they say, even if it's slow, you're going to get more offer opportunities than the next person. They don't promise you they're going to be high paying. They just promise you that if it's available, you're going to get offered it first.
It, it's almost like, okay, so for instance, um, when I know I'm like, just say 10 miles away from the location. So if I go up top of the mountain, I'm 10 miles away from Cheesecake Factory. I get an offer to come in at boom, $40 plus diamond offer. Now I'm 10 miles away. And when I pull up, it's like 4 or 5 drivers just sitting there waiting on orders.
Sitting in the parking lot.
Why did I get these offers 10 miles away when they're sitting there? So like when I was trying to explain the time, I'm not telling you nothing that I didn't try. I just didn't put it out. I've had 100% AR, but I'm not putting it out there, and because I never put it out there, people are like, oh, he don't know what he's talking about. But I noticed before AR didn't matter. Completion rate didn't matter. But once I started learning what mattered and what not mattered, it's like, okay, I watched when Bentley was getting attacked about his AR. I watched when Pedro was getting attacked by his AR. Look, it is what it is. I'm gonna do what I gotta do. And I found my sweet spot. Because at the top, they're not gonna give you all the large orders. They're not gonna give you the bangers. They can't do that because, like you say, they gotta decipher them between drivers. Now, here and there, you will get them. Now, depending on the day of time you start, depending on the time it is in the day, you might get more and better offers. But then again, it's also, it comes back up to being throttled and being put into the tip pool because not the tip pool, the queue, the driver's queue, because there is people don't want to be thinking it is a tip pool. Not a tip pool, a driver's queue. So you have to figure out what your stats gonna be. Should it matter? No, it shouldn't. But when you're doing 100%, you look. I don't know what's coming, but if I see a $3 offer, I'm not taking $2. I'm not $4. I'm not taking. So I can decline all 3 of those, and here come this $20 offer plus, and it's a tip on the back end of that.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. It learns your habits. All these apps learn habits, whether we want to believe it or not. They learn habits, and the companies, they're not right because they found loopholes. And I know it may be off the subject. It's just like what I've been not sitting back, but what I've been noticing with the delivery apps, so to speak. Not the delivery app, the catering apps, so to speak. When I first started doing catering apps, payouts $75 and up. I've received payouts on catering apps $300. And I'll slowly watch the decline of, first they were giving me invoices. They took the invoices away. They removed the customer's name off the invoice. They removed the item count. So after the point in time, doing research, getting paperwork, talking to the merchants that I have built relationships with, telling me what the tip is and what the tip not, the catering app's fucking us over because they seen a merchant, they seen a customer leave you a $200 tip, but they take that, oh, now it's in a tip pool. That's bullshit to me. Because how can you tip pool a mobile driver? We're not brick and mortar servers. How do we know? There's no transparency in a tip on a delivery on a catering app. We don't know how many drivers are on this app. And then with some of the catering apps, they use third party apps to get their stuff delivered. The ones that they're quote unquote sign up to the app don't want to deliver. They kick them back down to us because we have no tip transparency. So that is the whole fact of the matter. Is a lot of these companies ain't right. But
Yeah.
two, we don't adapt to what's going on if we choose to work the app. That's the biggest
Yeah.
problem with a lot of it.
Yeah.
But the
But
apps,
anyway,
when they went to the AI, the is not training it. They're learning
yeah.
your, because at the end, like if soon as 10:30 come or 9:30, they're gonna start pushing me towards my apartment. And right
Yeah.
now I'm 6 miles away from my apartment. But they're gonna push me toward, because they know he might about to give up right now. He might about to be
Yeah.
going in the house right now. You know? So
Yeah.
that's what it is. That's what it is. I
Well,
gotta this
and
person.
if we don't like the training word, if you want to consider it this way, keeping 100% AR, you can actually consider that missed opportunities if you prefer it that way, because you're being tied up. You're basically tied up with whatever was first in the queue that falls into whatever the algorithm decides. And because of that, you're missing the opportunity for the next thing in the queue. So
Yeah,
if
I've
that's a
changed.
better term, yeah,
Yeah,
I would say that's probably a better term.
I've adapted.
And when
So
it boiled down to it with Tom used to say, "Well, yeah, Boots, you're frustrated." I say, Tom, I'm not the one frustrated. I said, because I'm not trying to tell you how to work the app, but I'm telling you, you will have an increase. Just trust me. And he did it, and he found the increase.
Yeah.
well,
You know,
what I told you
so
is
I'm
I was
doing
going to
that.
continue.
Yeah,
I told you
yes.
I was going to continue. I was going to continue doing what I was doing, and once the tier program came out, I was going to see how that worked. But since the tier program didn't hit after the first of the year in my market, I'm like, well, why am I just sitting here still doing the same thing when I can use this downtime until the tier program does hit, if it hits, to test out your theory? And so now I've got two different perspectives. And once the tier program comes out, I'll go back up to 100%. I'll see how that affects it, and then I'll drop it down to the sweet spot 72 to 83 with the tier program and see how that affects it. I'm just
Okay.
always going to
So
continually be adapting.
so being a person who does periodically work in a tier market, I would actually look more in the 79 to 89 range in the tier market.
Okay.
That
All right.
that is
What is
that's
this?
that's a little bit better.
Oh, I'm gonna.
And oh, it's
Do
fine.
you get better? Do you get betters with a? Do you get better orders with a? And do you get called like Boots said when you're 10 minutes away and there's people
Well,
sitting there? See,
that
here's
that
what here. But I'm sorry, but here's what
Well,
my understanding is: if people that are camped out right now in front of Cheesecake Factory, because that's what they do in my market, right? They got
mhm.
a 14% AR, and they're just like, no, 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 yes, no, no, no. This one's only going to go 3 miles, and I can come back here. And they're just doing a little loop. They're probably only driving 80 miles a day, and I'm out here driving 370 miles a day, right? And the only difference is if they're going to want to get those good orders that are coming through the Cheesecake Factory, they can't be sitting there saying no, 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 because they're going to drop out of the platinum package. And in order to maintain the platinum level, they're going to have to leave to go take one of those cheaper orders because of the rolling 100, which then
Yeah,
opens the door for me to come in. And that's what
yeah.
I'm looking. That's what I'm looking for, and that's what I believe
Um,
will happen. I'm just waiting for it to come into our market.
let me
it's
let me
it's
let me catch up on the chat. So, some people like to defend big business. Some people are for people. Wait, hold on. Some people are for people simple as that. Is some folk mind due to their job history that you always protect your business. It's like people refuse to reward drivers for all the work they put in. The the rub. I'm gonna pull over in a minute. I went too far. The rub with having high AR is it results in that driver seeing all orders first, not only high pay orders, but trash. If those are the only orders rolling through at the time, driver is on schedule. Yep. You don't want to sit at 100% AR. You will see a lot of trash. If we believe what gigs say 40% of orders don't tip, then sitting at 100 will result in a lot of trash. So being at 75, 86 AR is best. That's dog
I only
telling me.
saw I only saw 10% trash.
Completion percentage does matter. Um, well, I
What I
mean, even if you're seeing 10% trash, like so, uh, go ahead and I'm gonna touch on everything they said in the chat. Go ahead, what you was about to say, Scrabble.
no, I was going to say, the okay, so the tier market that I work in is just a lot different market. The order volume is much higher, the order quality is a lot higher, and it's a lot easier to stay in. Now, mind you, it's a single zone market too, actually, but it the way that the city is arranged to where the restaurants are arranged is a lot more even. So it just, and they have multiples of restaurants that we don't have multiples of, things like that. It's just, it's a different it's a different market. And so you have to work it a little differently because at 87% in my market, in a top dasher diamond program, which I was this month, with an 87% AR, 70% of the orders that I saw on a given day on a red map were upside down, were 50 cents to 30 cents a mile. That's just my market. That's because I'm in a market where DoorDash doesn't have the volume anymore since the pandemic and since people don't have free money anymore. The tier market that I work in is a little bit different. The income level's higher, the order volume is different, your clients are different. Um, and the other thing that I will say is that when you go from diamond, I don't know about other people. I know I'm not the only one, though, that has seen this. My stats are different between the two markets. My AR actually looks lower in the tier market than they do in the top dasher diamond zone. And I'm not the
Okay,
only
so
one, and I'm not the only one who has seen that difference. There's that some for some people it's slight, for some people it's a big difference. Not big, but I mean a 5% point difference can be the difference between platinum and silver. Because when it comes to the AR, if you drop below 70 AR, you're not going to gold, you're going to silver immediately. So the only thing that gets you to gold is if you don't have enough rolling deliveries and if you don't keep your completion rate at the right place. That's what will differentiate you. The AR requirement for platinum and gold are the same.
Well, see that
is,
the
is
beauty, the
hold on
beauty
one
about
second.
boots, the beauty about boots and myself is that in like 2 to 2.5 days, we roll through 100 jobs because
Yeah.
we're doing 40 to 50 deliveries a day.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The
So
rolling that rolling number will never be an issue for you. Now, the reason why I say in that particular market 79 to 89 is a little bit better is because it's a tier market. You have a lot more people in that tier program. You have a lot more people in that gold and platinum program. And honestly, the only difference between gold and platinum really is the dash anytime because gold with 70% AR, they can't dash anytime. They can schedule, but they can't dash anytime. Only
But
platinum can do that. Only
I
platinum
want
can dash anytime.
I,
And the
I
other
want to
thing,
address I want to address
is
what
LOP.
I want
That's
to
the other
address
thing.
like one of the things that NGB said is like so it goes back to driver against company, company against driver, driver against consumer. So like sometimes when we explain it from our all point of view, some people feel like that we're um protecting Austin. protecting the big corporations. But it's like anything you do, any work you give, you're gonna have people at their job that are slack and want the higher reward. It's just like playing sports. Everybody now wants a participation trophy just to get in and say I competed. But when you put in, everybody put in work, but some people put in more work than others. It's just that the ones who put in lesser work want to get the reward for the ones who put in the higher work. So take like me and Tom, for instance. Me and Tom put in work. We get rewarded. We don't complain about it. But the ones that really, 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 really cherry pick, the ones that really cherry pick and have low numbers feel like they doing all the work that the same work me and Tom are doing. And it's like, how can you say that when the numbers speak for themselves? And
Okay,
they'll
well,
say
I'm gonna.
they'll say hold on. They'll say we're protecting big business when we never said big business because we always say companies ain't always right, but because we don't fit their narrative in the way we explain our point of view, they talking about we not giving drivers credit. That's not how that go. But
Yeah,
it's like I say, we agree to disagree on certain things, and that's
yeah.
how it is. That's how it is when you do, because we all had that one coworker like, damn, how the fuck you still got a job?
Well, no,
We all had that one.
and to be fair, in my market, because I just became a top dasher. This is my second month. Until then I hadn't been a top dasher since February. And in this market, just in this market, when it comes to DoorDash, I make way less money keeping that AR. I made more money on DoorDash at 20% AR and 30% AR than I do now. And it's not so much, it's that I make a little more money, but my expenses are a lot higher. My mileage is a lot higher. I have to get oil changes a lot more frequently, stuff like that. And but to be fair, because this is one thing that I can't speak to, I am not a full-time driver. I don't work 8 hours on the apps a day unless I want to. And quite frankly, half the time when I am in my car, I'm billing hours to my other contract job because I'm answering emails and I'm answering phone calls and I'm doing other work associated with that. So I am not making money on the gig apps like that. So that could be a factor in why the lower AR at one point worked better for me because I don't do a ton of deliveries anyway. So being picky and lessening my expenses made more sense for somebody like me who has many other ways that I make money. And so it's different and I can't judge the full-time experience because I haven't done it because I don't have to, if I'm going to be completely honest. And
And I get that, but it's like, okay, it's the same thing. Top dasher versus non-top dasher. So you get videos put out about top dashers stealing all the good orders when people have low AR and they not top dashers, so they get mad because the person who's actually putting in work gets your better offers. But it's not our fault that we do. It's not our fault of our work ethic. If you did and it's not an attack against anybody, but top dashers get attacked, and quote unquote, the cherry pickers feel like we shouldn't get rewarded for putting in work because we're in a percentage that we know we have this. It's just like it's stated, we have we're in a position to get better opportunities with these
yeah,
numbers,
hmm
with these numbers. And
yeah,
we're willing to adapt to what the app is spitting out because of certain people who don't want to adapt and want to. I get it. You want to cherry pick. You want to pick the best offers because even being a top dasher, you still a cherry pick. You just know
yeah,
how to pick your. You just know how to pick your orders better and get better results.
yeah,
So it's always going to be pit this person against this person against this person. Then the top dashers are protecting the company. The top dashers are the company shields versus the cherry pickers who feel like, oh, I can come out here for 20 minutes or an hour or two, take all the good orders, go home, and
Well,
and I'm
my
great. But
my
but
pro
but
my
when
problem my problem is that they're cherry picking the hell out of it until Hell Week, until all of a
Right.
sudden the last 3 to 5 days, and all of a sudden now they're sucking it up and they're biting the bullet and shoot cussing out the app and everything else for the last 5 days. So it's like, yeah, you want the rewards of being a top dasher and you want all the perks and the benefits of it, but then all of a sudden it's like 3/4 of the month, you're not. But all of a sudden you do it. Oh, it's teacher, I've skipped every day, and haven't done the work and I haven't turned in everything, but I'm going to be here for the final test, and okay, well, if you finish the final test, we'll give you 100. No,
I mean,
do,
no.
do the work the entire time.
Now that is the one thing. If you, especially with that type of mindset, that is one thing the tier program takes care of for you. You don't have the
Amen.
people who start the month at squeezing by at 70%, who drop into the 20s and 30s in the middle of the month, and then they do hell week at the last week to get back to 70% to get top dasher again. That does not happen anymore. So that the tier program absolutely does. It takes care of that problem. There is no more hell
Let
week.
me let me catch up on the
And
chat right quick. These
Yeah.
cherry pickers sitting at a restaurant will get lucky due to higher ranking driver. Hold on, higher ranking
Yeah.
driver being tied up. Bro, I
Yo,
know that
I
for a fact.
can I say
Hold on.
something for
I'm reading.
30 seconds?
Hold on, bro. I'm reading the chat. I'm gonna give you a chance to
Oh,
talk.
sorry, brother.
Hold on.
My bad.
Hold on.
My bad.
A tier market is based on the percentage of orders completed in a rolling 30 days. So a driver who takes a couple days off may have orders roll off, which affects the AR. They throttled the cherry pickers, Ron. That's why we settled. We said that's why Seattle did away with incentives, was pushing drivers who were I get what you're saying, but they throttled me, and I got high AR. Cherry pickers are not the only ones who get throttled. We high AR people don't talk about it. Cherry pickers are the
Oh yeah.
ones that get mad because top dashers get better offers when they sitting there with low AR and wonder why they can't get good orders. But then they want to
Oh
attack
yeah.
us and say we're protecting big business. That's not
No,
how
no,
that go.
that's not what I meant. You
Because
you misunderstood what I was saying.
you
No,
said
no, hold
cherry
on.
pick.
I wasn't
You
talking
said
about you. Hold on.
no,
Hold
I'm
on.
not talking about.
When
I'm
I
not
said
talking about
oh,
me in general. Hold on, let me finish. I'm gonna let you talk. Let me finish. I'm gonna let you talk. You said they throttle cherry. They also it be days I got 250 at 9:30 in the morning. And ask me how many offers I get until 2 o'clock. I get throttled. I just don't complain about it because I adapt to the app. So that's what I do as a high AR person, as a high top, having top dasher. When I first started, top dasher meant way more than it mean now. I got top dasher so I can dash anytime I want, and that's all it's good for me. But other than that other stuff, I know how to cherry pick and keep my AR high versus other people who don't and get mad and say we're we're protecting the company. But a lot of the programs, and this is my opinion, not the opinion of the panel, a lot of the programs are in place right now because of what the cherry pickers have set for. Now let Scrabble finish her point, and you can go ahead and finish your point.
Well, Scrabble's on mute, so
yeah.
at some point in time, Scrabble could be tomorrow. I'd like to talk to you about your subcontractor thing,
oh
but
yeah,
not right now. Not right now. Let's finish whatever we're at, and if you have to
yeah.
leave at some point in time, I'd like to talk to you about the
No,
subcontractor.
um, but no. One of the things that coming out of the pandemic is doing is that there are markets that are not they're not meant to support full-time drivers anymore. It's not that they're any less or hardworking or anything. We don't have full-time drivers in my market for the most part anymore at all because they can't make money doing it anymore full-time. The couple that I do still know that haven't quit by this point actually travel to Tallahassee, which is 2 hours away, and they stay for like a period of days, or they travel up to Atlanta. They don't stay here anymore. We're a market that only sustained DoorDash the way we did because of pandemic money. because of forced lockdowns and free money. And that's just a fact. And the responsibility of people in markets like this are, if you're going to do this type of work full time, gig work of some kind, app-based work of some kind, you either, it's your responsibility to currently find a way to make enough to pay your bills, or you find another type of income, or you travel, you make it work. And that is one of the biggest parts of being an independent contractor, is you make it work. Now, in markets where that's not an excuse, Seattle's one of them, New York is one of them, really dense urban, high volume markets, they're, the order volume makes it, and the just the economic conditions make it so that people can still do this full time if they're doing it the right way. And when a point came, for whatever reason, when a point comes that a combination of people can't adapt, and even when people can, the company they've just taken too much. Because I'm sorry, if anybody thinks $2 base pay is okay, then I mean, you can feel however you want to. If you think it should be just tips only, more power to you. I'm glad you have a market that gives you that feeling that that would be something you can do. But that's not. And the fact that the cost of operating this has gotten so much higher, especially in big urban areas. The fact that so many people are going back to work, traffic has gotten so much worse again. Wait times, people are in restaurants, so wait times have gotten longer again. In those cases where pay has been going down, in a climate where DoorDash, again, this goes back to what I've been saying about DoorDash using the pandemic to change the perception of these apps in a lot of areas to a lot of people, from being a luxury to being something that they're entitled to. And it changes the way they feel about tipping, on top of already tip fatigue. When you have a company who does that and then just keeps taking and taking and taking, but they keep taking from the customers too, and taking from the merchants too, at some point, especially in certain places of the country, they're going to pay for that. Somebody is going to stand up, whether you think they're lazy, whether you don't think they work hard enough, whether you think they do it right or not, whatever you may think. There's going to be a perception that begins to form that they are taking too much, and they are not giving enough, and they are creating conditions so that their consumer base isn't giving enough, and they don't care. And a little nasty gram at the back saying, if you don't tip your driver, your food could take longer, is not an incentive. So when you have to balance both of those things out, and there are certain areas where companies like DoorDash, Uber Eats, delivery services in general, if they had had any brain to them whatsoever, and they do, they knew it was going to happen, that there are going to be certain parts of the country, it's not going to be everywhere, but there are going to be certain parts of the country where governments are going to say, you know what, we're gonna change this. No matter how you feel about it, whether you agree with it or not, there's going to be places where they're like, yeah, this has to change. There's going to be people who feel like it has to change. There's going to be governments who feel like it has to change for one reason or another. And we've talked about the visuals and the real reasons and the motives and all that fun jazz. they're going to do that. They brought that on themselves, frankly. It's, you can complain about the people who complained, but at the end of the day, if they wanted to shut people up in places where there's no chance legislation is going to pass, Georgia, for instance, where nobody's going to sit there. They could drop our pay down to 50 cents, and the people in my government won't give two shits about it. They don't care, and they won't pretend to. But you drop pay from $5 base pay from $5 to $3.50 to $2 or $2.50 or whatever it was in Seattle for the base, and in a place that's that economically vibrant, in a place that has that kind of economic atmosphere and income level, and you do that with their cost of living to people who are doing it full time, those people are going to say, there is something to be said for the people who are like, I don't think I should have to work 12 hours to make $200, maintain my own vehicle, pay my own taxes, while this company is taking more money, putting more drivers on the road so that they can keep cheaping out and charging our customers and our restaurants more at the same time. Something's got to give there. So, like I said, you can feel how you want about drivers, but at the same time, there are ways that they could have prevented this or slowed it from happening on their end, because they just happen to keep taking and taking and taking at a time when people are starting to feel like they don't have anything left to give. So there's that as well. Okay, I'm done.
No, you're good. I just want to say this for 30 seconds because I'm about to go inside and shop. You're 100% right. And I just want to say, as a person in one of these kind of markets, and more so to everybody who, okay, it's like this. There's drivers out here that cherry pick, that still bust their ass and still do a high volume of orders because they're in an area where the orders are so high, but their ARs are still affected, right? So in places that have these high rates of inflation and very, like you said, economically vibrant areas, there are cities who are not going to stand by and watch us get left behind while these companies' profits go through the roof. And so there's some people who don't agree. There's always going to be people who don't agree. But at the end of the day, Seattle is just a place, along with a few other places that did it differently, but was just a place that said, listen, enough's enough. We're not going to stand by and watch you throttle these drivers into no order flows or paying them just pay rates that just don't make any sense in a place that you just cannot survive doing this like that. And like you said, it's our job to figure out our money situation. But this city can support these drivers, and the money is here. They weren't going to sit by and let these apps sit here and just rob consumers, rob the drivers, and then go hide in the corner of the suburbs and get bonuses every year. Some of our cities just weren't going to have it. They were over it. You know what I mean? And like you were saying, Scrabble, they want to keep messing around, and some of these coastal cities are just going to keep smacking them with lawsuits. And it's just gonna, you know what I mean? Because they make money on other things than just the delivery itself. There's advertising revenue, there's partnership revenue. You know what I'm saying? So all the money that they pay us doesn't just come from the delivery. And I know that as far as the consumer and the drivers, they pit us against each other. They put the top dashers against the cherry pickers, and everybody's at each other's throats while their profits go through the roof. So, like you said, in the markets where it makes sense to do it the way people are doing it, I hope it stays the way it stays. But for the places that where the order flow and the value per delivery can support a full-time market of drivers, these cities are not going to sit here and let these companies squeeze on us when there's enough to go around. That's all I want to say. I'm not going to sit here, right? But I'm listening, y'all. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all for the little 30 seconds. I'm about to go here and do a shop and pay $20 to 11 items. Let's go.
That was more than 30 seconds.
Hey, I can say that about everybody on this panel, but it's all right.
I haven't said a word.
It's all good. Out of everything that I said, if all you paid attention to was the 30-second, I'm sorry.
And it's not that. See, a lot of it is getting misconstrued. You're gonna have drivers who work. You're gonna have drivers who don't work. You're gonna have the driver against the driver, driver against the company, company against the customer, customers against the driver. The fact of the matter is, a lot of drivers, not all, but a lot of drivers don't take accountability for what they do. They don't take the accountability, and of course, I mean, because just the other day, to use you as an oh, you left. Dang, to use you as an example, before the law passed, you stated the cherry the what he say? He said the what did he say? He said the cherry pickers are getting punished by the people who had the high AR. The cherry pickers are getting punished because of the tier system. But once the bill was passed, now is the driver, the company, the company. Well, you admitted being a cherry picker that had a low AR and couldn't get any orders, and you were mad at the ones who did the work, got the and now getting the orders and their work paid off. So it's like you kind of contradicted yourself when you said the companies didn't reward the drivers for their hard work until that law was passed. I get it. You're gonna have a top driver who busts his ass, but he's still getting penalized by a person who's not busting their ass. And it's just like being in a union. You're in a union, you're busting your ass, but you got that one coworker who know he's protected by a union representative for being lazy. Yeah, he might be off for a couple months, but they gonna bring him back to work right alongside of you while you busting your ass and they skating by. So I'm not saying all drivers are lazy, but you have a very fair share of them who came from the pandemic making a lot of money that are spoiled and entitled and get mad that they actually got to work. Those are the ones I'm talking about. I'm not talking about all drivers. I'm not talking about if you're a cherry picker and you picked your way up and you bust your ass, that's fine. But you shouldn't be deemed a top trasher because you did the work. You shouldn't be deemed because you want to say, look, we all know the companies ain't right. $2 base pay? Hell no, that ain't right. Because they're paying us like brick and mortar servers. Although we signed up and looked at that TSO and said, this is what we're going to agree to. Is it right? No. We still signed up to do it. We got a right to log in and log out. And if we take that right to log in, you don't have to take that $2.50 order, that $3.50 order, that $4.50 order in order to make a living. You just got to know how to be strategic enough to play the game if you choose to, that the company puts out there. And that's what the message would is, because they're going to pit everybody against everybody against everybody, and that's what it boils down to. You're gonna have those that bust their ass and not get rewarded, but you have to find a system that works for you if you choose to work any app you work, if you choose to work it, and that's what it is. Even though the companies, all of them make it easier because you can log into any app, you can multi-app, you can do all that stuff and still make a living if you choose to. But that's just the way it is, and that's just my opinion. Uh, kind of commercial. The gigs, kind of comical. The gigs are pushing back on the Seattle law as it's on and says they pay 44 per mile and 74 a mile or minute per offer on $5, which used to be the base pay for delivery. They don't listen. They not even paying attention to that. They not. It's so many things that we were talking about it earlier. It's so much stuff that people don't read, and they think they getting over on the companies when the companies already got their fail safe in place. But that's a whole nother situation. Other aspects of law just codify what the gigs claim they offer
I
drivers,
actually
so it's
dropped.
funny they push back at all. Go ahead, Tom.
I have to drop off. I have to drop off and order boots, but when I come back, I'd like to push back a little bit on what you just talked about as far as um, the declining and all that type of stuff, and I want to do that from a server standpoint. So just let me drop off this order, and I'll be right back.
That's fine. And dog, I know you've been doing this a long time. I know you well knowledge in it, and I know probably a lot of people. And I'm just gonna say, take what I say, and they look whatever I say and make it seem like I'm demonizing one group, and I'm not. It's just the overall business aspect of it, and it's just like I say, you got people demonizing top dashers, and you got people demonizing the company, and you got people just out here because it's so easy to come out here and make some money, and just because it doesn't conform the way they want it to conform to, they don't want to admit sometimes we are the problem. We are the problem. We are some of the reason they put these practices and these things in place in these apps. Are they right for doing it? No, they're not right for doing it because we have the right to decline what we want. But if we want to continue to play the game and continue to come out here and be in the gig economy, continue to be independent contractors, continue to use the companies for what we need them to use for, and then bounce, just like we do at a W-2. We go to the W-2, we don't like what they doing, we don't like it, we bounce and go get another job to find out we're in the same position at the next job as we were, or even a worse position at the next job we went to that we just left. And a
Grass
lot of
isn't
people
greener on the other side. I said the grass isn't greener on the other side always.
see, and then here's another one. We're you can't blame top dashers for having a net zero on the base pay, but you're not looking at the bills that they're passing. You don't Do you think that those bills that they're passing, like Seattle, Prop 22, and in New York, that's where they're taking the base pay from? You don't think about that though. The base pay when I first started was $5 to $8 across the board. Right now it's 250. If you're worried about base pay in this economy, and I know some people are not gonna like this, if you're worried about base pay in this economy, maybe this not the economy for you. And I can say I don't worry about base pay because every time I get an offer, my base pay is a different number. Whether it's $2.50 to whether it's $10.50 to whether it's a $20 base pay and not get nothing from the customer. It's all different. I know it's market dependent, it's zone dependent, it's whatever is dependent, but the base pay don't stay the same. It doesn't stay the same. It all plays a part. Everybody plays a part. The company, the customer, and the driver. That's what we all play a part in it. We look, we as drivers, and it's no shot to nobody, but some of these drivers, we as drivers always look for a bailout. Just like the companies look for a bailout and the better way to do their practices, we as drivers don't, because not all, most of the drivers don't understand business and they only see a number. They only see a number.
See, I
We
recognize this business as a numbers game, and I talked a lot of times about stock and all that type of stuff for being in the Hall of Fame, and three singles versus seven strikeouts, and you're at 300%, you're in the Hall of Fame. See, I had my ex-wife, when she was a server, was making like $2.15 an hour as a server, and they relied on most of their income coming from tips. Now, what I equate this to when I was doing 100% AR is, hey, I don't get to pick and choose just because of the way that an order looks or the way that a customer looks when they come in. Well, let's see, they've got dirty shoes, or that looks like a Walmart shirt instead of a polo shirt, or the type of watch that they have, and so therefore that's going to more than likely be a good order, and they're going to order some good food and more than likely possibly tip good. Instead, it's kind of like, no, I'm going to serve everybody that gets placed at a table, in my area that I need to serve, and I'm going to provide the best service possible. And even as an independent contractor who's trying to represent DoorDash and the service as the middle person, I want to put the best service possible so that I can possibly, with a low probability of converting them into a tipper, because I want them to say, hey, you may have had a bad experience before, and I've read it in your notes. Please do not leave it at my neighbor's door. Obviously, this person's had a bad experience, and so I will try and let them, tease them about that. Hey, I'm sorry if you've had other dashers who have done that, but you've got a good dasher now, and there's things in place to let you know that, hey, you might be at the wrong location, before they actually take the picture, et cetera, et cetera. But that's why I was accepting everything. It was like, you know what? I'm going to put my best foot forward, and I'm going to provide the best service possible. And yeah, maybe I didn't get the tip. Maybe there was no tip, but maybe I won it over for my fellow person who's going to possibly get an order the next time. Now, is there a high probability that that was going to happen? Absolutely not. Probably a very low probability. But yet, that's my character, and that's what I would hope that a lot of other individuals' character would be as well. And that's one of the reasons why I was accepting 100%. And it's like, you know what? If I'm only getting 10%, non-tippers, I almost look at it as charity. You know what? I'm going to kill them with kindness. I'm going to provide the best service possible. They may be snickering behind the door. Ha ha ha! We got another one. But it's like, you know what? I'm sitting there saying, hey, enjoy your meal. Hey, hope you have a great day. And it's like, wow, that didn't phase that guy. And I know that doesn't put money in your pocket or whatever, but it does build character, and it does put our company out there as a better company possibly than the competition. If you're a one app person like myself, if I'm not multi-apping, then hell, when somebody says, hey, are you doing Uber? No, that's a bad word. No, I'm with DoorDash. And I do it all the time, but you don't know what's on the other side. We talked about this last night. We don't know what the tip is. There's a high probability that there might be a tip on the other side, but you can't predict it. You not with any accuracy, and we prove that all the time. Hey, I got a 14 plus. What does everybody think that it's going to be? 23, 35, 46. Depending on what the food is, et cetera, et cetera. Just put your head down, get the job done, become an expert inside of your market, so you know where to park. You know the merchants. You know the merchants by name. You've been to the customer before. You remember stuff about them. Put your best foot forward, and you might just see the end results. Match that up with the amount of time that you're going to dedicate to this, and you might just find that you're making 10, 20, 30% more money. That's all I got to say. That's my 30 seconds.
Woo, that's a lot. That is the silent statement. Cruising the gigs goal has always. Hold on. Has always been to lower pay to as low as possible. Corporations have history of exploitation. Okay, please tell me you're making more now than 2 years ago. Then I'm calling BS.
Okay.
So let me hold on. Let me ask
Mhm.
cruising dasher. So if I prove to you I made more money last year than I made the year before, and I'm still working the same hours, what would you say? On just one app too. So that'd be the argument. People would say, prove it, then you prove it, then what? And then it's gonna fall back to, well, of course you'll make that because you work hours. Of course you'll make that because you did this. Of course you'll make that because you did that. I mean, eh, being in this gig economy, being a quote unquote independent contractor, we shouldn't have a set pay because we make what we want to make. We determine it. And it comes down to the fact of what you're willing to put into it. But a lot of people say you doing too much. So if I'm willing to put the time, effort, and energy into it to make more, produce more in the same amount of time or even less time, it's going to be still fact that, oh, I did this, I did that. Now I'm gonna be a company shield. So it's been proven a lot of times, like, I made X, Y, and Z, but everybody say I'm still lying. So when people say prove it, when I prove it, then what? Where do you go from there? That's my question.
Can I reply to a portion of that?
Go ahead.
You know, if we're putting in the same amount of time this year compared to last year, and we have no control over the number of orders that come in or the quality of orders, there's no guarantee that you're always going to improve and make more. The only thing that you can do to increase your revenue is maximizing your time, and that's speed. And that speed comes with knowledge, and it comes with building relationships with your merchants, so that when you walk in, and I know Boots has experienced this, you walked in and he doesn't have to have his red bag. They know who he is, and they know that he's there to pick up an order, and there might be 10 other people waiting up by the counter, but they're like, hey Boots, what you got? Who you picking up for? Because he's put his best foot forward. He's made a relationship with those individuals. I make it relationships with those individuals. So when I walk in, I know about their family. I know that they went on vacation. I know so and so is sick, et cetera, et cetera. I'm calling them by name, and they help me with shopping. They point out things. They'll get on the mic. They'll talk to the whole team. So you're maximizing your time and your energy. You learn where to park. You learn traffic, and all that type of stuff. That's how you increase your revenue, is becoming an expert inside of the market, because you have no control over the orders that hit your phone. You have no control of the demand that's going to be out there. You have no control over the number of drivers. You have no control over the weather. The only thing that you have control of is how do you maximize your time, and that's through knowledge and it's through relationships.
You were about to say something, Scrabble?
Oh, I was going to say to what Tom said originally, because I agree with some of the things he said, but I disagree with the way he said some of them. Number one, equating a server to a DoorDash driver, not the same thing. It's
Oh
not.
no, most definitely, most definitely,
It's
most
not the
definitely. I
same
don't,
thing.
I don't even
As
hear, I don't even know what he said, but I don't agree with that either. So
Yeah,
yeah.
you can joke around that we're wait staff on wheels or whatever, but it's different. And when you take an employment agreement as a server, there's a list of duties that you do, that you have, and you don't get to pick and choose which of those duties or customers you serve. And that is part of the job description. That's part of being an employee and accepting an employment agreement. And I would hope we can all agree with that. Accepting a contract is different. It's different. So that I don't equate those two things. But the way that you make relationships with your merchants and the way you make relationships with your customers, the only argument I have to the entire thing you said, because I operate a lot the same way. I am not quite that personal with my regular customers, but I know quite a bit about them when I see them. And if I accept an order whether it has a tip or not, whether I know it has a tip or not, if I've accepted it and I'm completing it to its end, I am doing it 100% to the best of my ability. I will joke during the getting it there and on the way back that, that person, they can choke on it for all I care in the confines of my own car. That customer will never know that I felt that way because I will always bring it up. Hey, how are you? I made sure we made sure we got your napkins and your straws. I saw that you wanted extra ketchup. We got it in the bag for you. Thank you so much. You have a great day. That's, they're going to get, and they're going to get the hot bag. They're going to get everything that the person who tips me $10 got. They're getting that same service. The difference is that I don't represent DoorDash because I don't work for them. I don't. Um, at best, I represent my merchants because those are the people, honestly, that I feel like we represent more. I mean, I honestly could give a shit less for the person who dispatched it, if you want me to be honest with you. I don't
Let me let
consider
me
it
let me.
representing DoorDash. For me, it's a work ethic, and I'm representing me more than anything. I'm representing my my commitment to fulfilling what I agreed to do. So, like any language where people say, I'm sitting here and I'm working for DoorDash and I'm making sure that DoorDash looks a certain way. In my case, it hopefully has the same effect. I hope, that when they give me that 5-star review, that the next driver benefits from that. I absolutely, if nothing else, I want to represent the drivers in my community that put in the same kind of effort I do. But DoorDash is not my boss. They are not my employer, and I don't owe them any loyalty. I just understand that every time I turn on that app and every time I take a contract to fulfill, I am going to do it to the absolute best of my ability. And it has nothing to do with the fact that I owe that to DoorDash. It's because I am taking responsibility for the choice that I made to turn it on and to use it as the opportunity to, and when they send me an opportunity that I agree to take, that I am going to fulfill it to the very best of my ability. And that's all I'm going to say for that. It basically it's the same end. It's just kind of the language of it.
And Cruz, I don't I don't want to make it seem like I'm attacking you or disagreeing with what you're saying. And in my belief, just because I know I've dashed in several different markets, um, during the 3 years I've been doing this, that in my belief and the confidence within myself that no matter what market or zone I go in, I'm going to make it work for me. So, like I said, if before it's 14 zones in this market, which is the whole island. If the zone I'm in right now stops producing, I'm going to go to a different zone to produce. And in my opinion, a lot of drivers won't do that. And they could have a zone literally 5, 10 minutes from them, and they will not go over there because of the comfortability they have in the zone they're in. And they don't, and it's not like I'm saying just bow down to the company. But a lot of times, if we want to keep continuing to doing whatever we're doing, we should at least try to adapt whatever your plan, your goal is within these apps. Adapt to what they did. Dog just said it. He made the apps work for him in a different way for him to produce more and make less. I mean, make more and work less. Yes, that is the sign of evolution within the driver. And when I say things, it's not against all drivers, and it's really not against no driver. But we have a lot of drivers who complain more than they want to produce revenue. And there's ways we can do it. There's other ways to go around it. Yes, the AR, the $2 base pay is bullshit. We're not brick and mortar servers. And that's what they pay someone who works in a Cheesecake Factory or Chili's or Morton's or whatever. They pay them because they know what the tips are going to be. And that's how the apps base the pay rate for us when it shouldn't be that way. So even with a lot of legislation, they don't even go to the fact of raise up that base pay to, well, they did it in Seattle, but the fact of the matter in Seattle, that was the base pay on some of these apps when they first started. When I first started on DoorDash back in Michigan, base pay was high as $8. Then because in no zones, it was no zones, AR, none of that mattered. But they noticed people didn't take the longer distance order, so they broke it down and said, look, we're going to give you $3.50 if you go 5.5 miles or more. Anything under 5.5 miles is $2.50. Now, the $3.50 just disappeared, and it's only $2.50. I get it. A lot of people, when I look at certain things, we all do the same thing, but a lot of us don't get some of the pointers. A lot of us don't get some of the lessons because of which made all of us, not all of us, but some of us spoiled and entitled, the pandemic. And the first person we blame is the customer. And just for me, I can't blame the customer. I can't blame the customer because when I go home and look at my earnings, every order I had has a tip. It may not be something y'all agree on, but every order I had has a tip. And if I make $3,000 in a week, 2,000 of that is gonna be tips. The other 1,000 is gonna be what I made from what quote unquote the customer gave me that DoorDash said they paying me. And that's not no brag, that's not no flex, that's fact. So that's why when I don't really talk about a lot of things because I know I'm gonna get attacked. I know people gonna misconstrue it, and some of the things that's happening now I already been through. I've already witnessed this. I've already adapted to it. That's why I can tell you legitimately, I don't worry about a lot of stuff because I know what I'm gonna do with this app. I know my end goal. I know what I'm willing to accept and not to accept, and I make it work for me. That's it. That's all. That's the best way I can explain it on my end. I gotta grab an order. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Smart, sir. Appreciate what you know my
I'm back.
thought.
I'm back too.
Um. Am I saying people? Oh, you asking dog? Dog saying people, or you're saying people are tipping? I don't know if dog answered that, but in the zones and market I'm in, I have not seen a reduction in my tip rate. So, and I know the backlash from that is because everybody's going to say it's a tourist market, but no, I have not seen a reduction in my tip rate, and I it's just it's not hyping it up. It's the simple fact that any given moment, but every offer I get literally has a tip on it, whether it was a 50 cent, $2 tip, $3 tip, and they all add up at the end of the week. Um, nope, I don't see. Well, I had the streak last year. I had the streak, but as far as referrals, yes, I did see the referrals last year. They had the 900 for 600 for the very first time in about a year and a half, which to me, the referrals is another way for the company to play games to flood the market because they don't want to do whatever they want to do. They want to flood it out. They don't want drivers like me. They don't want drivers like Tom. They don't want drivers working full time doing it. They want to pay a person that want to work 10 hours a week or 20 hours a month, make a couple $100. That's it. They don't want people who work this to make money to do other things. So not much that as I work in apps that have decent pay for the effort. Most delivery apps are paying 20 to 60% less than before. So my day is made up with selective right app at the right time, etc.
I know you said that they don't want drivers like us, but then why are they giving us 1,000, 3,000, or 5,000 bonuses?
Because if the number and my I don't know the number and this part of the metrics that we don't know. The number of drivers, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, the number of drivers who work full time like you and I are very small. So another opinion is they know exactly if we're scheduling ourselves, if we on the app every day, if we doing this, that, and the third, we producing these numbers, the numbers that they really, because they don't pay us nothing. It all comes from the customer anyway. But the number that we produce is minuscule, especially the market you live in. Like uh NGB said, you gotta if you're not making 80,000 in Seattle, you're broke. You're poor. Anywhere else you take that 80,000, you're gonna be all right. You know, according to the national media, the 100,000 I made here, which I know for a fact is not a lot of money per se, the 100,000 plus I made here, I'm not living comfortably and I'm spending all my money living. That's according to Google. Um, in different markets. And if I leave the island and I go anywhere else, I won't be able to produce the same amount of money. So that's the media. So, but all in all, when it boiled down to it, it's just basically, in my opinion, I got confidence. I go anywhere, I'm gonna produce because that's just me. If it's not more, if I go to Florida and it's got 40 zones, I'm gonna try to work all damn 40 zones. If it take me a minute to figure out where I'm going and what I'm doing and what zone I'm gonna be in, that's what I'm gonna do. Because it's called a market for a reason. So that's what I'm gonna do. If I go to Vegas, went to Vegas, what 3 years ago now, my mama said I couldn't make no money down there. My sister told me the same thing. I went down there and I produced. I worked 5 days in Vegas and I produced. Things have changed since I've been there, but it happened. Same thing as far as when I went to um Pittsburgh. I went to Chicago. So the places went to Denver. I mean, places I go, I set goals for myself, and wherever I go, long as I achieve my goal, They don't owe me nothing. Now, if I go there and I was just stressfully struggling, damn, I can't fuck with that market. I won't fuck with that market. But every market I go to and I turn the app on, I'm looking to say if I leave there and come here to do business or create a business in this market, in this area, in this time, in this state, if I want to create a business here, if I can come here and produce on a gig app, I know I can come here and make it, get my seed money out of this app, put a business here that's gonna create more money and move on to the next state. That's what I look at. Any state I go to, I need to know that I can produce. If I can't produce it on the app, I'm gonna pick up my toolbox, open my toolbox up and say who need their brakes fixed? Who need a water pump put on? And 9 times out of 10, I don't even gotta speak. I don't even really gotta talk. I just go stand in the parking lot of a auto parts store, do one job, and there somebody else gonna be like, "Can you fix this? Can you fix that?" So if this fail, I got other backups. I just use this for a lot of other reasons, but I have goals. I set goals. I really don't complain because when I complain, who really cares? That's the point. Like that's the point I made. Who really cares if you complain? Nope. So I it's just I look at things different and I see things in other lights. And I'm outside the box, and there's very few of us that's outside the box. There's very few. It's a lot, but it's compared to the millions and millions of drivers working gig apps on all platforms, we're a very small percentage of those people. Very small. Uh, not so much that as I am working out. Okay, exactly. I saw 1600, no joke, at the end of 2022. Then never saw it again. End of 2022. It was NAFA. I used to make a killing with a ship. I had built up a solid rate of basic only alcohol orders. When the ship cut base pay 60 to 80% and began throttling, I made a major adjustment to the delivery strategy. And I mean, I do want to say this though. I've never met you. I've never knew about you to other people. Was talking about you, and I know I've mentioned your name without even having a conversation with you. With all due respect, is no disrespect to you, but when I got into this business and after everything happened and came out with articles about me, I was like really in search of other people to not to quote unquote back what I'm saying, but to even be like, look, I'm not the only one, because I already know I'm not the only one doing it. And your name, Flex name, Sibera's name, and several others just popped up. They kept telling me these people doing the same. Uh, Uber Jeep AZ. It's just so many other people that's out here producing. So if I misstepped and spoke your name without even having a conversation or you even being in my chat, I truly from the bottom of my heart apologize for that. And that's all I wanted to say. And all in all, is with me is really. I mean, people may say whatever. It's really not about the money that was just being made on these apps because we all know it's a minuscule number compared to what we could be doing somewhere else. Um, it's just a fast for me. It's a faster way to get where I want to be in the finance without having to ask nobody else for money. And then another thing is really to show people how you say it's dead here. You say you can't make no money on the apps, but there's people out here producing on the apps. And whatever way they doing it, whatever way they producing, there's still money to be made in this economy. And that's the lesson I'll be trying to get others to see. There's money to be made. And you don't have to work 16 hours a day, 14 hours a day. You don't, but you still can produce numbers. And you do half of that, it's still working an 8 hour shift. You can make, depending on your market and your living expenses and your way of life, you still can produce money. And the money you produce on these apps, you can turn it into something else and still work the app and have that money working for you somewhere else while nobody even know about it. And that's one of the projections that and lessons that most people should look at. Not why you're working so many hours, not why you doing this, not why you doing. What's your goal? What's your end goal? Or even watch you and say, "Dang, that's what's going on behind the scenes. He got this, that, and the third. She got this, that, and the third, and it all came from the gig economy." That's pretty much the lesson or the knowledge that I want to show people. Unfortunately, they only look at money. They only see numbers, and even when you break down a large number to a smaller number, they still got a problem with it. And you got those that's going to hear it, those that's not going to hear it. And it's going to be whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. They going to always have an opinion. And that's where I learned to just sometimes have thick skin. Something, hey, we all take shots though. Sometimes you done took so many shots, you gotta let loose. And hey, you let it go and then you move on. That's just that's just all I got to say about that.
Or get out
Now,
of debt and make your dollar worth a dollar and try and correct how it is that you got in debt and made your dollar less than a dollar. So,
that go ahead, Tom.
well, I mean, if you focus on that as one of your priorities, I mean, there's good debt and there's bad debt, but it's if you take care of your house first and take care of your finances and make your dollar worth a dollar. See, when I'm getting out of debt, I don't care what the gas prices are on out there because instead of my dollar only being worth 70 cents, now my dollar's worth a dollar, and so I don't care if gas goes up to $5, $6, and if you guys or a lot of drivers fall off, and don't want to drive anymore because they complain about the gas prices, then it's more opportunity for me to make money. So if you take care of your finances first and get out of debt, one, if you had credit and now you've got available credit, you set up an emergency line of credit for any emergencies that might come down the pike, and then you can build up the extra seed money to be able to launch off into some other dream or desired business that you want to go do. But take care of your house first and understand how it is that you got in debt. Because one of the problems is if you take that seed money and you go on off and you start another business and you don't understand how debt actually works and how it cripples you, it's going to cripple your new business that you're starting as well. So take care of the foundation first and learn how to get out of debt and make your money more valuable. And then you can build up that seed money and it'll grow faster because you don't have an extra $70 going to a credit card. That $70 is staying in your pocket so you can build up that pile faster. And now you've laid a good foundation for any new endeavor that you want to go do.
Hey, Tracy, and Tom, you're absolutely right. But and although, and I'm gonna say this, and there's no shot at nobody. A lot of people, um, it's like winning the lottery, right? And it might be a bad comparison, but it's like winning the lottery, right? You win the lottery. So just say you win $1 billion. What's the first thing a person that wins $1 billion going to do? They're going to take the lump sum, right? They didn't have a lot of money. They really don't know how to handle a lot of money. They're going to take the lump sum. Now, once they take the lump sum off $1 billion, depending on what state you're in, the state's going to chop that billion in half, if not over half. So you win $1 billion. Oh, we're going to give you 300 million. So you done gave 700 million back. Of course, they're going to say the taxes, this, that, and the third, whatever, right? So now you probably got 300 million. And according to the lottery's law, 5 years, you're either dead, jail, or dead, jail, or broke. Those are the options you have when you win that much money and take lump sum. But then you get to the other side of the coin to where you take the annuities, and then you have people saying you stupid because you could have took this, that, and the third. But the fact of the matter is they didn't understand business and they didn't understand money. And when they got that lump sum, they got rid of it. And it's just like being out here to land my plane in a gig economy. Out here, you're not protected by the W-2 because the W-2 protects you with your paying your taxes for you. The W-2 protects you for being a buffer for your insurance company. They offer you a 401k. They offer you all these things to where all you got to do is go in, punch a clock, work your weekly hours, get paid, and then at the end of the year, you see your gross, you see your net income, you see your actually net income. And what it is most some people, not all, some of them really actually come out here and understand business. Some of them really come out here and understand and value the dollar and know what they can do with it, and they turn things into gold. Others come out here, they make 300 in the week, they spending 400 that week. They make 400 the next week, they gonna spend 800 the next because they don't know what you just said, debt versus money. They don't know it because they got a lot of money at one time. Now they got to go spend them because anytime you get money in your pocket starts to burn. And that's just what law is or what society is, and that's just the way it goes. You have a lot of people, a lot of drivers that understand it, but then you have a lot of drivers that don't, and that's where it comes from. If you don't understand certain things, you're never gonna uh be able to advance to another level until you get past your old habits. And we witness it every day. We witness it every day with people that come on panels, with people that and they'll put all their business out. I'm in debt. I'm in debt. I'm in debt. But I'm about to go spend money on this, that, and the third. You'll get somebody who will complain about $5 a gallon of gas, but will buy a $15 coffee every single day. You'll get in the case of being here. Somebody will complain about an $8 gallon of milk that's gonna last them at least a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks before they gotta spend another $8. But go to the store every day to buy a pack of cigarettes. So those are the things of understanding. Those are some of the compares of understanding what you're doing to get yourself out of debt or to make a profit or to start a business in this gig economy. And that was just my opinion. You didn't even hear what I said. You out the car.
I'm
You
here.
all.
No, I'm here.
Shout out to the 10 people in the
I'm
box
listening.
too.
I'm here listening.
Dusty.
Hey.
And sometimes it just boils down to the fact that when the companies were not
So, and I don't need to
expect
take a picture. I can just give it to you and mark it as handed to you. You have a nice day. You as well. Enjoy your meal.
a lot of companies don't a lot of these even the government didn't realize or wasn't expecting the outcome of what the pandemic actually did to hurt them. It helps us, but it really kind of hurt them too in a way. And Scrabble touched on it so many times. Like even with DoorDash, they spent so much money during the pandemic. They really can't really pay the investors. They can't. They trying to pay, they trying to rob Peter to pay Paul. So they coming up with all these different tactics to try to pay that money back. I needed to get that. He on the scooter with his Grubhub bag.
Yeah, I apologize for that. The customer snuck up on me.
Somebody is right there. Who is that? Somebody. Nope, that's Scrabble. Let me ask this. Let me ask this. Wednesday, about to call it. Okay, Hector. See you tomorrow.
All right, good night, Hector.
Okay,
All right, Hector.
Ron, how many lifetime deliveries on DoorDash do you have? I got 28,172 as of last night.
You said you only
Um,
had 300 last week.
I never said I never said that. Um, I will my like if you haven't been, I know you probably ain't, but every day I type in chasing 30K lifetime. So by the end of next, probably not even the end of next month, maybe the middle, but for sure the end of next month, I will cross that 30,000 lifetime deliveries. And that's in like 3 years. That's because I've only been doing DoorDash for 3 years, almost four. Thank you, sir. I thank you, appreciate that. Like when I first got into this, I really I didn't think you could produce the numbers you can produce. And even me looking at them, I was like, that can't be accurate. That's not no. And it just started at that point. I started setting goals. I was looking at other content creators. I was, kind of working behind the scenes and putting it into this, and I was putting up numbers like, yeah, that ain't no, you can't, and it just happened. But it all boils down to my work ethic, and I guess I'm gonna say the way I was raised. I can I I can contribute my mother, father, my auntie, and my cousin into pretty much helping me get, I guess, helping me get here because I would have never thought. Oh, and my old barber really opened my eyes, and I know it's probably not a gig job or whatever, but it really opened my eyes up after just sitting down, just chopping it up with him, like. And I was telling him about, we had a just conversation about something, and a girl came in with a DoorDash bag at that time, and I was like, man, I just started doing that. He was like, you do that? I was like, yeah. He was like, I was like, shit. First day I made 500. He like, bro, people don't understand. He started telling me what barbers make, and I thought about it. Damn, you cut 5 heads that back then was $20. That's 100. So you doing 10 heads, 20 heads, 30 heads a day? Shit, they make a killing. That was just at $20. So I can only imagine my brother right now. My brother charging $80 a head, and if he got to leave the shop, pack his clippers up, and go to your house, man, you better cut the checkbook.
Mm-hmm.
And
You
it's
know how
like,
much I
damn,
charge for a haircut? You know how much I charge for a haircut? and
I'm just saying.
that means I don't. And that means I don't wash your fucking hair. I don't wash your hair. I don't do nothing. I just cut it, blow it out, and I leave, and I'm done in an hour. $125. Yep.
I believe it.
I do that. Those are my clients. It's just I have to I have to
and
plan
they'll
for
pay
those.
it too.
Oh yeah, they'll pay it because I'm conveniencing them by going to their home. I'm doing them a favor.
Yeah.
So
And
your brother's making money. Hmm.
oh yeah, he making money. Hey, that's the same thing they said when the news was like, "Damn, the news anchor." He was like, "Hey, yeah, that's a lot of damn food." That's the same thing he said.
Well, you know
Yeah,
what? It's crazy. When the lockdown happened, the first thing I said that there was going to be money in the food industry because I'm like, no one's going to be able to leave anywhere.
yeah, it
All
was
we
the only thing moving.
The only thing that we could do is eat, watch television, and what? Wait until they told us that we was able to come back out again. I
Yeah,
mean, what else is there
that
to
was
do?
that was the only thing moving.
Yeah,
Only thing.
I already knew that was because food is like one of the most biggest commodity of this country. So,
Food, food, lodging, and transportation.
well, at the time of the lockdown, there was none of that happening. Really, not really at all.
Not really in a high capacity. So I look at it like this, right? Even what the millions and millions of dollars or whatever it costs to fly a plane, right? Even during the pandemic, they had limited flights. And airfare dropped so low. People was going any and everywhere they wanted. That's why you had a lot of people booking flights to Dubai and do all this because the airfare was so cheap. And it's just like an eye opener. It's like a lesson. If you're looking at that, right? Just looking at the airline industry during the pandemic, prices dropped so low. So if you can afford to drop the prices of an airplane ticket that low, then what can you if you invest, buy stocks, whatever it is in airlines, how much money can you actually produce for yourself?
Hmm.
Even if you get enough revenue, enough backers, enough shareholders, but like, look, I got 51% stake. I'm looking to get a plane. What can you contribute? And when y'all not using it or utilizing it, you can. It's just like an Airbnb. You can rent it out. So just say I get a plane to take me from here to LA. I'm cutting out the middleman. I know I'm gonna have to get on another flight, but if I get me a plane to go from here to LA, when I ain't traveling, look, somebody want to come here from the mainland, and I got a flight already over. My plane is already sitting in LA. Look, $1,000, you can get to Hawaii round trip from LA. Then you don't think nobody gonna take that? Or I can just be like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Figure out what the fuel gonna cost, factor that in, boom, boom, boom. Okay, it's gonna cost you this. You're on a private plane. So, and I ain't even using it. That's just the thing. That's the thing to think about. Like, I mean, no, the numbers may be low or whatever, but that's things you think about as far as transportation. Just off like the pandemic, the pandemic taught a lot of people there's a better way to do things than working for a company for 30, 40 years to retire to get another job. That's just my opinion. But the main essentials is transportation, food, and lodging. That's where everybody gonna need that. So me, Tom, Ceci, and Scrap. You on the order time or you eating? I know you eating because I see you
I'm, eat-
chewing. Taking a
I'm
lunch
eating
break.
eating a Subway sandwich.
Subway, not fresh. What kind is it? What is that? Italian BLT? Not a BLT. What was
Uh,
that? I used to get in
spicy
the
Italian.
spicy
Spicy
Italian.
Italian
Yeah.
with sriracha, jalapenos. They'll put a little bead across the forehead. I was just
I
muting
used
myself so I wasn't smacking.
I used to get my spicy Italian with spicy Italian dressing, no jalapenos, no sriracha. Um and I used to tell them to add bacon. Oh, shit.
Just got a job. Never fails. When do I get me time?
You just had it. You got a couple
Yeah, that
bites.
was it. Yeah.
I used to get spicy Italian back in the day when I ate that kind of food. Yup, I did too, Tracy. It was either spicy Italian or the Black Forest ham sandwich.
Usually for me, it's always leftovers. It's like the family's eating a meal and then they put it in the refrigerator. I hate to have food go to waste. To me, that's like just throwing money down the drain. Yeah. So I'm continually scouring the refrigerator for something that's getting ready to expire or hasn't been eaten. And it's like I've probably lost like 70, 80 pounds. I used to weigh 240. I'm now down to 170. But when you're walking like 15,000 steps a day, there's no problem with physical activity. Yeah, I overslept this morning, so I didn't start till 7. So
Guess
working.
what? you you started before me. I started at 8. I started at 8, man. It was like some
Alarm
bitches,
went
man.
off at 4. Alarm went off at 4, 4:15, 4:30. I was solving math problems to shut off the alarm and everything, but
Nah,
the body was just
I
like, you need some rest.
I did the worst thing I could ever do. Like, first, when I got up, I cut the alarm clock off, went in there, jumped in the shower, then I laid across the bed, fresh out the shower. Like, mother, it was like, damn it, Rondo, why you do that? Uh, I woke up. It was like 7:45. I was like, mother, got my first when I turned the app on. Walked to the truck, got my first order. It was a shopping pay. Cold cut combo. I used to eat that too. I know it like Trey. I normally don't use an alarm clock. It's just a backup. Cause normally like if I go to bed before 12, I'm automatically gonna roll over about 3:30, 3:45. and then I usually get up about 3:45, 3:50, jump in the shower, get my hygiene together. Um, 4 o'clock, turn the app on, pause it, check my emails, look at other stuff, check my other things I gotta check on, make sure I don't need to do nothing, make sure that's still running itself, peeking in on it, checking on it, you know. I know I gotta do four oil changes this month. Actually five, because I gotta do one on the truck. Um five oil changes, and I gotta put some brakes on and a hub bearing. Sometime so I'm just gonna say next month because this month over. Um I gotta do that, and then I turn the app on. Well, I unpause it because I gotta unpause it at 4:30, even though I got 5 minutes left. And about 4:45, I get my first order. It's like a routine every day.
I want to ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
Your video is approaching 12 hours. Are you gonna keep on letting it go?
Yeah, I'm gonna let it go. It's just gonna
Okay.
cut out. It's gonna cut out what is not gonna cut. I still have it in a library. I just gotta learn how to um
Basically, edit it, right?
why I learn how to cut that part out and make another video out of it and then resave it. So once we figure out when we gonna do the challenge, it's gonna be a two-part. So I would have had ended that first part at 11 hours to restart again. So that's how that one gonna go.
Well, I gave you some dates. It's up to you when you want to do it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I know I want to do it before you go on vacation for 3 months.
I that's in June. That's the end of June.
I didn't even make it to the gym this morning. I slept real. All right, Tracy, how do you keep up that gym routine? Because it's like, man, I be into it. The first of the year, I bust out 50 push-ups, and I ain't did it since then. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I got to get back into that rhythm, though.
Well, I just finagled the free drink out of Wendy's.
How you do that?
They were out of chocolate frosties for the customer. Texted the customer, no response, and so I'm like, well, since I had to let the customer know, and I'm going to have to deal with it, I said, do I get a free frosty? And they're like, no, this is the last frosties we don't have no more. I can give you a free drink, free soda. Okay, I'll take it. Thank you. If you don't ask, you don't get.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not really a big soda drinker. I'm more of a case of water drinker. I always got a case of water in the back. I'm a tightwad. I don't like spending money.
It's not tightwad, it's frugal.
Yeah, I'm frugal. Maybe
I
I
mean,
should put that.
it's
Maybe I should put that as my name, Tom, Mr. Frugal.
it's not even that. It's basically economics 101.
Google.
It's
Yeah.
like the meal prepper versus the fast food eater. The meal
Right.
prepper ain't doing nothing but making a whole bunch of leftovers in many different ways. Versus the fast food person is eating the same leftovers, it's just a different restaurant. Especially if you go in the morning to the donut shop them donuts probably from the day before, if not the day before that. Might be 2 days old. They just make them look like they new.
Is Scrabble? Is she still on?
She's on.
He's on the panel.
Okay. Is she? Is she a paralegal or does she have legal experience?
I think so.
Do you know?
I think so.
Now the other skill you learn is how to
Um,
drive. How to drive with your knees.
glad I was paying attention. Caniole. I ain't been down here in a minute.
They have me going to Fordham again.
Huh?
They have me going to Fordham again.
So I noticed that you had a couple of comments from Cam this morning or this evening.
Yeah,
Who?
yeah, yeah. Cam Gaspy.
Yeah, Cam
Who?
is right. Exactly.
Cam. Cam.
Cam. Cam.
Somebody.
Cam was the guy who invited me to join one of our competitions, and kind of called me out and says, "Hey, why don't you join us?" And so I was involved with that. So we
Mhm.
befriended each other, and so all day long in the mornings before you come on live, him and I are sending messages back and forth on Discord. Recorded messages back and forth. We have really good conversations, really good times, laughing a lot.
Okay.
I keep on trying to get him to come on up onto the panel. He's very very knowledgeable.
I was that him? Was no, that was another person today. They they asked me about they got a catering order and dang, I should have just went on ahead and turned around. You know what? I am have to 45602. I know this house because I've been here before. They just don't use no street lights, man. It's 633. That was another. I think it was somebody else who commented on one of my shorts. Um, and I was telling him about the catering. He said he didn't have 7 catering orders, but he's not in the LOP. And I was like, Did you take screenshots of the orders? And I was like, next time, grab at least you get a catering order, grab at least 2 screenshots, and that could be, a way of getting yourself into the LOP because he didn't know that.
Mhm.
Because there's no point in them sending you catering orders if they're not gonna let you in the LOP. Be right back.
All right, I'm done smacking my lips. How's the baby, Sassy?
What happened?
I said, how's the baby?
He didn't let me sleep today. That's why I didn't really come on until late because I slept until like 9. I was in the chat like a little bit and then I was like half asleep at times. I was half asleep. I slept until like 9 o'clock a little bit.
You're gonna grow up big before you know it.
That's why I want to be there.
Say it again.
That's why I want to be there.
Yeah, I understand that.
We go with the fucking customer texting me. I don't know. I mean, obviously they didn't tell them that I was picking up another order.
What does that say? 35.96? 35.56. Wow. 10.75 base pay. Woo.
Yep. 10.75 base pay.
Is that because it took you out of your zone?
I don't know if that's the reason why. Like, sometimes I used to think about why is the base pay, why do it fluctuate the way it fluctuates, and it's like I don't know.
Nobody
In,
knows.
in my opinion, I do believe the base pay fluctuate the way it does is because the app is using that to trick you into thinking that it's this pay, that pay, when all in all, it's all a percentage of whatever they pay. So they'll say, well, just say the customer paid $300. And no, let's just say they paid $400. Well, no, we're gonna say 300 because they gave me 35. So we're gonna take a 10% from 300. It should be $30. And then we're gonna break it all down and say, well, customer gave you $22, which in terms they didn't give me $22. They gave me way more than that. But they're gonna say the base pay was $10. The customer tipped you $22.
Be
And
right
then
back.
we gonna add an additional peak pay of $3, which would mean give me 35. But that's just my, interpretation of it. Oh shit, why am I on so? Oh, Tracy responded. Also, wait, okay. I feel better when I exercise every day. I made a promise to myself to go at least 5 times a week. I also made sure when I was looking for my apartment that it had a nice gym and a nice parking area. I also made sure I was close to the gym, my apartment, and 1 minute walking from the gym. The donut shop is not supposed to do that, but they probably are from the day before. Oh, yeah, they probably are. I hate coming in here sometimes.
These people drive over like they're on the highway.
Go buy me a charging cord. Oh,
Oh, wait, you staying out till the night?
oh.
You.
I don't know. I'm not tired. Depends. I might stay out till it's Hump Day, right? Today Wednesday,
Yeah,
right?
I was just saying. That just came into my mind too. Yeah, what day is it? Oh, it's Hump Day. Hump Day.
You said that
But
you woke up late.
I did. Well, no, I didn't wake up late or get up late. I laid back down.
Yeah, he originally got up, but then he went horizontal.
Yeah, that
That was the
happens.
that was the thing. I
And the,
laid
and the
back down.
conversation was probably like, I'm just gonna lay here. I'm just gonna close my eyes just for
No, no, that was the whole thing. Don't lay down.
Mhm.
That was the whole thing. Don't lay down. And I did anyway.
yeah. See, our mind sits there and says, I got to get up, I got to get going, but our body says, no, you sitting right here. You're gonna get some rest. Your body's talking to you, and your
And,
body
and I
trumps your mind.
and I sat down to answer I sat down to answer a text from my daughter and to answer an email. So needless to say, I didn't answer them till I woke up.
Your kids are sitting there, pressing that, can't reach the customer. Can't reach the customer. 4 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna take a picture, a screenshot that proof that he's not responding and that he's horizontal.
Yeah, but the thing
You're,
about it is,
you're like one of those guys that order the late night food and don't come to the door to get it, and it says handed
oh
to
no, no,
me.
no. Thing is, I just realized a text message from like 2 days ago. So I know she like, what the hell?
Right?
It happens, sometimes. I think my sister texted me like 2 weeks ago. I haven't responded.
I really do appreciate you bringing up Steve and Scrabble tonight. That was a really good conversation.
Well, I appreciate it was like the other conversation we was having the other night. I knew you were
I
I
started
like
listening to I started listening to it, but I only got probably a third of the way through it.
but that one was been I know Steve and I have been talking, I'm gonna jump on the panel. So he came in tonight. Like even when I was on ever since ran across him, I've been like this guy's, knowledge, he got some knowledge behind, like it's people in this space that have different, niches and knowledge in different areas, and he has a lot of political. And then now I realize and has have discovered that Scrabble has a lot of political knowledge when it comes to spaces like this. Um, and like I say, it's an uncomfortable conversation to have. Um, I do believe a lot of people can agree to disagree with it. A lot of people can. I mean, like it's no shot at him. It's no shot at me. Um, uh, well, it's no shot at them. It's no shots at me. We all having dialogue to. We can agree to disagree. Um, NGB, he got his views and he come in hot, but there's no
Yeah, he
shot.
does. He
You know,
does. He does.
Cruz and Dash got his views. He come, and it's not that we're everybody's not going to agree with each other. We have difference of opinion, but it's
Yes.
no shot. It's no shots at him. It's no shots at me. We're having dialogue, and that's the thing. A lot of people can have dialogue in this space, but you have those that just can't. And you can see it from different sides. Their point of view, my point of view, and in the middle, somebody can figure it out and say, "Man, oh, that's what they talking about."